By 10 o'clock in the morning, piercing sirens blared across all regions of the United States. Crowds of people were evacuated from the streets as government officials and police coordinated their efforts. Fear was etched into every face as citizens hurried into underground shelters. Everyone knew what this meant: war was imminent. Having faced 2 prior invasions, first by the Chitauri army and then by the angelic host, the populace had learned to respond quickly. Emergency protocols had been refined, and this time, preparations had been made in advance to minimize casualties. Across major cities, the military took command. Underground bunkers opened their gates, deploying their forces. Fleets of aircraft carriers returned to port, ready to provide reinforcements, while fighter jets and pilots stood by for immediate deployment. Around the globe, nations mirrored these actions, setting aside their differences. In the face of an overwhelming alien threat, humanity stood united. Even the most infamous villains chose to remain hidden, realizing that today was not the day for their schemes. Superheroes prepared for battle, each one ready to face the invasion. At SWRD headquarters, Nick Fury reviewed the latest updates from NASA and the Space Observation Bureau. His expression grew grim.
"Thanos," he muttered.
This was no ordinary threat. Thanos, with his massive fleet, was the most formidable enemy Earth had ever faced. And the fleet hadn't even arrived yet.
"Can we win?"
Natasha Romanoff asked from beside him, her voice tinged with worry. Since the death of Coulson, Natasha had become Fury's closest confidant. Yet even she, who had faced countless dangers, found herself doubting their chances. Fury hesitated. As a leader, he wanted to offer reassurance, to say they could win. But deep down, he couldn't ignore the enormity of the threat. "We have to," he said finally, his voice resolute. Natasha nodded, understanding the stakes. "Yes. We have no choice but to win." Elsewhere, heroes were making their final preparations. In his home, Tony Stark stood as Pepper Potts adjusted his tie. Her hands lingered, trembling slightly. "Be careful," she whispered, her voice breaking. Tony gave her a reassuring smile, though his eyes betrayed his concern.
"Don't worry.
I'll make sure Thanos regrets ever coming here." As he stepped away, Pepper couldn't hold back her tears. Deep down, she feared this might be the last time she saw him. Clint Barton hugged his children tightly before picking up his bow. Peter Parker said a heartfelt goodbye to Aunt May, determination etched into his young face as he swung off to find his place among the heroes. Across the world, similar scenes unfolded. Superheroes and their families shared quiet moments of love and hope before stepping onto the battlefield. Meanwhile, aboard Thanos' massive flagship, the Mad Titan walked among his army. He patted Corvus Glaive on the shoulder, adjusted Ebony Maw's robe, and exchanged greetings with his soldiers. Thanos stopped in front of his gathered troops, his voice booming through the silent fleet. "It is my honor to fight alongside you," he declared. "If I fall in this war, I do so with pride, knowing I stand with the best." He raised his infinity gauntlet high. "Respect the universe. Respect life." The soldiers echoed his words in unison. To Thanos and his followers, their mission was righteous. By eliminating half of all life, they believed they were preserving the other half. Their loyalty stemmed not from fear but conviction in Thanos' ideology. As the fleet entered Earth's orbit, Thanos issued his command. "Commence the attack." The first wave of assault came in the form of massive landing pods, crashing onto the planet like meteors. The ground trembled as the pods burrowed into the Earth, their sleek black forms resembling enormous spikes. When the dust settled, the pods opened, releasing hordes of vanguard beasts. Fierce and relentless, these creatures were Thanos' most elite warriors. The sky lit up as more pods rained down, embedding themselves like a forest of dark spires. Satellite footage of the invasion filled screens worldwide, spreading despair among those watching from underground shelters. In SWORD's command center, Nick Fury clenched his jaw. The location of Thanos' landing? Once again, the United States. Fury shook his head in exasperation. "Why is it always us?" he muttered bitterly. But there was no time for complaints. Fury turned to the assembled heroes. "Avengers, move out," he ordered. Tony Stark was the first to engage, flying ahead to unleash a barrage of missiles that tore through the vanguard ranks. The Human Torch followed, soaring above the battlefield and hurling fiery projectiles. More heroes joined the fray. Spider-Man swung between collapsing buildings, the Hulk charged into the chaos, and Captain America led the ground forces alongside the Winter Soldier. Suddenly, golden portals shimmered into existence. Doctor Strange and his sorcerers stepped through, reinforcing the superheroes. Behind them, the Wakandan army arrived, led by Black Panther. Standing beside Captain America, T'Challa surveyed the battlefield with a grim expression. "This is the fight of our lives," he said. As the heroes formed their lines, the Black Order emerged from the vanguard ranks. Proxima Midnight, Cull Obsidian, Corvus Glaive, and Ebony Maw regarded the opposing forces with disdain. Before the clash began, a brilliant light streaked across the sky, landing in the midst of the battlefield. Captain Marvel stood tall, glowing with energy. "Pioneer Guard Black Order, Earth will not fall today," she declared. Above them, the shadow of Thanos' mothership loomed as it descended. The final battle for Earth had begun. The colossal main ship of Thanos' fleet descended slowly, casting an immense shadow over the battlefield. Its sheer size, over 100,000 meters in length and 3,000 meters in height, made it a sight beyond human imagination, a floating mountain range of destruction. The pressure it exerted on the assembled forces was palpable. Even the most steadfast among them felt a twinge of fear. Captain Marvel, her expression cold and unyielding, narrowed her eyes as she observed the massive ship. Without hesitation, she transformed into a golden streak of light, hurtling toward the vessel. The sudden assault left everyone, including the Black Order, momentarily stunned. "Is there really a superhero this powerful on Earth?" Proxima Midnight murmured, her voice tinged with disbelief. Before anyone could react, Captain Marvel pierced through the ship's hull like a golden spear, tearing through its massive frame with devastating force. From the bottom to the top, she ripped the ship apart, explosions cascading in her wake. The watching superheroes erupted in cheers, their spirits lifted by the overwhelming display of power. For the first time in this grim battle, hope flickered. With a final, thunderous explosion, the ship tilted dangerously and plummeted to the ground. The resulting impact shook the Earth like a superquake, fissures ripping through the terrain. When the dust finally settled, the ruined ship remained intact but lifeless, its systems obliterated by Captain Marvel's assault. However, the danger was far from over. The wrecked ship's gates opened, unleashing an unending tide of vanguard beasts. The horde poured out like a dark flood, their numbers seemingly limitless. Amid the chaos, Thanos emerged, a commanding figure clad in gleaming alloy armor. In his hand, he wielded a massive double-edged sword, his presence exuding an aura of absolute authority. The vanguard parted before him, forming a path as he strode to the forefront of his army. From the opposing line, Star-Lord's voice broke the tense silence.
"Thanos."
"Where is Gamora?" he shouted, his anguish and fury evident. Thanos stopped, his gaze falling on Star-Lord. A flicker of recognition crossed his face. "Gamora," Thanos said quietly, glancing at the soul stone embedded in his gauntlet.
"She is gone.
"I will always remember her." The weight of his words hit Star-Lord like a hammer. He had hoped Gamora was imprisoned, but now he knew the truth. She was dead, sacrificed for the Soul Stone.
"You bastard! I'll kill you!"
Star-Lord roared, charging toward Thanos in a blind rage. Unmoved, Thanos raised his gauntlet hand, the Power Stone glowing with a brilliant purple light. With a single, effortless blast, Star-Lord's body shattered into fragments, disintegrating into dust. The silence that followed was suffocating. The superheroes, who had braced themselves for losses, were still shaken by the brutal efficiency with which Thanos had killed one of their own. Thanos scanned the opposing forces, his gaze dismissive. "Where is Yi Bai?" he demanded, his voice calm but filled with an unyielding purpose. Captain Marvel floated above, her golden aura blazing brightly. "I don't know who Yi Bai is, but as long as I'm here, you won't harm this planet." Thanos regarded her with mild interest. "I have no intention of harming this planet," he replied. "I'm here for Yi Bai and what is mine by right." Captain Marvel remained unconvinced, her eyes narrowing. "You don't get to decide who lives or dies," she said. Thanos ignored her words, his focus unwavering. He had orchestrated this invasion to draw out Yi Bai, his true adversary. At that moment, a dark blue spatial portal opened, and Yi Bai stepped through, holding Hela's hand. The battlefield fell silent as all eyes turned toward him. Thanos' expression shifted to one of solemn respect. This was the confrontation he had long awaited. Captain Marvel's gaze lingered on Yi Bai, skepticism flickering in her eyes. To her, he seemed ordinary, unremarkable even. But the fact that Thanos regarded him as a peer spoke volumes. Others, like Tony Stark and Doctor Strange, had far more complicated feelings about Yi Bai. Tony's expression was one of mixed emotions, a remnant of their broken friendship. Doctor Strange, however, glared at Yi Bai with undisguised hatred, his grudge over the stolen time stone still burning fiercely. Thanos finally spoke. "I've awaited this day for a long time, Yi Bai. For a time, I lacked the courage to confront you. But in the end, I came." Yi Bai's expression was calm, unreadable. "I've always wondered," he said, his tone casual, "why are you so obsessed with destroying half the universe's population?" Thanos' gaze softened, and he began his explanation.
"For balance," he said.
My home planet was destroyed by overpopulation. If I had eliminated half the population then, my world would still thrive. The universe is no different. It is overburdened, and balance must be restored. He continued, drawing a parallel. Humans hunt wolves to maintain balance in nature. My actions are no different. They're necessary for the survival of life. Yi Bai listened, his expression unchanged. He acknowledged Thanos' logic but found it irrelevant. You have your reasons, Yi Bai said, his tone growing colder, but that doesn't change the fact that you're a threat to those I care about.
Yi Bai took a step forward. Let's stop wasting time. Show me your hand.
I don't believe you came alone. Thanos smirked faintly.
You're right.
Behind him, spatial rifts began to open, and the celestial host emerged. Massive, godlike beings filled the sky, their sheer presence exuding overwhelming power. At least 30,000 of them materialized, their collective might eclipsing anything the superheroes had ever faced. Even Captain Marvel faltered, the confidence draining from her expression as she realized the scale of the threat. Yet, amid the growing despair, Yi Bai stood unmoved, his gaze steady. Is this your best, Thanos? He asked. The final battle was about to begin.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
At this time, the sky above the Earth was almost occupied by the body of the Celestial Group. This is still in the case that the body of the Celestial Group is not huge. Many members of the Celestial Group are comparable in size to planets. If the existence of that level comes over, the Earth may not be able to hold it. As the center surrounded by layers of the Celestial Group, Yabai's face was plain, without the slightest sense of tension. Except for Yabai, even Hela couldn't help squeezing Yabai's hand. As if feeling Hela's tension, Yabai squeezed her hand and gave her a relieved look. Seeing this, Hela also slowly calmed down. After all, her strength is not as good as Yabai's. Seeing so many celestial groups, she will naturally be nervous and worried. After all, she is different from those superheroes, she really understands how powerful the celestial group is. This is not an opponent that can be easily defeated. Even if she holds 4 infinite gems in her hand, she still doesn't have much confidence. Just looking at Yabai's confident look, Hela chose to believe in Yabai. This is the trust that the two have cultivated in the long process of getting along. At the same time, those celestial groups are also observing Yabai. One of the members of the celestial group, who looked almost like a human but was more than 4 meters tall, slowly fell in front of Yabai. This is one of the strongest celestial group, powerful and terrifying. The pressure on Hela was even far greater than that of Domum, who had played against each other. You know, Domum is the Lord of Dimensions, and in the entire Marvel world, which grade belongs to the strong. But this celestial group is stronger than Domum. Variables that shouldn't exist, you let the ending of the universe go in an unknown direction. But now, your road is over. If you get rid of you, there is still room for recovery. When this member of the celestial group came to Yabai, he made no secret of his hostility. This is also the purpose of these celestial groups' trip to get rid of Yabai. For the celestial group, everything in the universe should follow their pre-made script. If Thanos snaps that finger, it is part of the script. Thanos' so-called destiny is also blessed by the script. But now, with Yabai, Thanos has no chance to snap that finger. Because Thanos is impossible to defeat Yabai at all. At this time, only when the celestial group took the initiative to correct it, could the story return to the direction they expected. This is also the main reason why Yabai was attacked by the celestial group as early as in Asgard. This time the celestial group and Thanos came together, only to accomplish the goal that was not achieved last time. After understanding this, Yabai knew that he would probably become the biggest villain in the universe. Because he changed a lot of the original story, he was naturally intolerable by the celestial group. However, Yabai is not afraid. If the 5 great gods came in person, maybe I would still feel some pressure. Only your words are not enough. Yabai said coldly to everyone in the celestial group, as if to explain a fact. But in the celestial group, it sounds like a complete Cunjin. Yabai's biggest record so far is to repel Star Swallowing, who is far from his peak state. This record is still very watery, not very convincing. Therefore, from the perspective of the celestial team, Yabai's strength is probably stronger than Domum, but the strength is limited. With such an existence, the celestial group is really not afraid of it. 5 gods? Are you worthy of those 5 adults to take action? Life and death spoiler, you should pay the price for your actions. This farce has been long enough, everything should be back on track. The man of destiny will snap that finger, and the changes you make will be meaningless. Asgard has no chance of prosperity. Let's break down. The 9 realms should have been a testing ground, and nothing will be changed. An arrogant person, I don't even know our horror. Those who sit in the well and watch the sky think that they are very strong, it's ridiculous. After hearing Yabai's words, the Celestials group spoke sarcastically. Everyone thinks that Yabai is talking nonsense, and he thinks he is a level of the 5 gods. You must know that there are only 5 of them in the eternal years. Therefore, in the eyes of everyone, Yabai is just an arrogant guy. Yabai didn't care about the ridicule of the people of the celestial group. Words can't explain anything, but the displayed strength is not deceiving. Whether he has the level of the 5 great gods will soon be known. Regardless of those noisy voices, Yabai looked at Thanos. In fact, Yabai is still more interested in Thanos. This is a maniac, and a man who has a clear goal and can work hard without compromise. The best way to deal with such a character after becoming an enemy is to shoot him to death, and don't leave him a chance. Otherwise, it is very likely that Thanos will make a comeback in the future. He belongs to the kind of person who can seize every opportunity and create opportunities for himself if there is no opportunity. Therefore, Yabai was murderous against Thanos from the beginning. Seeing that the meeting was about to go to a duel with the gods, Yabai wanted to kill Thanos before he left. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Unfortunately, Thanos also guessed Yabai's thoughts, and simply hid behind the celestial group. This made Yabai unable to kill him immediately. Helpless, Yabai had to look at Hela. The meaning contained in her eyes is self-evident, that is to let her kill Thanos. Hela realized Yabai's thoughts and nodded. She also knew that a hero like Thanos could not be let go, and with Hela's strength, whether it was his own ability or the number of infinite gems in his hand, he was enough to crush Thanos. Hela may not have much confidence in dealing with those celestial groups, but Hela is confident in dealing with Thanos. Yabai didn't hesitate anymore, and directly expanded his mirror space, and then pulled all the surrounding celestial groups in. If there is no war in the mirror space, let alone the Earth, the entire solar system will be destroyed. Soon, the originally crowded sky became widened again with the departure of these celestial gods. The situation on the field also ushered in changes again, and now it is Thanos against Hela. After Yabai's greatest threat was gone, Thanos slowly came to Hela with a double-edged sword. In Thanos's left hand, 2 infinite gems gleamed. Hela was not afraid. 2 swords of the night sky appeared in her hand, and her armor also covered Hela's body. The 4 infinite gems in Hela's hand were not hidden at this time, and they were directly rotating around Hela. This battle is between Hela and Thanos, 2 infinite gem collectors. Neither side said much, it was already a life and death situation. So Hela can kill the tyrants immediately. The superheroes, and the 5 obsidians behind Thanos, also started a fight at this time, and the battlefield shouted for a while. The main battlefield is undoubtedly Hela and Thanos. As soon as the two met, Hela pressed Thanos to fight. Hela's strength is definitely stronger than Thanos, and much stronger. So as soon as he fought, Hela cut off the double-edged sword in Thanos' hand with the sword of the night sky in his hand. This weapon capable of smashing the shield of the US team was vulnerable to a single blow under Hela's sword of the night sky. Just when Hela was holding the sword of the night sky and was about to pierce Thanos' chest, Thanos finally couldn't help but took the lead in using infinite gems. In Thanos' left hand, the purple power gem burst into light. Then a burst of purple energy was released directly from the gem, rushing towards Hela. Hela did not sit still. The power of Odin in his body was directly mobilized and turned into a shield to block him in front of him. As a result, Hela was repelled hundreds of meters by the power gem. A tunnel with still purple energy appeared between Hela and Thanos. Is this the strength of the power gem? It's just that. Hela was not injured at all, shook the sword of the night sky in her hand, and said to Thanos from the air. Thanos' face turned gloomy, and Hela's strength completely exceeded his expectations. Even without using infinite gems, Hela can't deal with only 2 infinite gems. Hela's strength puts great pressure on Thanos. However, the battle has just begun at this time, and Thanos is definitely not without the possibility of winning. His advantage is that with infinite gloves, he can fully utilize the power of gems. Unlike Hela, you need to develop it yourself. When Hela confronted Thanos, the others had already fought together. Iron Man Tony and Burning Man fought against the Ebony Maw and was firmly suppressed. The first advisor of Thanos' combat power is also very terrifying. With one hand thinking about power, even the armor on Iron Man's body can be crushed. Raise your hand at will, you can easily crush a large army of Earth. The fireball thrown by the Fireman, the Ebony Throat only needs a light wave to bounce off. In addition, the US team and the Black Panther Winter Soldiers fought with General Deadblade together. But the battle situation was also very unfavorable. The weapon in General Deadblade's hand was too threatening to be an opponent at all. In the distance, Hulk fought passionately with the Black Dwarf, one of the 5 obsidian generals. Each of the 2 big monsters is a fist-to-flesh attack. For a while, Hulk rode on the Black Dwarf and blasted him, and then was overthrown by the Black Dwarf. The battle was fierce. In the battlefield of the 2 big monsters, no one else exists at all. Both the Earth's army and Thanos' vanguard guards were hiding far away, not daring to approach them, for fear of being affected by the attacks of these 2 giant beasts. This battle fell into the bloodiest meat grinder mode at the beginning. At every moment, a large number of lives are dying. Come back to Yabai. In the mirror space, Yabai has been completely surrounded by the members of the Celestial Group. Those powerful figures are more terrifying than the gods of Asgard. This is the true gods, the many gods in the universe. Yabai is not afraid at all, and has absolute confidence in his own strength. In addition, there is a contradiction between Yabai and the Celestial Group that cannot be reconciled, so Yabai did not intend to keep his hands. Just give it a try. How strong is my current strength? Yabai thought with excitement in his heart. Since getting the template of Superman Silver, Yabai hasn't tried his best yet. I hope these people in the celestial group can be stronger and can hold on for a while. Thinking of this, Yabai took a deep breath. If placed on the earth, this breath can suck up the earth's atmosphere. Then Yabai opened his mouth and let out a cold breath. In a very short period of time, the mirror space was windy and the temperature dropped sharply. The members of the celestial group closest to Yabai changed their faces one by one, and they had obviously realized that something was wrong. But when they tried to distance themselves, it was too late. Because Yabai's frozen breath has come. At least hundreds of members of the celestial team were frozen in an instant, and they didn't even have a chance to show their strength. More of the celestial gods group stimulated the energy in the body and formed a protective shield in front of them to escape the catastrophe. But he was still blown away so far, and completely disappeared in front of Yabai. The mirror space created by Yabai is not comparable to an ordinary mirror space. Even if Guyi came in person, he would be amazed by it. Because of this mirrored space, the simulation is not a planet on the Earth, but most of the universe. Those celestial gods who were blown away by Yabai are probably on the edge of the mirrored space at this time. With just one breath, Yabai easily cleared the tens of thousands of gods in front of him. Only 1/3 of those who still barely stayed in front of Yabai were left. The rest of these are the most powerful members of the celestial group. But at this moment, their powerful celestial group, at this time, their heart is also frustrated. With just a sigh of relief, Yabai almost wiped out the entire celestial group. This kind of lethality is simply terrifying. Originally, they thought that Yabai's strength was at best stronger than Domum, but now it seems that it is more than that. Even if Yabai's strength is not as good as the 5 gods, the gap will not be very big. After realizing this, the original arrogance of those celestial groups disappeared, replaced by unprecedented dignity. Then they did not wait for Yabai to attack again, they took the lead in attacking Yabai. In an instant, countless cosmic rays of various colors were emitted from the hands of those celestial groups, all coming towards Yabai. After easily avoiding these cosmic rays, Yabai showed all his speed. The surrounding time is still momentarily. The expressions of those gods at the moment seemed to be frozen. There was a look of fear in the tension, which was very funny. Yabai did not delay either, rushing towards the nearest celestial team at full speed. This celestial group has a purple skin, 4 arms, and looks like a 4-armed Thanos. Yabai guessed that the identity of these celestial gods is likely to be the Eternal Race. The Eternal Race is a very powerful race in the universe, and Thanos is a member of the Eternal Race. Moreover, the founder of the celestial group is the Eternal among the 5 gods. This is not a simple coincidence, it is the result of the Eternal God deliberately. The celestial team likes to do biological experiments, which is something everyone knows in the Marvel universe. The Earth used to be the biological experiment ground of the celestial group. In addition to the Earth, many planets in the universe have also been used by the celestial group for biological experiments. There is only one content of the experiment, creating a new and powerful species. This species is the Eternal Race. Thanos is a member of the Eternal Clan, and it is one of the more powerful existence. But in addition to Thanos, the Eternal Race has many other powerhouses. For example, more than 80% of the members of the celestial group are all Eternal Races. So it is not difficult to understand why the celestial group is keen on doing biological experiments. In fact, it is to continuously improve the abilities of the Eternal Race and create a stronger Eternal Race, so that the celestial group can become stronger and larger. The founder of the celestial group is one of the 5 gods Eternity. The Eternal Race is also a race named after Eternity. It is not difficult to understand why there are so many superheroes and so many abnormal level powerhouses in human beings. Because the human body in the Marvel world itself has a certain eternal family gene. Tracing back to the source is actually one of the 5 gods, the eternal gene. This view is actually what Yabai saw in Asgard. Asgard has researched in this area, and Odin has even personally observed humans and eternal races. And this is the fundamental reason why Odin opposes the Earth becoming the biological test ground of the celestial group. If the celestial group really succeeds in the experiment on Earth, Asgard's status in the 9 realms will be impacted. In ancient times, Odin once fought against the celestial group. Essentially, he did not want to protect human beings, but did not want to see the races on Earth, which were eternal races, that's all. As for now, Yabai will not let the celestial group do what it wants and transform the Earth into a hatchery for the eternal race. Because the celestial group is the enemy, it's that simple. With almost time freezing, Yabai quickly came to the front of the nearest celestial team. Yabai can even see the fear and panic on the face of the celestial group. The aloof gods, when they encounter invincible enemies, are actually no different from ordinary people. Without the slightest hesitation, Yabai stretched out his hand and twisted it hard, directly breaking the neck of the celestial group. They were all enemies anyway, and Yabai had no idea of mercy at all. To treat the enemy is to cut grass and roots. After easily eliminating a celestial group, Yabai started to move on to the next goal. Anyway, time has no meaning at this moment. At Yabai's speed, time has almost been frozen. Those celestial groups couldn't react at all, Yabai's killing of them. However, just when Yabai thought that he was about to kill all of these celestial groups easily, a member of the celestial group was called towards Yabai during this almost static time. This is a guy with a purple body, a few barbs growing on his back, and a height of about 8 meters. His strength is also the strongest in the celestial group present. Being able to move quickly in this almost static time shows that his strength is not too different from Yabai. At least he can react to Yabai's speed and barely keep up. Yabai was also interested and rushed towards the member of the celestial group. This time, Yabai did not use his many methods, but chose the simplest and rude melee. Yabai, who has the Silver Superman template and the Ancient Ruin Day template, is not afraid of any physical confrontation. Roar. The celestial group that rushed towards the face, with an unknown roar of beasts, seemed full of threats. At the same time, his expression was very fierce, his eyes were cold and fierce, as if he was about to eat Yabai alive. At the top of a big hand comparable to a car, 5 gleaming paws waved towards Yabai. Looking at this posture, it is clear that he wants to break Yabai. Yabai didn't evade, but clenched his fists and blasted towards the paws. Accompanied by a dull sound, the palm of this eternal race was directly deformed, and the bones in the palm were completely shattered. The claws at the top of his 5 fingers were smashed directly by Yabai's fist. The body of Superman Silver is almost the culmination of all physics, and any form of physical attack cannot shake Superman Silver. Naturally, it is impossible for the mere tension group. Without waiting for the scream of the celestial team, Yabai followed up with a punch and blasted the celestial team's chest. In the sound of crack bones shattering, the chest of the celestial group was forcibly dented by Yabai. In contrast, his back also directly bulged, and some broken bones penetrated through the skin and flesh. Then, the celestial group flew out, smashing a few hapless celestial groups along the way, and then directly flew out of the planet's atmosphere, and accurately penetrated the center of the neighboring planet. One can imagine how terrible Yabai's punch is. All this is complicated to say, but the actual time it takes place is infinitely close to zero. In the eyes of other celestial groups, Yabai suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared. At the same time, one of their companions flew out directly, not knowing how far it would go. This is Yabai's current speed, almost unsolvable. After knocking the opponent out, Yabai did not stop his offensive. He looked at the celestial gods group who looked at him with shock and horror, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Afterwards, his eyes kept shining brightly, and the last 2 red super hot rays emitted, like death sickles, harvesting life. Along with Yabai's constant adjustment of his sight, the 2 red super hot shots also kept passing through the body of the celestial group. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. No matter how powerful those gods are and how strong their bodies are, under the superheat rays, there is still only a dead end. Because Yabai's superheat rays can directly disintegrate matter from the atomic level. In theory, Yabai can directly melt any matter in the universe. If you touch it, you will die, and the celestial group is no exception. Stop him, or we will all die. There was a god group who remained calm at the moment of life and death, and reminded the surrounding companions. They can no longer let Yabai kill so unscrupulously, they must make a counterattack. Otherwise, none of the people present will survive. Many people in the celestial group have experienced cruel fighting, so at this time they can basically resist the fear in their hearts and do the most correct thing. That is to attack Yabai while Yabai is attacking. Otherwise, if you flee, you can only leave your back to the enemy, which is the way to die. This choice is correct, but the celestial god team has overlooked a fact, that is the strength gap between the 2 sides. In the face of absolute power gap, any choice is actually meaningless. It is nothing more than choosing a decent way of death for yourself, and the feng shui before death. When a celestial group was not afraid of Yabai's death laser, rushed towards Yabai, either cosmic rays emerged in the hands, or they were technological weapons of the celestial group, or super weapons made of various alloys. This is already the full counterattack of the celestial group. If Yabai can't be beaten in this way, then everyone really can only wait to die. Facing the counterattack of the celestial team, Yabai's expression remained unchanged, and the super hot rays stopped. Then, Yabai raised his hands lightly and gave a sharp slap. With a pop, an unimaginable terrible sound wave came from Yabai's hand. The space around Yabai was almost shattered, and ripples continued to appear like the surface of the water. As for the celestial group that rushed towards Yabai, their whole bodies burst into pieces when they were swept by the sound waves. Countless flesh and blood were crushed into powder, and the blood mist exploded in the air. This is not a reciprocal battle at all. Yabai's strength is too superb, and it is not something that the celestial group can fight against. Just clapping hands, the sound waves produced are the most terrifying disaster. The planet under Yabai's feet shattered directly under the sound waves. The Earth's crust was shaken apart, and then the whole planet burst like a balloon burst. Thanks to this is a mirrored space. If it were in reality, the Earth has disappeared. This is the strength of Superman Silver, and his laughter alone is enough to shatter the planet. It can only be said that many of the settings in Superman Silver are too abnormal. This is a collection with countless plugins. Those celestial gods who rushed towards Yabai risked their lives, and directly accompanied the planet under their feet into fireworks and exploded into the universe. Yabai didn't even have the idea of looking back at the explosion. He directly crossed the universe physically and walked toward the depths of space. This mirrored space was created by Yabai, comparable to the size of most of the universe. The vastness is boundless, and the stars are numerous. The celestial group that was blown away by Yabai before, the ghost knows where they all flew. What Yabai has to do now is to find the surviving members of the celestial group and harvest them one by one. Just as Yabai was about to use teleporters to go to a surviving celestial group, a planet beside Yabai suddenly burst. Then, among the shattered planets, a huge cosmic ray hit Yabai. Find Flowers 0. The celestial group that was beaten by Yabai to penetrate the planet did not die. Instead, a big move was brewed to attack Yabai, Cunjin Kaitian. Yabai muttered silently in his heart, accumulating energy with his right fist, and then slammed a punch when the cosmic ray was about to hit him. The next moment, the thick cosmic rays were separated directly from the middle. The cosmic rays that had hit directly at this moment were split in half and split. The center point of the split is where Yabai is located. Before the end of the cosmic rays, the beast-like celestial group had already crossed the starry sky and came to Yabai again. The injuries on the body of this celestial group had completely disappeared at this time. It can be seen how terrifying his recovery ability is. And his palm that was blasted by Yabai grew a hideous and terrifying bone spur. This bone spur is like the sharpest spear, piercing towards Yabai's chest fiercely. Then Yabai raised his hand and stretched out a finger against the tip of the bone spur. Just one finger, directly blocking the celestial group. Yabai was unscathed. This extremely strenuous bone spur has the power to pierce the universe, even Asgard will be directly penetrated. But at this moment, he was blocked by a finger of Yabai and couldn't make any progress. At the same time, Yabai's eyes were bright again, as if there were two suns hidden in them. In the next moment, two red lasers shot from Yabai's eyes, directly bombarding this celestial group. The celestial group was inevitable, and was directly hit by Yabai's superheat rays. As a result, the body of the celestial group, whose hardness is comparable to the strongest alloy in the universe, was directly melted. In just a few seconds, the 8-meter-tall celestial group was melted without a trace in front of Yabai, and was completely annihilated. Too weak. Yabai had some boring thoughts in his heart. I thought that these celestial groups could bring some fun to myself, but it turned out that it was impossible. From the beginning to the end, it was a crush, and there was no force to fight back. Yabai can wipe out more than half of the celestial group with a single breath. With a slap, the remaining celestial group can be shaken to death. So easily defeating the celestial team, Yabai couldn't even estimate how strong his true strength was. That's right, just those outrageous performances are actually the result of Yabai's release. Otherwise, it will be comparable to a cosmic storm, and many planets will be broken in one breath. A slap in the face will produce terrible cosmic shocks, and a galaxy will directly collapse. If Yabai wanted to, he could completely kill all the gods in the shortest time. Maybe only the 5 gods can let me know what level of my strength is now. Yabai thought in his heart and had a bold idea. That is to challenge the 5 gods. Of course, it's just an idea. Yabai has no plans to turn this idea into reality. Of the 5 gods, Yabai has only fought with one swallowing star, which is very impressive. Yabai was fascinated by the ability to subvert the universe with a wave of his hand. Although the battle ended in a tie, Yabai actually won, because if the fight continues, Yabai will only get stronger. At that time, Yabai hadn't got the template of Superman Silver, and his strength was far inferior to the present. Of course, the swallowing star at that time was far from its heyday. Based on this, Yaming felt that his strength should be stronger than the 5 gods. As for the specific strength, Yabai is still unclear, only after playing. Moreover, don't think that the 5 great gods are the peak combat power of Marvel's world. In fact, they are far from them. Above the 5 gods, there is the Cord of Life, and there is a higher existence such as the Goddess of Vengeance. On top of that, there are the Transcendence and Transcendence Protoss, and the Perverted Disciple. And, there is the Supreme OAA. Yabai guessed that if he wanted to compete with OAA, Superman Silver had absolutely no hope. Superman Silver might be very strong in the eyes of ordinary people, but unfortunately, he is not strong enough. Unless it is the ultimate form of Superman, thinking Superman, it is possible to fight OAA. As for whether Superman or OAA is stronger, Yabai doesn't know. Maybe Mind Super can kill OAA in seconds, or it may be a tie, or it may be killed by OAA in seconds. If you don't try, who knows? Only the next thing, completely lost the suspense. In the face of the absolute power gap, the celestial group is also powerless. While Yabai kept chasing and killing those celestial groups, the outside world, on Earth, the war has entered a white-hot stage. Thanos relied on the Gem of Power and worked hard to resist Hela's offensive. The Power Gem is indeed the best gem among the 6 infinite gems. Even if there is a huge power gap with Hela, it can still be barely smoothed with power gems. Of course, this is when Hela did not use the other 4 gems. While Thanos was in a bitter battle, the subordinates he brought did not find any advantage. In the battle with Hulk, the Black Dwarf was completely suppressed by Hulk. Hulk has the setting that the more angry and the stronger the power, he just surpasses the Black Dwarf in power. As a power-type player, once the power falls into a disadvantage, the Black Dwarf has no resistance at all. In the process of a fight, after being pinched by Hulk, the Black Dwarf had a premonition of something bad. But Hulk didn't give him a chance to break free, instead he grabbed the Black Dwarf's arm and shook it directly. He kept hitting on the surrounding open space, just like Hulk hitting Rocky in the original plot. After the mess, the Black Dwarf was already falling apart, lying quietly in the big hole that was smashed on the ground, staring at the sky blankly. He was completely stunned, so much so that his mind is not clear enough now. Hulk, who had an absolute advantage, didn't give him too much reaction time, but directly pinched the Black Dwarf's neck and was about to break it alive. At this time, Ebony Maw saved a Black Dwarf. With a light wave of the ebony throat in the direction of Hulk, Hulk's body was shot directly out like a lightning strike. The Black Dwarf also took this opportunity to react again and climbed up from the pothole on the ground. After picking up the weapon he had fallen on the ground, he roared and rushed towards Hulk. He was still a little unconvinced, and didn't think Hulk was stronger than himself. As for the Ebony Maw, after helping the Black Dwarf freely, he turned his gaze to other battlefields. Ebony Maw is the best one among the 5 obsidians. Iron Man Tony, who had been pestering him before, had his entire armor smashed by the Ebony Throat, lying on the edge of the battlefield knowing his life and death. The Thunderbolt was even more miserable, and the stone spear that was directly controlled pierced through the heart and was nailed to the ground. This is war, and it's normal to live and die. Moreover, the plot has already been completely changed by Yabai, and the superheroes can't avoid the result of death. However, apart from Ebony Maw, the other 5 Obsidian generals are in trouble. General Deadblade faced the combination of the American team, Black Panther, and the Winter Soldiers, and was able to do so well. But when Doctor Strange also joined, General Deadblade couldn't stop it. With the help of Doctor Strange, the 3 of the US team can fly to the sky and flee, defeating General Deadblade in an embarrassing situation. Although it can barely support, but the defeat has already been revealed, and it seems that it will not be able to hold it. At this time, Ebony Throat came to the rescue. Ebony Throat first controlled the Winter Soldier with thought force, lifted it directly into the air, and then flew out fiercely. The next second I found Doctor Strange again, planning to have a duel between wizards with him. Doctor Strange had no choice but to give up General Deadblade and dealt with the Ebony Maw's attack hard. As for the US team and Black Panther, after losing 2 helpers, they also fell directly into the disadvantage, and were beaten by General Deadblade without the strength to fight back. The superheroes at this stage have not yet fully grown up. Facing the Obsidian 5 generals, Heads Up is basically not an opponent. There are too many future powerhouses who have not yet grown up. The Ebony Throat is a boss that can sweep everything among superheroes. On the other side, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Spider-Man are fighting Proxima Centauri. Among the 5 Obsidian generals, Proxima Dark Knight is definitely the weakest one. Her fighting ability is not as good as General Deadblade, her strength is not as good as Black Dwarf's, and her energy is not as good as Supernovae, let alone compare with Ebony Throat. Even if it was the weakest, Proxima Dark Knight could still play against his 3 opponents. Black Widow and Hawkeye said that they are superheroes that sound better, but they are actually stronger ordinary people. Perhaps on some occasions, they can play a huge role, but in the frontal fight, they obviously don't look enough. If it weren't for Spider-Man Peter Parker's strength, the 2 of them would have been killed by Proxima Dark Knight. The Spider-Man at this time is undoubtedly much stronger than the original story. In the original plot, the Spider-Man should still be in school at this time, and the superheroes who have not experienced much are new. But because of Ultron's incident, Peter Parker was also persecuted. Although hurt, it also allowed Peter Parker to experience more and discover more of his own potential. Because of this, when facing the Dark Knight of Proxima Centauri, Peter Parker was almost tied. Even if he was suppressed occasionally, it was because of the loss of experience, otherwise his strength was actually stronger than that of Dark Knight's neighbor. As for the last supernova in Obsidian 5, it was already cold at this time, because her opponent is Captain Marvel. After the war reached this point, Captain Marvel no longer hides itself, directly enters the binary star form, and then blows up the supernova. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. After solving the supernova, Captain Marvel did not take care of other superheroes' battles, but dealt with the endless number of Vanguard guards. In terms of high-end combat power, the Earth can still take some advantage. But in the battle at the grassroots level, the Earth's army was completely crushed. Those Vanguard troops, which looked like beasts, slowed towards the Earth's army like mad dogs. Either they were killed by humans' technological weapons midway, or they broke into the crowd and killed them. Since the war, the Earth's army has shown signs of defeat. If there is no one to help these troops relieve the pressure, their fate can only be reduced to food for the Vanguard monsters. After these troops are all killed, the remaining superheroes will also be completely isolated and helpless. It can be said that the current situation on the battlefield is already tilting towards the Thanos army. At the same time, the Fantastic Four, as well as other superheroes, are also helping the Earth's army relieve the pressure. Otherwise, waiting for the Earth's army to be wiped out, they will not end well. No one had expected the battle to reach this point. Thanos became increasingly uneasy as time went on. In Thanos' expectation, the Celestial Group should quickly eliminate Yabai, and then assist itself to capture the infinite gems in Hela's hands. Rather than as it is now, there is no news about the Celestial team and Yabai, and there is no idea who wins and loses. At the same time, the Celestial Group, who was supposed to help him capture the infinite gems in Hela's hand, didn't know the reason at this time, and it didn't appear for a long time. As a result, he now has to face the pressure of Hela alone. Seeing Hela once again blessed the power of Odin and rushed towards him, Thanos' heart also became ruthless. Originally, he and the Celestial team had agreed not to harm the Earth with power gems. But now, there are not so many scruples. He was beaten out again by Hela, and a blood stain was seen on his chest. Thanos is completely unscrupulous. He held up his left hand, and the purple power gem on his glove burst into light. Then, the moon, which was quite far away from the Earth, was suddenly shrouded in purple energy. With Thanos' wave of his hand, the moon suddenly shattered. Those fragments after the moon burst, directly under the traction of the power gem, came towards the Earth. At this moment, everyone on the battlefield stopped their movements and stared blankly at the sky above their heads. It can be seen that the bright moon completely shattered. The moon is gone. Someone said dazedly, unable to accept this fact. What do you mean by saying that the war is good, and you suddenly exploded the moon? Can't you afford it? Of course, more shocking is unspeakable. Even the superheroes are completely dumbfounded at this moment. When the war was cruel before, they were desperate at best, and would not feel unbelievable. Because everything that happened in this war was what they had imagined. Only, Thanos directly smashed the moon. No one had thought of this. Who would have thought that a war on the Earth would directly affect the moon? In fact, in the Battle of Avenging League 3, Thanos did similar things. It's just that at that time, Thanos broke a satellite of Saturn, not the moon. But at this moment, under the intervention of Yabai, the Battle of Avengers 3 was put on the Earth. As a result, Thanos directly smashed the moon and threw it towards the Earth. The most shocking thing is undoubtedly the people hiding in the underground. The fragmentation of the moon allows everyone to know the terrible enemy this time even if they have not personally experienced it. This is not only as simple as being invaded by aliens, but the entire Earth may burst directly. Everyone in the world had their heads because Thanos directly exploded the moon, and there was an extra sort of darkness, a deadly threat that could fall at any time. This is not the most terrifying. The most terrifying thing is that the shattered lunar remains are coming towards the Earth at this time. This is the real catastrophe, and the consequences are even more terrifying than meteorite impacts. This is, the two planets collided directly. Thanos is too ruthless. After seeing that the situation is not under his control, he just lifted the table and stopped playing. Directly choose the method of hitting the Earth by the moon to exterminate all living things on the Earth's surface. Under the collision of two planets, it is useless for human beings to hide anywhere. No matter how deep the underground shelter is, it loses its meaning at this moment. After seeing this scene, Hela was also silent, but didn't take it too seriously. Thanos is just the last madness, and it is impossible to expect a comeback with this method. Trouble. Captain Marvel also raised his head, looked at the sky, and finally murmured. Then he gritted his teeth and flew directly towards the sky, rushing out of the Earth's orbit and into space in a short time. After crossing the atmosphere, the first thing Captain Marvel saw was the broken remains of the moon, being drawn towards the Earth under an invisible force. If we don't stop it, the human beings on Earth will definitely be over. Captain Marvel didn't hesitate anymore, burst out all his energy, turned into a cloud of golden light, and flew towards the wreckage of the moon. Soon, Captain Marvel hovered in space, and a short distance in front of her was the wreckage of the moon. Of these wrecks, the smallest ones may only be the size of houses, but the big ones are comparable to some medium-sized countries on the planet. With such a large wreckage, the Earth could be shattered without doing anything. The only way is to reduce the large wreckage as much as possible. Only in this way, mankind may still have a silver lining. After understanding this, Captain Marvel no longer hesitated. She gathered all her energy, and countless spots of light escaped from her body, which looked beautiful. Subsequently, a huge energy ray was released by Captain Marvel and flew towards the largest piece of the moon's wreckage. No suspense, hit the target directly. Then the moon wreckage, which was comparable in size to a country, was directly shattered in space. Under the energy rays of Captain Marvel, it became countless fragments. After doing all this, Captain Marvel breathed a sigh of relief, and the biggest threat disappeared. However, there are still many debris from the moon that can still cause a devastating blow to the Earth. Captain Marvel knows that this is not the time to relax. Without stopping, Captain Marvel quickly bombarded other lunar debris. Not many people know what Captain Marvel did. Only a few countries can see this scene through astronomical satellites. As for what ordinary people can see, only the sky turns red. The sky that was originally shrouded by dark clouds now showed a strange red color. It was as if the sky was lit, and the clouds were being burned. Soon, everyone will see what the truth is. A shattered lunar remnant, passing through the dark clouds, with a tail flame caused by friction and burning with the air, fell towards the ground. A meteorite, and it is a meteorite comparable in size to a large gymnasium. Once it hits the ground, the damage this meteorite can cause is comparable to a mushroom bomb. And this is just the beginning. After the first meteorite appeared, more and more meteorites appeared in the sky. In a very short period of time, the densely populated sky are all meteorites with flames. The sky is now full, and everywhere is the red of flames. This is the real ruling of the sky fire, judgment, and destruction of the world. There is no doubt that these meteorites are all the remains of the moon, formed after falling on the Earth. And this is the result of Captain Marvel's efforts. Otherwise, what people see is not the extinction fire from the falling meteorite. It's a great collision of planets symbolizing destruction. Although with the efforts of Captain Marvel, the planetary collision did not take place. But so many meteorites will still bring huge disasters. This is something Captain Marvel can't stop. She has done enough, but she is only one person and can't take care of everything. The moon shattered, how many fragments? It is simply an infinite number. Captain Marvel alone is naturally too busy. And looking at the meteorites that covered the sky, countless creatures on the battlefield stopped, staring blankly at the scene of the world extinction above their heads. Whether it's humans or the Vanguard guards, it's already a catastrophe at this time. Humanity, it's over. Nick Fury looked at the huge meteorite group and said blankly. He was a little unbelievable until now, and this result was unexpected. Before the war, Nick Fury knew that this battle would be difficult. Even if Captain Marvel has returned, Nick Fury is ready to fail. In the worst case, half of the population was slaughtered when the war failed. However, the scene before him was clearly beyond Nick Fury's imagination. It was a worse ending than the worst. Originally, at most only half of the population was slaughtered, but in this situation, it is lucky to have a living creature on the surface. Even if the life on the surface did not die directly under the impact of the meteorite, the subsequent series of reactions were the real mass extinction. After a meteorite strikes, the first is all kinds of major earthquakes, floods, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions. Then the impact of the meteorite will cause countless dust to surge into the sky, entangled in the atmosphere, and cut off the sunlight. Immediately following it is Yonjai, which lasts for tens of thousands of years or even longer. Then, the global glacier century struck, and ice layers with a thickness of more than 1 kilometer would cover the world. All life on the surface will die, even the tiniest bacteria. In the end, only a very small part of the deep-sea creatures can survive. This is a real extinction, even more than 25 million years ago. It's all over. Realizing the future of humanity, Nick Fury closed his eyes in pain. The journey of human civilization will eventually come to an end with the fall of this meteorite. Hela, at this time, also looked up at the countless meteorites above her head. With an exaggerated roar, it was like a demon descending into the sky. It seems that in the future, the 9 realms can delist the earth. Not far from Hela, Thanos said weakly, clutching his chest injury. He destroyed the moon and brought endless disasters to the earth. But at the same time, he himself was seriously injured by Hela, and the fire of life was weak. However, Thanos didn't care about his injuries at this time, and instead mocked Hela. I hope to provoke Hela's anger, and Thanos has not given up the idea until now. However, Hela's expression remained calm, unmoved by Thanos' words. For many people, there is a price to be paid if it is wrong. But for me, I just need to do it again if I am wrong. Hela disdainfully received, and at the same time, the gem of time shines in her hand. Perhaps for others, the scene before him is dead. But for Hela, there are no mistakes that cannot be changed. Thanos also saw the time gem in Hela's hand, and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes, but he was quickly crushed by him. The most important thing is that his current situation is very bad and he is not qualified to continue fighting with Hela at all. I could only watch Hela helplessly, holding the gem of time, and correcting everything that was wrong. Error, to me, it doesn't make sense. Hela said softly, pushing the power of the time gem to the extreme. In the next moment, the global time seems to be frozen. When the meteorite is less than 100 meters from the ground, when the ground collapses due to the power of the meteorite, everything was frozen. Then, a magical scene happened. Those meteorites that came with a devastating tail flame actually rose to the sky bizarrely. It's like a reverse video, everything is back to the beginning. Countless meteorites returned with their tail flames, passing through the Earth's atmosphere, and passing Captain Marvel's side. Then when they reached a certain place in space, countless pieces of lunar debris were combined and turned into a huge lunar debris with an area comparable to a country. In the end, the endless fragments followed the path of the arrival and returned to the location where the moon once was. Countless fragments are grouped together, as if they were glued together with the best adhesive in the world. An intact moon appeared. It wasn't until all this was done that the originally frozen world began to flow again. It's just that the sky that was originally burned is no longer a ray of red light. Those meteorites descending from the sky like judgments, no trace of them can be seen at this time. Everything disappeared, as if the scene of extinction before was just a dream. On the battlefield, the superheroes are still looking around in confusion. They still haven't figured out what happened just now. What about so many meteorites? It was still on their heads just now. Why did it disappear all at once? Also, are they saved now? Nick Fury is the same, although when time is frozen, he doesn't know what happened. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. But those meteorites that are enough to bring disaster to mankind have passed. This fact also gave Nick Fury a sigh of relief. Regardless of what happened just now, as long as humans are not extinct, that is a good thing. As for the people around the world, they also cheered thoroughly at this time. This is also in the Marvel world, and the people's acceptance is very high. They didn't know what happened just now, but they knew that they were rescued again. As long as they can live, they will celebrate. This is what the people think in their hearts. As for Thanos, one of the parties involved, after seeing a flash of green light in Hela's hand, and the meteorites all lifted off and disappeared, he naturally knew what had happened. So he sighed slightly, feeling a sense of frustration in his heart for the first time. He realized that he might really fail. Originally planned to fight back, even if he couldn't win, he would feel uncomfortable. But in fact, his Jedi counterattack was a joke. With his own strength being crushed, Hela still has 4 infinite gems in his hand. No matter what Thanos does, the final outcome will be a loss. Thinking of this, Thanos thought of Yabai. What are those gods really doing? This is completely different from what was said. Didn't you say that you gave me the infinite gems after you destroyed Yabai? Why doesn't it count now? Thanos feels bitter. He hates those celestial groups. Before I came here, I had blown better one by one, but in fact it was not good at all. After leaving with Yabai, he hasn't appeared until now. He is really going to be unable to withstand it anymore. As everyone knows, Yabai at this time is still in his own mirror space, chasing down the celestial groups scattered everywhere. In the mirror space, Yabai is the absolute god, He can know everything he wants to know and go wherever he wants to go. This makes Yabai's efficiency in chasing and killing the Celestial team very exaggerated, and the Celestial team is liquidated by Yabai almost every second. Seeing that some of the Celestial gods were about to die in Yabai's hands, a great figure gradually emerged in the cosmic starry sky beside Yabai. This great figure can't see clearly what it looks like, only a silhouette can be seen clearly. A human form is degenerate, but the body is composed of stars and energy. I have to say that this is a very peculiar life form. The moment this peculiar existence appeared, Yabai had already sensed his arrival, and he quickly raised his vigilance, because this is not a good thing. There are not many people who can break into the mirror space without Yabai's consent. Even the Guyi mage who taught Yabai the magic of mirror space at the beginning could not do this. The most likely guys are the 5 gods. Soon, the intruder spoke and also showed his identity. I am the Eternal One of the 5 gods and the creator of the Celestial group. This is our first meeting, outsider. Eternal said to Yabai, and revealed Yabai's identity in one go. This is the first guy in the Marvel world who knows Yabai's identity. Yabai didn't feel strange about this, and in fact didn't care about it. If Yabai was still very sensitive to the identity of his traveler when he first came, he felt that this identity might bring disaster to himself. So now, Yabai has no such worries at all. Because of his strength, it was enough for him to protect himself. Even if the 5 gods know that he is an outsider, what can they do? It seems that you really can't tolerate me. Not only the Celestial group has come, but you have also come personally for eternity. Yabai said coldly to Eternal, without the respect that the 5 gods should have at all. But Yabai has arrogant capital. Eternal is not angry because of Yabai's words, it is still that cold look. Your existence will lead the entire universe to an unknown ending. You are an outsider who shouldn't appear in this world. We didn't see you in cause and effect, you invaded this world. Eternal said coldly, like a cold robot, a set of procedures, repeating lifeless words. It feels quite weird, but Yabai didn't care much. So, are you coming to kill me now? If you can do it. Yabai is also not polite, because the other party is one of the eternity of the 5 gods, he only promises. With his strength, he is completely qualified to say no. If it's a big deal, just fight it to see who kills the other in seconds. A real macho must blow up all opponents, and only women will think of peaceful coexistence. If you are unwilling to cooperate, I don't mind killing you. Either follow our rules and become one of us. I can allow you to become the 6th god and share the glory with us. Either, we go to war, clear the invaders, and let the universe go on its original path. Eternal words are also very rude, and there is no intention to give Yabai face. There are 2 paths directly, one to live and the other to die. The way of life is for Yabai to join them and become the 6th god of the universe, enjoying unlimited glory from then on. The dead end is to go to war with the 5 great gods and even more advanced beings until they die. Yabai didn't even think about it, so he chose the second way. He has no plans to become a god, let alone become the 6th god. Seems to be the 6th god, able to gain glory and respect. But in fact, it's just a disguised edict. At that time, the 5 great gods made the script of the universe, and Yabai didn't even have a chance to say no. Moreover, Yabai's bones were so hard that he couldn't kneel down. With the system, you have to be forced to compromise. That's how wasteful it is. Therefore, Yabai didn't think much about it, and he was done. It seems that you have to think carefully about how to kill me. But at the very least, relying on this clone alone is definitely not my opponent. Yabai looked at the eternity ahead and said disdainfully. Yes, the one who is talking to Yabai is not Eternal himself, but just a clone of him. But don't think that the clone of Eternity is weak. Anyway, Eternity is one of the 5 gods. Even if it is just a clone, it has the power to easily destroy the universe. This clone of Eternity didn't say much, and Eternity also has its own arrogance. Since Yabai doesn't give face, there is nothing left to say, it is ruined and pulled down. The universe has existed for so many years, but the 5 great creation gods are always these 5. It relies on the 5 great gods, that is absolutely strong without the slightest controversy. Over the years, the 5 great gods have faced countless challenges, but those challengers, who remembers them? Yabai is no exception. Perhaps Yabai is a bit stronger than the average challenger. But what? In the end, it is still the eternal existence of the 5 major beings. Without too much hesitation, Eternal took action against Yabai. The big hand composed of stars and energy shook the void in the direction of Yabai. After that, Yabai felt that there was an endless force of space squeezing towards him. It seems that there are countless dimensional worlds, united together at this moment, turning into a huge cage, imprisoning oneself. As the 5 highest gods, Eternal can easily control all the powers currently known. He can easily create countless dimensional spaces, and each dimensional space will not be worse than Domum's dark dimension. With such power, ordinary people can't even imagine it. This is the true strength of the 5 great gods, and all the laws and rules in the universe are just weapons in their hands. Facing the eternal and powerful offensive, Yabai didn't panic at all, but a frenzied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He was not afraid, but rather excited. It is a kind of excitement of encountering an opponent after a long absence. Yabai even felt that countless cells in his body were burning at this moment. That is the thing called fighting spirit, awakened in Yabai's body, and the instincts of the 3 major templates to fight are awakened one after another at this moment. I long for a worthy opponent. Yabai thought slowly in his heart. How long? Yabai didn't know how long he had been without this feeling of enthusiasm. In the past, only when I was with Hela, I would be passionate about it. But usually, more are the salted fish of the Buddha family. Because Yabai knows that any problem in his eyes is not a problem in his eyes. Strong, just do whatever you want. But now, when facing eternity, Yabai finally feels a little pressure. It was the excitement of meeting an opponent, and the feeling that someone could finally fight oneself. It's cool to abuse food, but if you continue to abuse food, it will inevitably be boring. Occasionally Yabai also hopes to meet a worthy opponent. Fortunately, the eternal clone looks good. Yabai's eyes gradually brightened as he felt the innumerable dimensions of the Great Wall seal himself up. Then, Yabai no longer suppressed the power in his body, but completely released it. An indescribable and terrifying wave of energy exploded directly with Yabai as the center. The principle of this trick is actually similar to the red sun that Yabai used before. But the first 2 times when he used this trick, Yabai was leisurely and didn't fully exert his strength at all. Otherwise, let alone the Earth, the solar system will be blown up. Now, Yabai has no such worries. Compared with the power comparable to the nuclear explosion before, the energy released by Yabai this time is almost equivalent to the Big Bang of the Milky Way. The terrifying energy wave generated directly rushed to the Great Wall of Dimension that besieged Yabai. Then, those great walls composed of countless dimensions were directly torn apart by the energy released by Yabai. One dimension after another burst apart, like a balloon being burst. In a very short period of time, these great walls composed of dimensions were directly broken. Yabai, who was originally blocked by eternity with countless dimensions, directly escaped and appeared in front of eternity. It's just that Yabai at this time is no longer the original peaceful posture. The handsome face is full of fortitude, and his eyes are as bright as 2 rounds of the sun. In the full muscles of the body, there is explosive power hidden. This is what Yabai is now, the god of the world. Come again. Yabai didn't say much, but after a soft shout, he rushed towards the eternal clone. At the moment Yabai acts, time seems to be frozen, and Yabai can even see some timelines. If Yabai wants to, he can follow these timelines and go back to the past and the future. But Yabai didn't care, and Ji rushed towards the eternal clone. What Yabai said today would kill this eternal clone. The eternal clone kept his face cold, and stared at the flying Yabai with cold eyes. Yabai's speed that can freeze time is not impossible to capture from the eternal clone. This time, Eternal is not manipulating countless dimensions, but directly raises his right hand, and then shoots at Yabai. From Yabai's point of view, it was like an ancient starry sky hitting him. There is nowhere to hide. But Yabai didn't even think about hiding, but directly greeted him, just facing him. Cunjin Kaitian. Yabai said silently again, and showed off the skills sent by the system. It is said that the source of this skill is a certain Shenzhou tablet, also called Cunjin craniotomy. The stronger the user's strength, the stronger the power of this skill. And when displayed from Yabai's hands, the power can only be described as horror. As far as Yabai guessed, if this punch goes on, it is afraid that half of the universe can be directly smashed. Without dodge and avoid, Yabai directly slammed his fist toward the starry sky that was slapped at him. Then, a terrifying collision occurred instantly. Like the Big Bang, endless light and heat are born in an instant. Yabai himself, after the collision, was photographed and flew out without knowing how far, and how many planets were smashed along the way, before he could barely stop his body. Eternity is eternity, and the strength of the 5 gods is really strong. Even if it was just a clone, Yabai didn't take advantage of it. However, Yabai did not suffer, he was not injured at all. Instead, under this collision, Yabai's strength has evolved again. After the endless light and heat generated by this collision disappeared, Yabai saw the situation of the eternal clone. It was much worse than Yabai. The eternal palm, which was turned into a starry sky, was directly smashed by Yabai with a punch. One punch smashed the small half of the starry sky. Yabai's punch really opened up the sky. The eternal clone did not feel pain, but still frowned, looking at his palm. The missing half of the palm made Eternal realize that Yabai might be more difficult to deal with than he thought. But he was not afraid, looking at Yabai again with cold and indifferent eyes. God said, "There must be light in the universe." The eternal clone slowly said. The next moment, the stars in the surrounding starry sky dimmed instantly. The entire universe has fallen into the darkest state, and there will be no more light. Yabai is vigilant, knowing that this is an eternal method. Sure enough, a bright light suddenly appeared behind Yabai in the next moment. This light, turned into a spear, pierced Yabai at a speed that cut through the darkness of the universe. Yabai couldn't react at all, the speed of this light was too fast. So that the spear made of light pierced directly into Yabai's body, penetrated directly from behind, and pierced out of his chest. Yabai was taken aback for a moment, then looked down at his chest. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. He could clearly feel the pain from his body and knew that he was injured. It's really strange, how long hasn't it been like this? Yes, not only is Yabai not angry, but rather miss it. After getting the template of General Zod, Yabai found that he had gained strength, but also lost a lot. For example, pain. It is really difficult to have anything that can threaten Yabai. After getting the Ancient Destruction Day template and the Silver Superman template later, Yabai is even more so. There is no pain at all. So Yabai has forgotten what it feels like to be painful. Until now, Yabai finally remembered that this was injury and pain. In the next moment, Yabai grabbed the spear that penetrated his chest and drew it fiercely. Blood splashed out immediately, but Yabai's face did not change at all. Instead, it was the wound on Yabai's body. After pulling out the light spear, he immediately began to recover. What the ancient Day of Destruction template brings to Yabai is not only infinite evolution, but also insoluble level of resilience. Even if the body is completely annihilated, Yabai can come back from the dead and resurrect. What does it mean to be pierced through your chest? Just before Yabai could breathe, more and more light spears all over his body began to light up. Then it stabbed towards Yabai like a torrential rain. As before, Yabai couldn't dodge at all, and those light spears pierced his body directly. Almost instantly, Yabai was pierced into a hedgehog. Yabai didn't know how many light spears were stuck in his body. Regardless of the densely packed numbers, patients with intensive phobias may die on the spot at a glance. At the same time, as Yabai suffered more and more injuries, Yabai's body became less and less fleshy. Those light spears will not only penetrate Yabai's body, but also corrode his flesh and blood. But Yabai didn't care at all. Instead, his eyes became brighter and brighter. Although his eyes were pierced by 2 light spears in the next moment. When Yabai was finally wrapped in a white light ball, those crazy light spears stopped. At this time, Yabai had no more flesh and blood left. It can be said that Yabai was directly beaten by the Eternal Clone and disappeared from this universe. The goal is death, and the battle is over. After seeing this result, the Eternal Clone said coldly. Then the body began to blur, planning to leave here. Only the next moment, the movement of the Eternal Clone became stiff, and he looked at the white light group with some doubts. He can feel that there is a powerful life that is gradually being born. The next moment, the white ball of light was torn apart from the inside, and countless spots of light exploded. And Yabai, stepping on those light spots and void, stepped out slowly. Yabai is immortal, at least not the Eternal Clone can kill. In other words, even the 5 gods can't kill Yabai. Only the more powerful Life Court, or OAA, may still have a chance. And any attack that can't kill Yabai will make him stronger. As it is now, Yabai feels that he has become stronger. He was indeed killed once, but soon resurrected. And after being resurrected, his body is stronger and he has evolved again. The fundamental reason why the Ancient Destruction Day became the ultimate life form was his evolutionary nature. For the Day of Ancient Destruction, life is the 3-stage cycle of death overcoming death evolution. Being killed means that the Day of Ancient Destruction will soon resurrect and complete the evolution. The Eternal Clone didn't know this, but it didn't hinder him, and realized Yabai's difficulty. Such a guy who cannot be killed and can continue to evolve is a nightmare opponent for any existence. But at this time, Yabai moved. He looked at the Eternal Clone in front of him and spoke slowly. I said, there should be light in the world, the light that belongs to me. Yes, Yabai used the method of the previous Eternal Clone. In the way of a person, it is also an ability that Yabai has evolved. The moment Yabai finished speaking, the entire universe became dark again. It can be said that the law speaks as usual, and the entire universe is cooperating with Yabai. Then, everything that was performed on Yabai before, it was the turn of the Eternal Clone at this time. Spears of light emerged around the Eternal body. It's just that these light spears are not the tiny light spears previously dealt with Yabai, but each light spear, the length of which is comparable to a galaxy. Under Yabai's command, these light spears rushed directly towards the Eternal Clone. The Eternal Clone naturally won't sit and wait for death. He waved his hand at will to create countless dimensional worlds. These dimensional worlds turned into a galaxy that never ends, enveloping those light spears. As a result, those light spears are eternal and always have an infinite distance. After all, it is one of the 5 gods, whose eternal strength is beyond Yabai's imagination. Such a strong man, even Yabai is a little broken and numb. Then the next moment, Eternal once again shot Yabai. Eternal stretched out his intact palm and held it to Yabai void. Then Yabai felt a strong pressure on him. It's like being hit by dimensionality reduction. There is a terrible force that is invisible and intangible, and he wants to crush Yabai directly. It's like facing a 2-way foil, to crush Yabai into a piece of paper. But the Eternal means is much stronger than the 2-way foil. The 2-dimensional foil is only a 2-dimensional drop, and the Eternal shot is a full-dimensional dimensionality reduction blow. With Yabai's current strength, it is only a trivial matter to resist the 2-way foil. But at this time, he has to resist the fall of countless dimensions. Regardless of which dimension the current Yabai belongs to, he will face a dimensionality reduction attack at this time. This pressure made Yabai's body start to become strange. Part of the body becomes a piece of paper, and part of the body becomes virtual. There are also some bodies that shrink quickly and become an infinitely small point. All in all, Yabai now looks like an indescribable monster, with little human appearance. Yabai also felt very painful. He felt that his body was divided into countless pieces. But at the same time, Yabai could also feel that his evolutionary instinct was awakening quickly. Evolution begins again. Eternal means are undoubtedly terrible, and there is only one possibility of death when such means are replaced by other people. The gap is too big. But Yabai not only resisted the Eternal ultimate move and survived, on the contrary, he completed the evolution again. When Yabai completely evolved, Yabai's body returned to its original state. Eternal's dimensionality reduction blow on him directly lost its effect. Even eternity can arbitrarily manipulate the dimensions, arbitrarily carry out any level of dimensional attack. But in front of Yabai, an unkillable monster, all means looked a little pale. Unless Yabai's concept of immortality can be obliterated, Yabai cannot be killed at all. And to obliterate the concept, perhaps only one OAA in the Marvel Universe has this ability. At the very least, the 5 gods, no way. At this time, even eternity is a bit difficult. He really couldn't think of any way he could kill Yabai. What's more, he has no chance. After Yabai completed his evolution again, he stepped straight out this time, crossing countless dimensions under his feet, and appeared in front of Eternity, standing directly at the height of Eternal eyes, and looking at Eternal. Now, it's my turn to kill you. Yabai's face was stern, and he said to Eternity. Being beaten and not fighting back has never been Yabai's style. Yabai had been killed twice by Eternity before, and how could Yabai find this place back? Don't ask too much, just kill Eternity once. This is also the most helpless thing facing Yabai. Maybe you can kill Yabai countless times, but if Yabai kills you once, it is enough. As the 5 gods who have ruled for countless years, the eternal strength is beyond doubt. Even Yabai now feels a lot of pressure when facing an eternal clone. Of course, this is also related to Yabai's low degree of integration with the Silver Superman template. If Yabai can fully integrate the fusion degree of Superman Silver, that is the 5 gods together, Yabai will not pay attention to it. So Yabai didn't worry at all, he would be suppressed by the 5 gods. It's just that, being so embarrassed by the eternal clone before, Yabai wouldn't let this matter go. In any case, there must be revenge. The next moment, 2 super hot rays gushing out of Yabai's eyes, heading towards the eternal clone. At the same time, countless dimensions are also turned into prisons at this moment, locking up Eternity. The eternal clone didn't even have a chance to dodge, and was directly hit by Yabai's super hot ray. Those countless dimensions, eternal clones can of course be cracked, because this is what he is best at. But Yabai didn't give him a chance. By the time he broke the dimensional blockade, the attack had already arrived, completely cut off the possibility of eternal clone getting out of trouble. Under Yabai's super hot rays that can melt everything, the body of the eternal clone collapsed. Even the 5 great gods couldn't stop Yabai's ultimate move. Of course, this also has something to do with Yabai, which is just a clone. If it is true Eternity itself, it is impossible for Yabai to solve the opponent so easily. However, if Yabai's record goes out, I don't know how many strong men in the universe will be shocked. Although it is a clone, it is an eternal clone. A dimensional master like Domum will be slapped to death in front of the eternal clone. This is not a hierarchy at all. It is not unreasonable that the 5 great gods have been above the universe for countless years. Ended. Looking at the eternal clone whose body is constantly collapsing, Yabai said coldly. By doing this, he completely tore his face with the 5 gods. But Yabai doesn't regret it, because it will happen sooner or later. Yabai's particularity makes it impossible for him and the 5 gods to coexist peacefully. This can be seen from the fact that the celestial group keeps attacking Yabai. Behind the celestial group, stood the 5 great gods. The celestial team shot Yabai, without the instruction of the 5 gods, who would believe it. Moreover, Yabai himself is not a generous person. The celestial team has attacked him twice. Yabai can't just let it go. Although Yabai didn't suffer a loss in these 2 matches, the enmity was forged. If there is a chance in the future, Yabai doesn't mind going to the celestial group and settle the account with the 5 gods. We will meet again. Feeling the constant annihilation of his body, the eternal clone still has no expression at all. Instead, he looked at Yabai coldly and said, just as Yabai will bear grudges, Eternity will of course also bear grudges. Moreover, Eternal's killing intent to Yabai is definitely stronger than Yabai's hostility to the 5 gods. Eternity has ruled the universe for countless years. Does he want face? Yabai killed his clone. If he didn't give Yabai severe punishment, he would be embarrassed to continue in the universe. At the same time, the 5 great gods are like veteran forces in the universe, and naturally you will not see new star powerhouses like Yabai rise up. Latecomers like Yabai grow up and will shake their rule. With this alone, it is impossible for the 5 gods to let Yabai go. It is foreseeable that there will be even greater conflicts between the 5 gods and Yabai in the future. However, Yabai didn't care about it either. For the eternal warning, Yabai did not hesitate. It's nothing more than a cruel remark before leaving. With this alone, I want to scare Yabai, which is simply a dream. After solving the Eternity, Yabai also left here. He hadn't forgotten that there was Thanos waiting for him on Earth. On Earth, tragic wars are still going on. Thanos was shivering under Hela's offensive, and might die at any time. Can only rely on strength gems to barely survive, but it is still precarious. Because Hela also used her own infinite gems. I saw 4 infinite gems shining brightly in Hela's hand. Space, time, reality, mind. These 4 forces made Hela's combat effectiveness reach a terrifying level. Thanos has been able to survive until now, because of good luck, not being killed by Hela in seconds. But in the face of absolute strength, luck has no meaning. At most, Thanos can also delay his death. By now, Thanos has been exhausted. After being pierced through the legs by Hela's Sword of the Night Sky, he even lost his mobility. I could only watch Hela helplessly, holding the Sword of the Night Sky slowly walking towards him. It seems that the outcome has been divided, and everything is about to end. Hela held 4 infinite gems in her left hand and the Sword of the Night Sky in her right hand, and said to Thanos indifferently, read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. In front of outsiders, Hela is an indifferent and domineering goddess. High above, full of heroic spirit. Every move, even a look in the eyes, can give people a strong sense of oppression. This is completely opposite to Hela in front of Yabai. However, just when Hela was about to take Thanos' life directly, a sharp breaking sound came from Hela's side. A metal spear with cold light flew towards Hela from a distance. Naturally, Hela couldn't be injured by this kind of sneak attack, and she dodged the attack with a slight sideways. Then Hela saw the attacker. The ebony throat with blood on his clothes and blood on the corners of his mouth was floating in the air, slowly moving closer to Hela. If you want to hurt my master, you have to step over my corpse first. The ebony throat in the air said to Hela, then stood in front of Thanos and stared at Hela. I have to say that ebony throat is a perfect subordinate. Loyal, capable, and able to give everything for Thanos. You are a loyal subordinate, and I admire people like you. Then, in return, I will kill you upright and step over your corpse. Although he appreciates it, Hela has no plans to let go of the ebony throat. The two sides are enemies, and this cannot be changed. However, the expression of the ebony throat remained unchanged, and he still stood firmly in front of Thanos, looking at Hela who slowly walked over. Sorry, I was the one who dragged you down. Thanos also said to Ebony Maw that this overlord who has been in the universe for the first time revealed his soft side. At the same time, around Hela, tide-like vanguards rushed towards her. Among the 5 Obsidian generals, General Deadblade also brought Dark Proxima to support. Although Thanos has no power to fight back in front of Hela, Thanos' Vanguard guards are top-notch combat power. Those human armies have been completely wiped out by the Vanguard Guard Corps. Now there are only those superheroes who are still struggling to support them. Hulk and Captain Marvel are currently the only ones in the superhero group that still have a certain degree of combat effectiveness. It was also the presence of these two people that saved the lives of other superheroes, such as Spider-Man, US Team, Winter Soldier and Fantastic Four, etc., are exhausted, and everyone's face is full of exhaustion. As for Iron Man, Doctor Strange, Black Widow, they have fallen into a coma and are protected by other superheroes. It can be said that this war was a complete failure for mankind. Those who came to block the Thanos Legion were almost completely wiped out, and only the remaining superheroes, under the protection of Hulk and Captain Marvel, barely resisted. This is also the main reason why Obsidian V will be able to support Thanos. However, even in the midst of a heavy siege, Hela remained calm. She was slowly advancing in the Kfta cluster, but the vanguards and the 5 Obsidians around did not dare to take a step forward easily. As a person facing Hela, Ebony Throat is the most stressed. He gritted his teeth directly, driven his thoughts, rolled up countless stones and steel, and headed towards Hela. Hoped to stop Hela's footsteps with this. But as the dark red light of the real gemstone in Hela's hand flashed, the steel and stones that flew up on him all turned into bubbles. Reality gems, rewrite reality. Then, Hela flipped his wrist, and the sword of the night sky shot out. At an extremely fast speed, it turned into a black light and penetrated the body of the Ebony Throat. This Thanos subordinate, the most capable and loyal subordinate, was directly killed by Hela in seconds. Even Thanos was like a younger brother in front of Hela. How could Hela's opponent with the mere Ebony Maw? At the same time, following Hela's movements, the surrounding vanguards rushed towards her. Like an endless tide, rushing toward Hela one after another. If the strength of the single body is not enough, then use the quantity to crush it. This is the plan of the vanguards. Even if they can't kill Hela, they must delay Hela's pace as much as possible. Because at this time Thanos had already walked towards the fallen mothership under the support of General Deadblade. As long as it can enter the mothership, Thanos can escape with a tool. As long as he is still alive, Thanos has the possibility of a comeback. Hela naturally noticed this, and she certainly wouldn't let Thanos run away like this. But those vanguards who were desperate to die made Hela frowned. The next moment, Hela raised the sword of the night sky in her hand and pointed it directly at the sky. Immediately afterwards, the colorful beam of light passed through the clouds and fell on the ground. The Rainbow Bridge, Asgard's iconic weapon, completely cleaned up the vanguard in a place as soon as it appeared. Before the light of the Rainbow Bridge dissipated, Thor, who was filled with thunder and rune magic, rushed out of the Rainbow Bridge. Thor jumped directly into the sky, then fell abruptly. The endless thunder broke out and turned into countless thunder snakes, spreading towards the surroundings. Rune magic is also fully blooming, like a round of sun, appearing on the earth. When all the light and thunder were condensed, Thor's figure appeared. And within 10,000 meters of Thor, all the vanguards disappeared completely and were beaten into powder. For the glory of the northern god, Thor roared loudly, and as the voice fell, countless Asgard warriors screamed out of the Rainbow Bridge. This sudden appearance of the army directly rewrote the situation on the battlefield. The superhero group that was struggling to support suddenly discovered that the pressure on the surrounding vanguards was greatly reduced. Soon, when Asgard came up to kill all the vanguards who had besieged the superheroes and protected the superheroes, Hulk and Captain Marvel only relaxed, and both of them were a little relieved. At the same time, the sudden appearance of the Asgardian army also attracted the attention of Thanos. While running towards the mothership, he looked back and saw the Asgardian army descending from heaven. At this moment, infinite sadness gushed out of Thanos' heart. He knew that he was completely defeated in this battle. Not only was he himself seriously injured, but even the vanguard guards who followed him in the South and North Wars were completely destroyed at this time. This blow made Thanos, the hero, almost blushed. But Thanos also knows the truth behind the Green Hills. As long as he can escape from birth, there is still a chance to start again. He can't easily admit defeat, he still has his own great ideals to complete. But the next moment, in front of Thanos, a figure like a god suddenly appeared. It was Yabai who had disappeared before. After annihilating the Eternal Clone, Yabai returned to the Earth. And it happened to be blocking Thanos' escape. Looking at the embarrassed Thanos in front of him, Yabai's eyes flashed with coldness. Although Thanos failed this time, Yabai would not underestimate him. This is a real hero, and I look down on him to suffer a big loss sooner or later. If it wasn't for Yabai's strength to be tough enough, he would have been killed by Thanos before. Who could have imagined that Thanos would be with the Celestial team just to kill Yabai? Thanksgiving, everything is over, you lose. Yabai said, his tone was flat, as if he was stating a fact. And Thanos, after seeing Yabai's figure, a trace of despair flashed in his eyes. Looking at Yabai who appeared, Thanos didn't know exactly what happened. Yabai appeared here, but none of the celestial groups appeared, which already explains the problem. After thinking that there was the support of the celestial group, this time he was sure of himself in the big decisive battle. But reality slapped Thanos severely. The celestial group he relied on was killed by Yabai at this time, and there was no one to live. At the same time, the appearance of Yabai also means that Thanos has no chance of escape. It seems that I lost. After realizing his end, Thanos said unwillingly. The momentum on his body collapsed suddenly, as if he lost his energy in an instant, and became a lot older all of a sudden. After seeing Yabai in the dark night of Thanos, he rushed towards Yabai with his weapon. Even if he knew Yabai's strength was strong, he had absolutely no chance of winning, but Dark Knight Proxima Centauri did not shrink back. Sitting and waiting to die, being slaughtered like a sheep, is not the style of Thanos. Yabai's eyes didn't change when he looked at the Dark Knight Proxima Centauri rushing towards him. Although I admire the courage of Proxima Dark Knight, I dare to attack him. But this does not mean that Yabai will be merciful. Yabai has never thought of mercilessly about his enemies. He breathed out a breath, and the Dark Knight Proxima Centauri rushing over was directly frozen inhabited. All her vitality was destroyed by Yabai in an instant. Seeing this scene, General Deadblade's eyes were red. General Deadblade and Proxima Darky are the only couple among the 5 Obsidian generals, and they have a deep relationship. Now that he saw his lover die in front of him like this, General Deadblade had the urge to fight Yabai desperately. However, considering the power gap between the two sides, and he is still supporting Thanos, General Deadblade forced himself to control this impulse. At the same time, Thanos was also heartbroken as he looked at the Dark Knight Proxima Centauri that died in front of him, and a trace of self-blame flashed in his eyes. Thanos is not a creature without feelings, his feelings are the same as ordinary people. Although in normal times, Thanos is very strict with his subordinates, it does not mean that Thanos does not care about them. Now that he sees the cotter who has followed him for many years and just dies like this, it is strange that Thanos does not feel bad. However, this is no wonder, after all, this war was provoked by Thanos. When Thanos came down to the earth with his own hands, he should have thought about this day. Those Thanos subordinates should also prepare themselves to be killed by others when they kill the Earthlings. General Deadblade greeted a vanguard under Thanos, and asked that vanguard to support Thanos. Then, he gave a few words to the Pioneer Guard. After hearing the order, vanguard directly helped Thanos to walk towards the mothership. As for General Deadblade, he took out his weapon and looked at Yabai in full battle. Obviously, he wanted to hold Yabai through himself, so as to give Thanos a chance to leave. On the top of his weapon, there is still a dark red blood stain that has not disappeared. It is the blood of the people on Earth, from the superheroes who fought with General Deadblade. I appreciate your courage, but when you start a war, you should think about the current situation. You all have to die here, no one can run away. Yabai looked at General Deadblade and said coldly. Appreciating General Deadblade is just appreciating his loyalty to Thanos, but it doesn't mean that Yabai will let him go. After all, the blood on General Deadblade's hands was not innocent. I know I am not your opponent, but my pride does not allow me to kneel and beg for mercy. If the final outcome is death, I hope it will be a way to die without regrets. General Deadblade also said with a cold face, his tone full of determination to fight to the death. After speaking, General Deadblade waved the weapon in his hand and rushed towards Yabai. General Deadblade's weapon is specially forged, not only extremely sharp, but also hosting his soul. As long as General Deadblade's weapon is not destroyed, he is immortal. Even if he destroys his body many times, it has no effect. But this is not the same thing as Yabai's immortality. General Deadblade's immortality is very flawed. That is, as long as his weapon is destroyed, then he is dead. Therefore, when Yabai directly grasped General Deadblade's weapon with his hands, General Deadblade panicked. He didn't expect that Yabai could see through his details at a glance and knew his biggest weakness. Die. Looking at the shocked General Deathblade, Yabai said coldly, and then smashed General Deathblade's weapon with force with his 5 fingers. With Yabai's current power, any matter is extremely fragile in his hands, even eternity can be broken, let alone the weapon of General Deadblade. Do not. General Deadblade could only look at his crushed weapon in despair, and shouted in despair. Then, the body slowly faded and disappeared completely. In the face of absolute strength, General Deadblade didn't even have the ability to resist. I can only choose a dignified method of death for myself. After crushing General Deadblade's weapon, Yabai held the fragment of the weapon in his hand and turned his gaze aside, where a soldier of the vanguard is helping Thanos to run towards the mothership. Some vanguards also broke the back and stood in front of Yabai and Thanos. A trace of contempt flashed in Yabai's eyes, and then he threw out the fragments of the weapon in his hand. With the blessing of Yabai's power, the fragments of these weapons immediately turned into death sickles, directly cut open the air, and kill all the vanguard guards directly with lightning speed. And Thanos himself, because he lost the support of vanguard, directly fell to the ground helplessly. Thanos's legs were still pierced by Hela at this time, and they did not have the ability to act autonomously. After losing his support, he couldn't even stand up straight. However, Thanos did not show any panic. Instead, he slowly turned his body and sat on the ground, looking at Yabai who came by. A trace of melancholy flashed in Thanos' eyes. This hero who has created a crazy massacre in the universe has also come to the end of his life at this time. At the same time, Hela flew over from a distance and stood beside Yabai. It's not hurt. As soon as he saw Yabai, Hela asked Yabai with concern. Although Hela believes in Yabai's strength, Yabai's opponent is the Celestial team, so Hela is instinctively worried. After seeing Yabai unscathed, Hela also breathed a sigh of relief. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Of course I'm fine, and I killed a clone of Eternal. It's you, doing a good job. Yabai also said to Hela, and took Hela's little hand very naturally. Hela blushed for a moment. She was still a bit shy, but she didn't object, and let Yabai lead her. At the same time, Hela was also surprised by Yabai's words. If Yabai destroys those celestial groups, Hela can still accept it. But Yabai said that he had successfully killed a clone of Eternity, which was far beyond Hela's expectations. You know, Eternity is one of the 5 great gods, and that is the absolute powerhouse standing at the apex of the universe. Such a great god, even if it is a clone, is undisputedly powerful. But Yabai was easily killed. With such strength, Hela was dazzled for a while. But soon, Hela's heart was full of pride again. This is her man, really strong. Yabai naturally didn't know Hela's psychological activities. At this moment, he was holding Hela's hand and slowly came to Thanos. Looking at Thanos sitting on the ground, Yabai didn't rush to kill him for a while. You are a hero, even as an opponent. I admit that you are a good opponent. Looking at Thanos, Yabai said slowly. This sentence is completely true, not at all false. Maybe Yabai didn't agree with Thanos' ideals, but he had to respect this opponent. Thanos is a hero, and also a very charismatic hero. Otherwise, his subordinates will not be so desperate, and those vanguards will not stand in front of Thanos as if death is home. Based on this alone, Thanos deserves Yabai's attention. Although this does not mean that Yabai will let Thanos go. Thank you, I am honored to be recognized as an opponent by you. Thanos also slowly said to Yabai, with a very sincere tone. Although Thanos lost in this decisive battle, there was no suspense about the loss. However, this does not prevent Thanos from respecting Yabai as well. After all, Yabai didn't play any tricks, nor did he resort to external forces. Instead, relying on his own strength, he was upright and frustrated his plan. How can such a powerful person not be respected? It's just a pity that my dream has no chance to be realized in the end. For this battle, I lost too much, but lost at the last step. If there were no you on the earth, I would not lose. Thanos said unwillingly. He is very calm, but also unwilling to do the same. There is no conflict between these 2 points. It is understandable not to be reconciled. After all, he paid so much, and even personally killed the adopted daughter he cared about the most, but ultimately failed. It can be said that Thanos really paid everything for his ideal. He is not the kind of dreamer who speaks empty words, but an activist who is willing to make every effort to realize his dream. If there is no Yabai, Thanos has really succeeded. Reunion 3 can actually be called Thanksgiving 1. Moreover, Thanos did not collect 6 infinite gems for his own selfish desires. This can be seen from the fact that when he chose to destroy half of the life in the universe, he did not have the slightest emotion, but eliminated this randomly. After achieving his ideal, Thanos did not have the power to greedy the infinite gems, but directly destroyed the 6 infinite gems. It can be seen that everything he did was not for infinite gems, but for his own ideals. Find flowers 0. Infinite gems are just a tool for him to complete his ideal. With this alone, Thanos is enough to gain Yabai's respect. Only now, when the hero is at the end, Thanos will completely withdraw from the stage of the Marvel world with his own ideals. Everything is over, and you have no chance to come again. As an opponent, I will kill you with my own hands to show my respect for you. Yabai said to Thanos with a serious expression. Although he is an opponent, Yabai is still willing to respect Thanos. And not like the others who died in Yabai's hands, Yabai was too lazy to take a look. Thanos also accepted his fate. He didn't struggle anymore, but accepted all this calmly. With nostalgic eyes, he looked at the scenery on the earth, looked at the cruel battlefield, and looked at the setting sun. If possible, I hope you can help me do what I have not done. This is for the universe. Only balance can make the universe continue. Thanos said to Yabai in an almost pleading tone. I hope Yabai can fulfill his own ideals and do what he failed to do. However, Yabai didn't express it, and didn't care about Thanos' ideals at all. It's not that Yabai thinks Thanos' idea is wrong, but that Yabai is too lazy to do it. The universe exploded and exploded. What does it have to do with him? With Yabai's strength, even if the universe restarts, he can stay out of it. By the way, Yabai can also protect Hela and Asgard. So, why does Yabai care about whether the universe will be destroyed due to expansion? He is not a superhero, nor is he a messenger of justice, so he is too lazy to do it. Without responding to Thanos' request, Yabai's eyes glowed, and then a super heat beam shot out, killing Thanos directly. This overlord, who has been in the universe for many years, has finally gone to extinction today. He died on the road to pursue his ideals. It's over, there is no more Thanos. Yabai said lightly, and Hela also nodded. With the death of Thanos, Nidai's enmity was reported. Those dwarves who had been bloodbathed by Thanos could be considered rest in peace. Then, Hela slowly came to Thanos and deducted the 2 infinite gems of Thanos. They are power gems and soul gems. So far, Hela has collected all the infinite gems. Only need to build an infinite glove, then Hela can gain the power second only to the 5 gods. As for why not take Thanos' infinite gloves, because in the previous battle, Thanos' infinite gloves were almost cut to pieces by Hela. Let's go, everything is over. Yabai looked at the dead Thanos and the cruel battlefield not far away, and suddenly said with some excitement. Ever since meeting with Thanos for the first time, Yabai has always thought that one day he would kill Thanos himself. But when Thanos really died in his hands, Yabai was confused for a moment. It's as if after completing the goal, the next goal can't be found for a while. However, this time of confusion was short, and Yabai quickly recovered. He took Hela's hand, opened a space channel directly, and disappeared into the battlefield. Only the dead Thanos and countless corpses who died on the battlefield were left. At the same time, the Vanguard Guard Corps on the battlefield is basically gone. The soldiers of the Vanguard Guard had already fallen into an absolute disadvantage after Asgard entered the war. By now, just resisting in the negative corner, it is conceivable that it will be wiped out soon. The superhero groups don't need to fight anymore, they just need to recover slowly. In the SHIELD building in the distance, Nick Fury watched the battlefield through a satellite video screen. Looking at the corpses, Nick Fury's eyes were dim, sad for those who passed away. In this battle, mankind is definitely not a winner. Although the Thanos Legion is about to be destroyed, humans have also paid a great price. Not only all the fighters who participated in the battle were wiped out, but even the superheroes suffered heavy losses. The Fantastic Four's Thunderbolt, the good friends of the American team, the Winter Soldier, and War Machine Rhodes. There are many superheroes who have sacrificed their lives because of this war. This is how war is, and it is absolutely cruel. Even if it is a superhero, a careless one will die. Moreover, the existence of Yabai has caused these superheroes to lose their aura, and they can no longer turn into good fortune, but will shed blood and sacrifice. Only the battle of Thanos completely ended with the death of Thanos. But the nations of mankind do not have the slightest joy after the war. Because of this battle, the victory was too tragic. All the troops who went to the war were wiped out, with more than 500,000 casualties, with no survivors. The superheroes suffered heavy casualties, and the only Hulk and Captain Marvel were exhausted and exhausted. The most important thing is that even at this level, strictly speaking, human beings are also defeated. Because of the Vanguard Guards, the situation was already under control at that time. If it weren't for Hela to crush Thanos, if it weren't for the Asgardian army to stabilize the situation, the Earth would have fallen completely. Therefore, even if Thanos died in the end and the Vanguard Legion was completely destroyed, humans did not have the slightest joy. Instead, countless people took to the streets spontaneously to see off the heroes who gave their lives in the war. The fierceness of this battle surpassed everyone's imagination. Even if the people just hid in the underground passage and looked at the cold numbers, they could imagine how powerful the enemy was. This time, no one talks about the incompetence of the country, and no one talks about the uselessness of the military. The efforts made by the country and the military for this battle are seen by everyone. And those superheroes, they are totally worthy of their title, worthy of the status of being worshipped by all. Each of those superheroes who died in battle was seen off by countless people. There are countless people praying for the superheroes who are seriously injured. Humans are a very strange race, they can do incomprehensible stupid things driven by greed. But they can also twist into a rope and work together when disaster strikes. After the influence of the War of Thanos, the folk remarks against superheroes completely disappeared. Everyone knows that the reason why superheroes are superheroes is not because of their abilities, but their character. The body of a mortal is comparable to a god. This is the hidden shining spot in the human body. Even in the face of an invincible opponent, humans will not retreat. The hymn of courage is also the hymn of mankind. In addition to the folks who are spontaneously praying for the superheroes, the official of the Eagle Sauce country is chattering about another thing at this time. That is, after the war, the Thanos Legion left behind on the Earth. This war is not only a crisis but also an opportunity for the Earth. As long as we can digest the things left over from Thanos' army, the level of human science and technology can definitely be upgraded several levels. It is a pity that the most valuable space carrier of Thanos' army was taken away by Asgard. This is also normal. After all, Asgard also lacks this kind of experience in building a large space carrier compared to the Earth. Now that there is an opportunity to make up, I will not miss it. In addition to the largest space carrier, Thanos' corpse was also taken away by the Asgardians. Under Hela's arrangement, he was buried in Asgard. This is the respect for Thanos, a worthy opponent, who will certainly not let his body be desecrated. If it stays on the Earth, it is conceivable that Thanos will be solved for research. However, Asgard only took away the largest space carrier and Thanos' corpse. As for the other things, they stayed on the Earth. And even these things left on the Earth are already a huge wealth for the nations of the Earth. Apart from other things, just those landing warehouses are absolutely good things. Studying the materials that are dropped into the warehouse is enough to raise the human material industry by several levels. There are also many weapons of the Vanguard Corps, as well as the corpses of the Vanguard Corps. This is a treasure of pens, enough to make up for the loss of mankind in this war. However, the high-level officials of the Eagle Sauce Nation were also worried about this matter at this time. Now we will start to vote by show of hands. Is it to hide the wealth left by the Thanos army, study it myself, or share it with other countries, and jointly improve the technological level of mankind? Mr. Bai Zhenhua, who replaced Mr. Te Fupo and became the new president, said to a kind of senior congressmen and military leaders of the Eagle Soup country. Soon, everyone began to vote by show of hands, and the final result was that most of the latter. In other words, the Eagle Sauce Congress will share the wealth left by the hegemony with all countries on the planet. It sounds like this is not something that Yingjiang country can do, but it is true. In fact, it is very simple. The Eagle Soup Nation, which has just gone through a great battle, is no longer able to hold these treasures. Among other things, many aircraft carrier fleets and most of the fighter jets of the Eagle Sauce Nation have been scrapped in this war. The Eagle Jiang Nation, which has lost sea and air supremacy, has long since lost its position as the leader of the Earth. Although no country has made a strong request for Eagle Soup to surrender the technology of Thanos' army, this is only a matter of time. Instead of having to hand over under the pressure of others, it is better to take the initiative and leave a good reputation. In addition, handing over the legacy technology of Thanos' army is also considered from the perspective of all mankind. With the 3 successive alien invasions, many countries on the Earth have long realized that it is no longer the era of human civil war. Human beings have truly entered the interstellar age, and they are going to fight with countless cosmic races and compete for their position in the universe. Therefore, at this time, the concept of the country is blurred, but the concept of the whole mankind becomes more and more clear. In fact, this is in line with the consistent idea of mankind. When there is no strong opponent, humans will start fighting inwardly. But once there is an opponent that can threaten all mankind, mankind will unite again and kill outsiders first. It's not too late to wait for the outsider to die. Read more at hotandtilnovel.xyz. Nick Fury doesn't care about matters between the high levels of those countries. What worries him now is another matter. With the end of the War of Hegemony, the power of mankind has suffered a major blow. The power of superheroes has also suffered heavy losses. Almost every one of the core members of the Avengers has been seriously injured and cannot recover in a short period of time. So, who will suppress those supervillains? Nick Fury has even seen the days when the demons dance in the future. The good news is that Captain Marvel is still on Earth today and has agreed to stay for a while. This also made Nick Fury relieved a lot. At least there is no need to worry about waiting for those supervillains to jump out and make trouble. No one will take care of it. But after solving the problem of the supervillain, another serious problem appeared in front of Nick Fury. That is, Asgard. As Asgard saved the Earth twice in the most critical moments, Asgard's current prestige has reached an appalling level. Even among the people, it has developed into a brand new religion. Everyone is praising Asgard. It has become a social phenomenon. This is definitely not good news for Nick Fury. The stronger the reputation of Asgard among the people, the more difficult it is for human beings to get rid of Asgard's control. Nick Fury doesn't even doubt that if Asgard stood up and said that he wanted the Earth to be a colonized planet, the people would celebrate with joy. This feeling of no initiative at all makes Nick Fury a headache. He is a lot like letting Asgard know that the Earth is not a place they can manipulate at will. However, Nick Fury can't do it. And Nick Fury didn't dare to turn his face with Asgard, the sunken corner of the country, but it didn't take long before it happened. To provoke Asgard, maybe someone will sink you all to the bottom of the sea. But in fact, Hela has no interest in controlling the Earth. Asgard has ruled the 9 realms for so many years, and has never seen that world develop into a colony. In fact, Asgard just wanted to become the boss of the 9 realms. As long as his younger brother is obedient and recognizes his elder brother, Asgard will not care about how the younger brothers live. Hela secretly controls the Hydra just to facilitate the activities of herself and Yabai on the Earth. By the way, bury a nail to make sure that the Earth will always be a little brother. It's just that Nick Fury doesn't know all of this. Even if he knew it, Nick Fury would not rest assured. He would still secretly guard against Asgard. In many cases, it is not whether Asgard has ideas, but whether he has the ability. As long as you have the ability to threaten the Earth, then you are an imaginary enemy. Thinking of this, Nick Fury's head started to hurt again. In the Battle of Thanos, both Thanos and Earth are losers. There is only one real winner, and that is Asgard. Not to mention that Asgard had almost no losses. He got the good things left by Thanos' army. Not to mention that Asgard has reaped countless prestige and good reputation on the Earth. The fact that Hela got the 2 infinite gems of Thanos was already a huge gain. After this battle, Hela became the one who collected 6 infinite gems. With infinite gems in hand, Hela's strength has also risen to a very high level in one fell swoop, second only to the 5 gods. This alone is enough to make Asgard earn a lot of money. It's just that Hela is not the idealist of Thanos. In fact, Hela is also a salted fish now. If it was the original Hela, after getting the 6 infinite gems at this time, he would find a way to satisfy his ambitions. But after being with Yabai for a long time, Hela has also changed, becoming more salty. Her current thoughts are just to live well with Yabai, and by the way have the power to protect Asgard and Yabai, it is enough. So after getting the 6 infinite gems, Hela did not use the 6 infinite gems to do other things. Instead, as usual, followed Yabai back to the island of seclusion. Yabai at this time is also thinking about the future. Now that Thanos is dead, Yabai also lost his goal for a while. At least it wasn't like before, all day long talking about how to screw off Thanos' head. Because now Thanos' head has been screwed off by Yabai. But soon, Yabai remembered about the Celestial team. The relationship between the Celestial group and Yabai has been completely shattered, and they are endless enemies. The 2 shots against Yabai are enough to see the determination of the Celestial team against Yabai. In this case, the 3rd attack of the Celestial group will surely come someday in the future. So Yabai also came up with an idea, that is, why not trouble the Celestial team by himself? Yabai doesn't like trouble, it's good, and he rarely takes the initiative to find trouble. However, the Celestial group is an exception. If the Celestial group does not resolve it, there will be a steady stream of trouble coming to the door in the future. And when the Celestial team arrives next time, the strength of the lineup will be countless times stronger than the previous 2. This is enough to see from the first 5 Celestials group to the second 30,000 Celestials group. The Celestial group's determination to kill Yabai is still very strong. Of course, with the strength of the Celestial team, Yabai is not afraid, but what about Hela? Where is Asgard? There is no doubt that the strength of the Celestial group is very strong. Although there are weak ones, the weakest Celestial group is also comparable to the strong ones at the Heavenly Father level. Not to mention, in the Celestial God group, there are many strong people who are only under the 5 great gods. As long as one powerhouse of that level came out, Asgard couldn't resist it. Even if Hela has 6 infinite gems, it is not insurance. Didn't you see Thanos who had 6 infinite gems? Was he almost killed by Thor with an axe? The power of the foreign object is the foreign object after all, and its own strength is the safest. Therefore, Yabai will not give the Celestial group a 3rd chance to attack. Because Yabai didn't allow Hela to be in any danger. It seems it's time to find a day to go to the Celestial team. Yabai thought in his heart and put the destruction of the Celestial group on his own agenda. Instead of passively waiting for the Celestial group to come, it's better to take the initiative to find them. In addition, Yabai has to face even more powerful enemies, the 5 gods. After Yabai destroyed the Eternal Clone, the contradiction between Yabai and the 5 gods became irreconcilable. In this case, sooner or later the 2 sides will have a battle. Although Yabai is not afraid, it is difficult to guarantee that he can protect Hela under the threat of the 5 gods. At the very least, relying only on the template of Superman Silver is not enough. Unless, Yabai can get other more powerful templates. Of course, this is a random reward belonging to the system, and Yabai did not bet all his hopes on the system. What he thought was that he took the initiative to find the trouble of the 5 gods, and attracted the attention of the 5 gods to himself. This is also in line with Yabai's consistent style. He doesn't like to make trouble, but he is happy to solve it. Thinking of this, Yabai has already established a goal for himself in the future. First, kill the 5 gods. Anyway, they are already enemies, and sooner or later they will go to war. As for Hela, he stroked Yabai's frowning brows heartily. Hela also knows Yabai's current pressure, but Hela also understands that it is difficult for him to help Yabai in this matter. You can only comfort Yabai in your own way. Of course, Hela's heart is also ready to accompany Yabai to challenge the 5 gods. This is why Hela collects 6 infinite gems. Only with strong strength can he truly help Yaming. 1 month later, the order of the Earth basically returned to normal. The war of Thanos has had a great impact, but the losses caused are not many. In the final analysis, it was because the battlefield was always within a range without spreading. Although the casualties were heavy, the main cities of the Yingjiang country were not significantly damaged. This is also the main reason why the order of the Yingjiang country can be restored in a short time. Even the losses caused by Thanos' war are not as good as the previous 2 alien invasions. However, the impact of Thanos is very far-reaching. The war of Thanos has promoted the cooperation between all nations of mankind, and made the technology of mankind take off. In addition, Thanos' legion left countless corpses, which also gave researchers from various countries sufficient experimental materials. At the same time, stimulated by the Thanos army, all mankind pays more attention to the development of biological genes. I hope to create a superhero army that belongs to mankind, just like the Vanguard. There is no need for the strength of those superhero corps to be too strong, each of which has the strength of the US team. That is incredible. This has also led to the once forgotten super soldier serum experiment once again becoming a hot topic of scientific research now. Even the Eagle Sauce country actively released data for all countries of mankind to study together. Why is the US team super soldier serum experiment? Of course it is because this is the easiest. Of course, experiments such as Hulk serum and Spider-Man serum are also in progress. It's just that in relative terms, there are more super soldier serum experiments and a wider number of participants. Of course, the super soldier serum created by the experiment is also more complicated. Even some professors have created a super soldier serum that claims to have 10,000 times the effect, intending to create a superhero that is 10,000 times stronger than the US team. However, the side effects of this serum are also 10,000 times that of super soldier serum. The US team became a superhero through this super soldier serum, but at the risk of 9 deaths. And when this risk is magnified 10,000 times, one can imagine how low the probability is. In theory, even if all human beings drink a bottle of this kind of medicine, none of the 25 people may survive in the end. The probability of creating a superhero is infinitely close to 0. Instead, the probability of violent death is almost 100%. However, this is the Marvel world. As we all know, in the Marvel universe, the smaller the probability, the more likely it is to happen. This potion, which was claimed to have 10,000 times the effect of super soldier serum, was swallowed by an addict who sneaked in. The most important thing is that this drug addict named Robert Reynolds did not die after drinking this potion. Instead, he completely integrated the effect of this potion and became a superhero. There is unlimited energy in the body, enough millions of stars add up to the same amount. And the name of this superhero is Sentry. At the moment Sentry was born, Yabai stood up from the rocking chair with a tang sound. Then he looked to the west, which was the direction of Yingjiang country. Just now, Yabai felt a terrible force explode on the earth. This power is so great that even Yabai feels the pressure. You know, when facing the eternal clone, Yabai didn't feel such a huge pressure. Is there any great superhero born? Yabai thought in his heart that this is a very possible thing. The superheroes of Marvel world were born too casually, and the more casual the superheroes, the stronger the fighting power. Even Yabai has faintly guessed who the superhero was born in Eagle Sauce. It is possible that Sentry has such a powerful force as soon as it is born. Note that this Sentry does not refer to Sentry in the X-Men, but the superhero Sentry. Since the birth of Sentry, the body has the terrible energy of more than 1 million stars. At the same time, the strength of the body is almost invincible, and it also possesses various superpowers. Simply put, it is a golden Superman in the Marvel world. And this is not the most perverted place is End. The normal Sentry is Golden Superman level. But Sentry has a more terrifying form of nothingness. After entering the void form, Sentry will be connected to a special universe with infinite energy. Note that it is the universe, not the dimensions. This is fundamentally different from the Dark Lord Domum. After connecting to that special universe, Sentry's energy will be truly endless. Even the 5 gods may not be able to win in front of Sentry. Such an opponent is also very stressful for Yabai. Fortunately, Sentry himself knows that he is strong, so he will be able to constrain his strength. This is also the main reason why Sentry has been defeated many times in the comics. If it wasn't for restraining the power in one's body and preventing the nothingness from destroying the world, Sentry would really be considered invincible. Among the superheroes, such a powerful existence appears, and I don't know whether it is a good thing or a bad thing. Of course, although Yabai cares about Sentry, he is not afraid. Sentry's strength is very strong, but Yabai is not weak. With the blessing of the 3 major templates, Yabai can even compete against the 5 gods. How could he be afraid of Sentry? With just such an opponent, Yabai will be troublesome to solve. Yabai just doesn't like trouble. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Sentry, who was born, not only attracted Yabai's attention, but also Nick Fury. Nick Fury learned about the birth of Sentry for the first time, because the huge energy that suddenly appeared could not be concealed. Is this another god of the world? Nick Fury looked at the detected energy level and said in a daze. It's not that Nick Fury is too fussy, but that the detected data is too outrageous. Because according to the inspection, the sudden burst of power is equivalent to the energy produced by the explosion of 1 million suns. This is incredible. So much so that Nick Fury wondered whether the energy detection machine was broken. However, this is enough to make Nick Fury pay attention to Sentry. Almost without hesitation, Nick Fury notified Captain Marvel and let Captain Marvel deal with Sentry. Captain Marvel did not refuse, and quickly moved towards Sentry's location. As for the newly born Sentry, he was looking at his body with surprise at this time. The figure that was originally thin due to XD has now become very strong and muscular. At the same time, there seems to be infinite power in the body, which can be vented at will. This makes Sentry feel very surprised. He has a strong idea of wanting to test his own strength. Then, Sentry lightly picked up the steel on the side, and squeezed it in his hand. Without any resistance, the hard steel is directly kneaded into a ball by Sentry. It's so cool, I am also a superhero now. Sentry was ecstatic inwardly. Although he is usually a drug addict, it does not mean that he does not aspire to be a superhero. Now that the dream comes true, don't mention how excited Sentry is. However, Sentry quickly touched his head again. That is, now that he has gained power and has become a superhero, what name should he give himself? Superman? Or is it a macho? In the end, Sentry decided to give himself a code name called Sentry. Almost when this idea was just finalized, a woman with blonde hair broke into the laboratory. Then, I saw Sentry floating in the air, escaping powerful energy. The one who came is Captain Marvel. Sentry was also shocked by Captain Marvel, who suddenly broke in. After all, his current state is not normal. Moreover, for superheroes, shouldn't they hide their identity? Otherwise, the storms in the previous Ultron incident are likely to reappear on his body. In addition, Sentry didn't even think about whether he wanted to join the Avengers or return to his previous life. Therefore, after seeing Captain Marvel that suddenly broke in, it is inevitable to be a little flustered. And when you are in a panic, it is easy to make irrational behaviors, such as running away. In Captain Marvel's dumbfounded eyes, Sentry took off directly on the spot, smashing the ceiling above his head and not knowing how many floors of the floor, and then flew out. The firm attitude makes Captain Marvel a little skeptical of life. Obviously she looks very good looking, why does Sentry see her as if he saw a demon? Moreover, if Sentry ran out like this, it would affect the law and order. So Captain Marvel also chased it out. It is impossible to let a powerful existence like Sentry hang around outside. And Sentry, after escaping, flew a long distance in an instant. When he came back to his senses, he found that he was already above the Atlantic Ocean. Seeing the endless waves of the sea under his feet, Sentry was also stupid. He had just gained power and couldn't effectively control himself at all. I accidentally flew so far. The most important thing is that a golden streamer in the distance quickly chased him, and when it fell in front of him, the figure of Captain Marvel appeared. This makes Sentry feel that Captain Marvel is here to hunt him down. Just like those messages on the internet, the military will hunt down those unknown superheroes for various experiments. The subject of the experiment is naturally very tragic. In addition, before Sentry gained power, he was an addict himself, and was born afraid of the official. When I saw the police, I would shudder even more. So at this moment, when seeing Captain Marvel with an official background, Sentry naturally panicked. Especially Captain Marvel was walking towards him slowly. From Sentry's point of view, it's clear that he wants to attack and hunt himself down. But in fact, Captain Marvel just wanted to appease this nervous guy. Under the guilty conscience and the shadow of the past, Sentry threw a punch at the Captain Marvel who came by. This punch is purely for self-protection, and I don't want Captain Marvel to catch him. However, Sentry doesn't even know how strong he is now. So after a punch, Captain Marvel's face changed. In addition, he didn't expect Sentry to shoot her suddenly, causing Captain Marvel to not have much defense, and only had time to cross his arms in front of him to block Sentry's punch. Then, Captain Marvel was blown out. The powerful force allowed Captain Marvel to fly out at least tens of thousands of meters. At the same time, the sea below was also directly divided into two pieces under Sentry's punch. A straight line appeared in the ocean. With this punch, Sentry himself was stunned. He didn't expect that the scene before him was caused by his own punch. And Captain Marvel, who was hammered out by him, was not so lucky. Although the realization had been defensive, it was a hasty block after all. In addition, Sentry did not realize his strength, so he did not retain his strength. As a result, he blasted out with a punch and directly blasted Captain Marvel out. At the same time, Captain Marvel's two arms and hand bones were all shattered, and even the organs in the body were shaken. At this time, Captain Marvel not only deformed his hands, but also vomited several mouthfuls of blood at the corners of his mouth. With just one punch, Captain Marvel, known as the strongest Earth hero, was directly injured. However, Captain Marvel is also very strong, and her injuries are recovering quickly. At the same time, the anger in Captain Marvel's heart is constantly rising at this time. She asked herself that her attitude was all right, but she just wanted to have a good talk with Sentry. Who would have thought that Sentry didn't show any face, and would make her die if she shot? For such a cruel and dangerous person, let's control it first. By the way, take revenge for the punch you just made. Captain Marvel, who had this idea, soon appeared in front of Sentry. And this time, Captain Marvel was no longer polite, and directly hit Sentry's cheek with a punch. Hammer Sentry flying thousands of meters away. However, Sentry shook his head and found that there was nothing wrong. This shows that the strength gap between Sentry and Captain Marvel is over. It's just that Captain Marvel didn't plan to just let it go. She still rushed towards Sentry quickly, obviously wanting to beat the guy severely. However, Sentry also reacted and punched Captain Marvel directly. The fists of the two sides collided together at this time, and the shock formed by the powerful force directly emptied the sea below. And it rolled up a tsunami thousands of meters high, and even the seabed was exposed. Such power is no less than the movement caused by meteorite impact. The most important thing is that the place where Sentry and Captain Marvel meet is not far from the island where Yabai lives in seclusion. So Yabai also saw the violent tsunami, and two superheroes fighting above the sea. Seeing this, Yabai sighed again. He didn't expect that he was mostly on the Atlantic Islands, and he would still have trouble finding his door. And the most important thing is that Captain Marvel and Sentry are getting closer and closer to his island. The movement outside also attracted Hela's attention, and she also walked out of the room where the two lived in seclusion. The scene outside the island is already earth-shaking. The tsunami that was rolled up by the aftermath of the battle even exceeded 400 or 500 meters in height. Such a super tsunami is definitely a huge disaster. If it is not stopped in time, I don't know how many coastal cities will be destroyed. The most important thing is that those tsunamis bear the brunt, and they will sweep the small island where Yabai is located. Yabai and Hela could not sit idly by, otherwise the house would be gone. So Hela raised her right hand and pressed against the tsunamis. Then, a tsunami hundreds of meters high crashed directly, and all the seawater that swept up fell into the sea. The island was spared, and the tsunami was calmed down by Hela. However, this is only a temporary solution, not the root cause. Sentry and Captain Marvel are still in constant battle at this time, and the battlefield between the two is getting closer and closer to the island where Yabai and Hela are. This is a disaster without ignorance, and it is a trouble to take the initiative to find the door. At the same time, in the course of the battle, Sentry also gradually suffered a loss, and Captain Marvel came several times cruelly. After all, before gaining power, Sentry was just an ordinary addict, and had no experience in fighting. And as soon as he debuted, he met Captain Marvel, which was naturally unpleasant. However, after being constantly hit by Captain Marvel, Sentry's eyes gradually began to change. His eyes began to become fierce, and there was a faint red light in his eyes, and the color of violence flashed from time to time. At the same time, the energy emanating from his body became more and more irritable, as if to tear everything around him to pieces. Captain Marvel also slowly noticed the changes in Sentry, and his heart gradually became more dignified. Sentry before gave people the impression that she suddenly gained power, but now, Sentry wants to be a demon king who is about to destroy the world. This contrast is still quite big. The point is that Hela still doesn't know why Sentry has such a big contrast. However, Yabai on the small island not far away knew why Sentry had such a change. Unsurprisingly, it was another personality in Sentry, Nothingness, awakened. After Sentry drank the Tears of the Sun potion, he not only gained strength, but also gave birth to a brand new personality in his body. That personality is the dark side of Sentry's heart. Compared with the peacetime Sentry, the nihility is stronger and the methods are more ruthless. What Yabai didn't expect was that Nothingness would appear so early. Roar. After another punch from Captain Marvel, Sentry let out a low growl, and his eyes became completely red, staring at Captain Marvel in front of him, as if he couldn't wait to tear her up. This scene made Captain Marvel feel a little palpitating. Die to me. After Sentry's personality completely turned into Nothingness, he directly blasted towards Captain Marvel with a punch. This punch was different from the first one, it was exhausted. Captain Marvel realized the danger for the first time, entered a binary star state in a very short time, and then blocked himself with a lot of energy. But even so, she was blown away directly. And this time, it was shot directly out of the atmosphere and fell into space, and immediately lost consciousness, just floating in space. It is conceivable how powerful is the punch of Nothingness. After solving Captain Marvel, Nothingness did not stop, but turned his gaze to another direction, which was where Yabai and Hela were. Yabai's expression also became serious, and Nothingness is definitely not a good opponent to deal with. This is the ceiling in superheroes, a basically invincible existence. As for Hela, he felt the threat of Nothingness for the first time and summoned all 6 infinite gems. As long as there is any change in Nothingness, she will immediately take action. At the same time, Hela felt incredible in her heart. It's really a power of Nothingness, and it's too easy to get. You know, Hela has this kind of strength now, relying on countless times of wandering on the edge of life and death, coupled with long years of growth, has reached the current point. But what about Nothingness? Just drank a bottle of potion and took off directly. The mutation is too outrageous and doesn't make sense at all. Even Yabai has to admit that Sentry has really become stronger too fast. A few hours ago, he was an ordinary person, and now he is a level comparable to the 5 gods. As expected of the Marvel world, mutation is king. At the same time, Sentry also looked at Yabai, with a brutal killing intent in his eyes. Seeing his eyes, Yabai knew that this one was inevitable. So Yabai patted the back of Hela's hand, signaled her not to worry, and flew directly in the direction of Sentry. Since this one is unavoidable, it's better to take the initiative. At the very least, don't let Sentry fight on the Earth, otherwise the Earth will be ruined by accident. So Yabai's choice is to directly pull Sentry into the mirror space. In the hands of the Eternal Clone, Yabai's mirror space has been greatly enhanced. Now it is no longer just a mirror image of real space, but a world with countless dimensions. Where is the vastness, enough for Yabai to fight against the powerhouses of Sentry's level? Sentry did not resist either, and was smoothly pulled into the mirror space by Yabai. Then, Yabai confronted Sentry's second personality with Nothingness. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. To be honest, the sudden appearance of Sentry was unexpected by Yabai. He had never thought that one day he would meet such an opponent. However, since he is already an opponent, it doesn't make sense to think about it. And Yabai is also confident that he will not lose. Sentry's strength is strong, but Yabai is not weak. With the addition of the 3 templates, Yabai's strength has risen to an extremely terrifying point. Even in the face of Nothingness that is blessed by an entire universe, Yabai has the confidence to confront directly. The god of the world? Kill you, I am the only god of the world on earth. Sentry's second personality was nihilistic, and looked at Yabai and said viciously. Nothingness is the pure dark side. Violence, bloodthirsty, and cruelty are all his character. Coupled with the swelling caused by the sudden gain of a lot of power, Sentry has become defiant. He even wanted to kill Yabai to replace Yabai's current status. So at this time, he is making no secret of his malice. Yabai didn't say much, he listened to similar things a lot. But as a result, those who spoke harshly in front of Yabai almost all died. The next moment, Sentry and Yabai seemed to say yes, and rushed towards each other almost at the same time. The two did not choose to use their respective superpowers, but directly used the most primitive melee methods to collide together. Sentry's body has been transformed to the point where it is indestructible, and Yabai's physical strength has reached the culmination of all physical means. Even the Big Bang has no effect on Yabai. Both people are particularly powerful types, so naturally they choose to fight hand-to-hand at this time. They all hope to prove that they are the stronger one. Then, Sentry was punched directly in the cheek by Yabai. Sentry's body was also directly shot out. The speed surpassed the speed of light. Some planets on the way out were also directly smashed by Sentry. This is also within the mirror space. If they are outside, a fight between two people can almost destroy a galaxy. Sentry, who was originally arrogant and swollen, was completely stunned by Yabai's punch. Because of Yabai's punch, it hit him directly in the face. Not only did his brain tremble, but he also knocked off half of Sentry's teeth. Facts have proved that Yabai is stronger when it comes to hand-to-hand combat. However, Sentry was proud enough, receiving Yabai's full punch in his face, and he was considered the strongest without being beaten to death. However, Sentry was still dissatisfied, and he rushed towards Yabai again. Pain and blood made Sentry's eyes red. Countless energies converge in Sentry's body at this moment, and then are applied to his eyes. Afterwards, two thick red lasers ejected from Sentry's eyes, swept across many planets, and came directly towards Yabai. Facing Sentry's attack, Yabai didn't panic at all, because Yabai knows in his heart that Sentry's abilities are actually similar to him. The birth of Sentry is itself a superhero created by Marvel copying DC Superman. It is used to benchmark Superman itself. And Yabai's abilities are almost all brought by those three templates. So Sentry's methods are similar to Yabai, which is normal. Yabai was not to be outdone. His eyes were as bright as 2 rounds of the sun, and then 2 red lasers shot out of Yabai's eyes. Super hot ray, genuine and pirated version. Under the control of Sentry and Yabai, the 2 super hot rays of genuine and pirated copies soon collided together. Then, a scene comparable to the Big Bang happened directly. At the place where the 2 heat rays collide, countless dimensions are even being annihilated. On the whole, Yabai once again gained the upper hand. The crimson laser clearly overwhelmed the blood-red laser. This shows that the pirated version still cannot beat the genuine one. After seeing this scene, Sentry was angry. He desperately mobilized the energy in his body, hoping to overwhelm Yabai. But what Sentry doesn't know is that he has unlimited energy, but Yabai also has it. The end result is that no matter what effort Sentry makes, it is still losing ground. The fact is that Sentry is stronger than him, whether it is from the body, energy, or superpower. He has no possibility of defeating Yabai at all. The pirated Superman, after all, can't beat Yabai, the Superman with enhanced authenticity. Soon, Yabai's super heat ray smashed the pirated version and hit Sentry with precision, melting his head directly. In the face of super heat rays that can break down atoms, Sentry's body strength obviously can't hold it. However, Sentry did not die so easily. Instead, his wounds were constantly recovering. In a short time, Sentry recovered and stood in front of Yabai again. Seeing this scene, even Yabai had to admit that Sentry was indeed a difficult opponent. Just like himself, who is weaker in all aspects, he can easily solve it without that easy. However, Yabai is not afraid. You can't kill once, then kill 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Yabai believes that sooner or later, Sentry will be completely killed. And Sentry, after suffering 2 big losses in a row, still didn't give up and rushed towards Yabai again. This time, he even turned the energy directly into a rope, passing through dozens of planets. Then he slammed hard, and directly smashed the dozens of planets towards Yabai. Drag the planet at will. For Sentry, there is no difficulty. Of course, Yabai is the same. Looking at the planets coming over, Yabai let out a sigh of relief. Then, a violent cosmic storm was born instantly, and the dozens of planets that smashed towards Yabai were directly blown away by this cosmic storm. But behind those planets, Sentry has already been killed. Holding a black energy weapon in his hand, he directly killed Yabai. The energy weapon in his hand was even cut towards Yabai's head. In this posture, it was clear that he wanted to cut Yabai off. Yabai didn't retreat but moved forward, and took the initiative to welcome Sentry. When the energy weapon was about to fall on Yabai's head, Yabai had already kicked it out. With this kick, Yabai hit Sentry's face directly. Without fancy, with a heavy kick, he directly kicked Sentry out again. As for the energy weapon, it did fall on Yabai's head, but it didn't even hurt Yabai's hair. The pirated version can't beat the original enhanced version. This time, Sentry was kicked farther out by Yabai. When he finally stabilized his figure, his face was completely unrecognizable. It's all blood and white bones. Yabai's kick directly broke Sentry's bones. However, no matter how serious the injury is, Sentry can recover quickly. The blow caused by Yabai's kick is not even as uncomfortable as being humiliated. The original intention of Yabai's kick is actually too much humiliation. This result made Sentry naturally unacceptable, and even the inner resentment became more and more serious. Originally, I was full of confidence and planned to kill the old gods so that I could become the new god of the world. But who knows, being beaten directly by Yabai, there is no chance of fighting back. How can this not make Sentry feel aggrieved? But this time, before Sentry made another shot, Yabai took the initiative to catch up. While Sentry was recovering from his injury, Yabai had already smashed the planet behind Sentry and rushed behind Sentry. Then, Yabai directly pinched Sentry's neck and lifted him up. Immediately afterwards, he raised his knees again and slammed into Sentry's back. With a click, Sentry's back was directly broken by Yabai's knee. The whole person seemed to be folded, and the back of his head could touch the heel. This time, even Sentry couldn't help it anymore and let out a terrible howl. One can imagine how deadly Yabai's blow was. Looking at Sentry, who was almost paralyzed in his own hands, Yabai was not satisfied. Sentry's injuries appeared to be serious, but in fact they were not fatal. For strong people of Sentry's level, unless their necks are broken or their hearts are pierced, they are not that easy to die. In fact, it is true. After being hit hard by Yabai, Sentry endured the injury and broke free of Yabai's control arbitrarily. The body, whose body was almost folded backwards, was completely restored shortly after breaking free. This injury is fatal to ordinary people, but to Sentry, it is almost ineffective. After breaking away from Yabai's control, Sentry also looked at Yabai bitterly. He has realized that he is no longer Yabai's opponent. However, now his mind is full of dark thoughts, only thinking about how to avenge, how to treat Yabai cruelly. If he is sensible enough, he should now find a way to escape from here, otherwise he might die at Yabai's hands. But Sentry couldn't think of this. I swear, I will let you taste this kind of pain, and I will use a method 10,000 times more ruthless than this to retaliate against you. It's not just you, your friend, your lover, everything you care about, I will destroy it. Sentry said bitterly to Yabai, unscrupulously speaking harshly. Yabai didn't change his expression at all, and didn't take Sentry's words to heart. Because in Yabai's view, Sentry is already a dead person. Will you have psychological fluctuations because of the resentment of a dead person? It's impossible for Yabai to let Sentry go anyway, this guy must die today. Although it is Sentry's second personality, nothingness, that he and Yabai have enemies. In essence, Sentry's own personality is innocent. However, this is not the reason why Yabai missed Sentry. Sentry's master character is indeed innocent, but he cannot eliminate the second personality, which is nothingness, and Sentry must die. Yabai didn't want to run out to find Hela's trouble when he went desperately with the 5 gods that day. Even if Hela has 6 infinite gems in his hands, there is still a risk of overturning. Moreover, Sentry itself is an addict. Do you expect addicts to be really innocent? Who would believe the self-discipline and moral consciousness of drug addicts? With Sentry still possessing such a powerful force, it is even more impossible for Yabai to let go of Sentry. A dead Sentry is a real good Sentry. Seeing Yabai's calm expression, Sentry was really outraged. Not only was he beaten up by Yabai, but Yabai completely looked down on him. This made Sentry's heart very unbalanced, and he wanted to make Yabai regret it crazily. So, he rushed towards Yabai again. Yabai was not polite at all. Looking at Sentry who rushed up again, he blew out a cold breath. Sentry was caught off guard, and his whole body was frozen. Of course, these frozen breaths that can kill the celestial group in seconds are not a big deal to Sentry, they just limit him for a while. However, just this little time was enough for Yabai to kill him. When Sentry was frozen, Yabai flew forward and came to the front of Sentry. Then he hit Sentry's chest with a punch and slammed it down. There was a muffled sound of boom, and Sentry's chest was directly sunken in. At the same time, Sentry's heart exploded directly under the pressure of huge force. Such injuries are extremely fatal even for Sentry. Sentry was also resuscitated at this time, free from the freezing situation. But now the corners of his mouth are stained with blood, and he retreats hastily. As if Yabai was a terrible existence, Lin Chan's courage in front of Yabai disappeared. This punch made Sentry thoroughly aware that Yabai is not the strong one he can fight against. The hatred and madness in his heart had completely disappeared at this time and turned into complete fear. He was afraid of Yabai, he was afraid of death. However, Yabai will not let him go, nor will he let Sentry walk out of the mirror space alive. For such a dangerous opponent, it is more appropriate to die under his own hands. So, facing Sentry, who was retreating in a panic, Yabai directly chased after him. When Yabai reached out and grabbed Sentry's neck, there was no possibility of him resisting. The heart was blown by a hammer, which was a fatal blow to Sentry. Although not going to die, it also greatly reduced his strength. And if at this time, Yabai broke his neck again, he would really die. Kfta. Not to mention Sentry, even if Yabai had his heart burst and his neck broken, he would still die. Not everyone is Wolverine, who can live if their brains are opened. However, Yabai is not afraid of death, because he can be resurrected after death. But Sentry can't. If he dies, he is really dead. So at this moment, Sentry was really scared. He looked at Yabai in horror. Suddenly, the crimson color in Sentry's eyes quickly faded, and a clear look began to appear. Then, Sentry looked at Yabai dumbfounded and the environment he was in at this time. Yabai knew that this was the master of Sentry, and he woke up. Sentry's master looked around in confusion. He remembered that he should be fighting Captain Marvel over the Atlantic. Why did you come to the depths of the universe in a blink of an eye? Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Moreover, I am already in outer space. Why hasn't he died yet? What's more, why is he being held by Yabai's neck, and seeing Yabai's appearance, is to kill himself? Wait a minute to do it. Great God on Earth, can you tell me what happened? Isn't I good on Earth? Why did I suddenly come here? Sentry looked at Yabai and asked scared and worried. He is really innocent, he doesn't know what happened, how did he become what he is now? It was still on the Earth the last moment. Why did it come to outer space in the next second? Moreover, he is still being held by Yabai's neck. Of course Sentry knows who Yabai is. That's the undisputed strongest superhero on Earth. Not only was it powerful, crushing the Avengers and alien enemies, but also used to kill many stupid people. Such killing gods and strong men, Sentry has only heard of them, how close they are like they are now. Yabai could see that Sentry's character really didn't know what happened. He may not even realize that he still has a second personality. I can't even think of how evil the second personality called Nihility is. But none of the above is the reason why Yabai missed Sentry. This dangerous guy must die. Unfortunately, you were supposed to be famous, but now you are dying. After speaking, Yabai didn't explain. He stretched out his hand and squeezed the guy's neck neatly. This is Yabai's attitude towards the enemy. Since they are all determined to be the enemy, he will directly attack him and don't give the enemy a chance to retaliate. As for Sentry, it's not so innocent, it's just really unlucky. Sentry, which was just born, should have created its own legend in the Marvel Universe. In fact, Yabai broke his neck in an instant. Misery is also really miserable, but I also blame himself. If he were not a drug addict, there would not be so many dark sides, and no evil personality like nothingness would be born. In that case, Yabai would not shoot him. After all, there are many powerful superheroes in the Marvel Universe, and Yabai didn't kill them all. Only the kind of guy that will be troublesome and threatening, Yabai will be eliminated directly. This is also the bottom line of Yabai's heart. He doesn't want to become the kind of person who has the power to kill innocent people indiscriminately. Of course, Yabai is really ruthless when it comes to the enemy. The two-way foil of heaven, the Thanos army, and those gods. The strong man who died in Yabai's hands was more than tens of thousands. After dealing with Sentry, Yabai did not continue to stay in the mirror space, but quit and left. Of course, before leaving, he used superheat rays to melt Sentry's body into ashes, destroy the corpse and completely cut off the possibility of this guy's resurrection. Only in this way can it really be considered foolproof. You can't, you are all ashes, can you be resurrected? If Sentry finally survived this way, Yabai would have recognized it too. While Yabai was fighting Sentry, there was another person who was even more nervous than Yabai. That is Nick Fury. Of course, Nick Fury is not nervous Yabai. In fact, Nick Fury would like Yabai to die sooner. For Yabai and Hela, Nick Fury is absolutely love-hate. That is to say, I am grateful to Yabai and Hela for helping the planet through several crises, and I also hate Yabai and Hela for jointly sinking a corner of the country. If there is no Yabai, there is a high probability that when the Kaitian army invades for the first time, the humans on the Earth can lie flat and let the Kaitian army come in chaos. Not to mention there are many things that Nick Fury doesn't know, such as black holes, and heaven. If there was no Yabai, the Earth would have disappeared with a high probability, and the arrival of Thanos would not persist at all. However, it is precisely because of the existence of Yabai that there is an extra human god on the Earth today, and it is the god of the world that everyone fears. This is equivalent to the addition of a true god on top of human beings. This is naturally not a good thing for an ambitious person like Nick Fury. So for Yabai, Nick Fury really loves and hates him, that is, he hopes Yabai will die quickly, and also hope that Yabai can stay on the Earth a little longer to protect the safety of the Earth. After all, Yabai has no other shortcomings except that he has no temper and is a little bit cruel. Unlike those gods who want human beings to become sheep in captivity. What really worries Nick Fury is actually Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel went to find Sentry at the request of Nick Fury, but it has disappeared for several days, and Captain Marvel still has not returned. Even the communication was cut off altogether, and I still don't know where Captain Marvel has gone. Naturally, it is impossible for Nick Fury to care about such things. Even my heart has prepared for the worst, that is, something has happened to Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel's strength is very strong, but it is difficult to guarantee that it will not overturn. As for the energy generated when Sentry was born before, even Nick Fury was shocked when he saw it. Faced with an opponent of this level, Captain Marvel had an accident, and it didn't seem to be an incomprehensible thing. Of course, to make matters worse, Captain Marvel did not die, but was brainwashed. In the Marvel world, this kind of thing is too common. To put it a bit closer, Hawkeye was directly brainwashed by Rocky and bombed the Sky Mothership. In short, the current Nick Fury's mind is very confused, for fear that Captain Marvel will have an accident. After all, Captain Marvel is not only the strongest combat power of the Avengers right now, but also a good friend of Nick Fury. And Captain Marvel is also one of the founders of Sky Sword Bureau. In this case, Nick Fury will of course worry about the safety of Captain Marvel. However, what Nick Fury doesn't know is that Captain Marvel at this time is still floating in the universe. She was punched directly by Sentry to break the defense, and her whole body was seriously injured. I can't wake up in a short period of time. As for returning to Earth, it will take longer. Without Captain Marvel, the law and order on the Earth would have been bad, and it became more and more chaotic. Those supervillains, after losing Captain Marvel, the mountain above their heads, completely freed themselves. Today you bomb a hospital, and tomorrow I bomb a building. All those superheroes are all overwhelmed. At this point, in fact, the current situation of Yingjiang is more chaotic than in the original plotline. Because of Yabai, the trend of the plot has been completely changed. The previous incident in Ultron caused a huge blow to the superhero, and it has not been able to slow down now. In addition, after the military had enough experimental subjects, they created all kinds of superheroes. As a result, the number of supervillains now is many times more than in the plot. So far, many supervillains Yabai don't know him, because it is not the supervillain that should be in the plot, but the one I have never heard of before. While Nick Fury felt a headache for the current status of the Earth, there was another person who was dissatisfied with the status quo. That is Doctor Strange. After being humiliated by Yabai, ruining half of his face, and taking away the gem of time, Doctor Strange remembered this hatred thoroughly. He doesn't want revenge all the time now, making Yabai pay the price for what he did. But it is a pity that he has no such power at all and cannot retaliate against Yabai at all. Even when he was fighting against Thanos, Yabai didn't even look at him. This is ignoring, obviously disdain for him. So Doctor Strange's heart was unusually angry, and he felt humiliated. But Doctor Strange also knew that with his own strength, he couldn't fight Yabai. He can only look for external forces, or look for other powerful existences to deal with Yabai. Fortunately, he found such an existence in Kamatage's library. Today's Doctor Strange is still the supreme mage, but he doesn't have the slightest card face. Not only did he not learn the white magic left by Guyi, but even the gem of time was snatched away. The point is that it was not only the gem of time that was snatched away, but also the artifact handed down from the line of the Supreme Master, the Eye of Agamotto. Speaking of this artifact, I have to mention a big brother, that is Agamotto. That is, the supreme mage of the first person, one of the members of the prehistoric Avengers, and a member of the Trinity God, Emperor Weishan. It is definitely an old antique level existence, and the strength is quite terrifying. The white magic that Guyi practiced was handed down by this big man. It's just that the inheritance of Agamotto, after the generation of Doctor Strange, has completely stretched his hips. Doctor Strange not only failed to inherit the power of white magic, but even lost the time gem. In addition, half of his face was ruined by Yabai, and it can be said that he is a complete failure. Of course, Doctor Strange is not reconciled and has resentment towards Yabai, intending to retaliate against Yabai. And just today, Doctor Strange, who looked through the materials in Kamatage's library, found an opportunity to retaliate against Yabai. That is, find a helper. According to the records in the Kamatage library, Doctor Strange learned a shocking secret. That was Agamotto, one of the Triune Gods, but he didn't actually die. It's just that in other dimensions, it is impossible to return to the Earth. And through the information, Doctor Strange learned how to summon Agamotto back. Although it is stated in the information, Agamotto is no longer a superhero, but a full-fledged careerist. No matter what happens, don't let Agamotto return to Earth. However, Doctor Strange, who was thinking about revenge, automatically ignored this warning. Now his hatred for Yabai has reached its extreme. In order to retaliate against Yabai, he does not hesitate to use any method or means. Even if it was summoned back to Agamotto, he did not hesitate to do so. Don't say it's Agamotto, if it's not for nothing, he even wants to summon Domum. In fact, he also sent a message to Domum, hoping Domum could return to Earth and help him kill Yabai. However, all the messages he sent to Domum fell to the ground, and there was no response at all. He naturally didn't know that Domum had been killed by Yabai. However, it can also be seen how far Doctor Strange has fallen at this time. This is also normal. Doctor Strange has always been a very arrogant person. He grew up with excellent grades and a famous background, and was admitted to an internationally renowned medical school when he was studying. In Yingjiang country, the requirement to be a doctor is very high, and of course doctors earn a lot. Then he graduated with excellent grades and became the world's top neurosurgeon. Although there was a car accident later, his career was destroyed. But because of a blessing in disguise, he joined Kamataje and became a mage. Moreover, it was the kind of talent that exploded as soon as he came, and he became the descendant of the Supreme Master. With such a smooth flow and crushing the life experience of ordinary people, how can Doctor Strange not be arrogant? In fact, he himself is a somewhat egoistic person. Then, Doctor Strange was planted. He kindly sent the apocalypse to Yabai, so he provokes Yabai's revenge. Not only half of his face was ruined, but the gem of time was also robbed. With such a huge blow, how could Doctor Strange's heart not be distorted? After all, in Doctor Strange's opinion, he was just making a joke, and Yabai directly made him like this. This is obviously a fuss, too much. Of course, when thinking like this, Doctor Strange automatically ignores it. If Yabai is not the opponent of Apocalypse, what will happen? Overall, this guy is a self-centered arrogant man. I always like to impose my own standards on others. This can be seen from the fact that he teased Loki. However, Yabai is not as good-tempered as Loki, and he is more powerful. When Doctor Strange was teasing Yabai and causing trouble to Yabai, Yabai got angry directly. This also led to Doctor Strange's resentment towards Yabai. For this resentment, Doctor Strange even abandons the vow he made before Guyi. Soon, under the control of Doctor Strange, the Agamotto, who was far away in an unknown dimension, was awakened. Then, with the help of Doctor Strange, Agamotto came to the Earth. When Agamotto walked out of the summoning formation, Doctor Strange trembled with excitement. He felt that now his chance of revenge had finally arrived. Yes, he hopes Agamotto can help himself to deal with Yabai. Are you the one who called me back? Not bad. I am Agamotto, the first Supreme Mage. Hello, Junior. After Agamotto walked out of the summoning formation, he saw Doctor Strange on the side at first glance. At the same time, he also felt a familiar breath from Doctor Strange. The breath of white magic. So he also learned the identity of Doctor Strange, the supreme mage of this generation, his descendant. Yes, welcome, the great Trinity God, the omniscient and omnipotent Lord Agamotto. Doctor Strange lowered his head and said respectfully. He knew in his heart that the man in front of him was a big man. If he wanted to get revenge from Yabai, he had to get the help of this big man. Agamotto nodded, satisfied with Doctor Strange's attitude. That's right. He who treats himself respectfully is a qualified heir. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Unlike the second and fifth son of Guyi Mage, he had just learned his skills, but backhanded him into an unknown dimension. When he was really blind, he would accept Guyi as his disciple. Yes, Agamotto was exiled to an unknown dimension by Guyi. But now, Guyi has died, and he has returned to Earth. This prosperous planet will eventually fall into his hands. Soon, Agamotto talked with Doctor Strange, mainly to understand the current situation of the Earth and prepare for the occupation of the Earth. Doctor Strange didn't conceal it either, and explained the current situation of the Earth. In addition, Doctor Strange also added a bit more to portray Yabai. Depicts Yabai as a tyrant who wants to destroy the world and suppresses the development of Kamatage. In short, it is to fight between Yabai and Agamotto as much as possible, hoping that Yabai and Agamotto will fight quickly. With this careful thought of Doctor Strange, Agamotto could see it naturally. But Agamotto didn't break it, and instead let Doctor Strange play. In fact, there is no need for Doctor Strange to instigate, and Agamotto will find Yabai in trouble sooner or later. Apart from other things, just the time gem in Yabai's hands is worth a visit for Agamotto to find Yabai. However, Yabai's strength also made Agamotto frown slightly. Even the celestial group can be defeated. This kind of strength is really difficult to deal with. As an ancient god on Earth, Agamotto naturally knows many secrets that ordinary people don't know, including the fact that the Earth was once the biological experimental field of the celestial group, and that part of the eternal gene is actually contained in the human body. At that time, Agamotto also formed the prehistoric Avengers alliance with Odin and others, and together they fought against a very powerful group of gods. That celestial group has gone crazy and has destroyed many planets in the universe. The strength is also really strong, almost comparable to the 5 gods. In the end, with the efforts of the prehistoric Avengers, the crazy celestial group was finally killed. The humans on the Earth have been preserved as a result. Of course, these secrets, Agamotto will naturally not explain to Doctor Strange. He was just thinking in his heart, how would he find Yabai so that he could get back that gem of time? On the other side, on a secluded island, Yabai has already learned the news that Agamotto has returned to Earth. Of course, this was not discovered by Yabai himself, and he was not so idle. But Guyule told him. At this time, Guyi was wearing a white hooded monk robe, sitting opposite Yabai. So you mean, Agamotto has returned to Earth and intends to trouble me? Yabai looked at Guyi in front of him and asked her. Gu nodded a little. She was here for this. Agamotto is the first supreme mage and the pioneer of the white magic line, known as omniscience and omnipotence. He was also my first master. He made me. It's just that his ambition is too big. He hopes to control the Earth and become a unique god. Later, I inherited his power and banished him. But unexpectedly, he came back again. Guyi took a sip of Asgard's black tea and explained to Yabai. Find flowers 0. Yabai really doesn't know this secret story. At the same time, Yabai was also a little confused. Since Agamotto claims to be omniscient and omnipotent, how could he not know that Guyi betrayed him? Or is it that the original Guyi exiled Agamotto was also in his own calculations? If this is the case, what a big game of chess. In addition, Agamotto is the first owner of the time gem. As long as Agamotto is not stupid, he can't help but check the future. With the knowledge of the future, can Agamotto be overshadowed by Guyi? How rubbish is Agamotto? In fact, this matter is far more complicated than Yabai imagined. Back then, the Ancient One's ability to exile Agamotto was not only because of herself, but also because of other powerful beings helping her. That powerful existence is the eternity of one of the 5 gods. With eternal help, Guyi lied to Agamotto and inherited his power. Then, after Guyi was sure, he directly backstabled on the spot, throwing Agamotto into an unknown dimension, and has been lost until now. As for omniscient and omnipotent, how can there be omniscience and omnipotence? The unknown in the world is like the darkness in the world. Where there is light, there is darkness, and where there is no light, there is only darkness. Guyi explained with a smile, dismissing the so-called omniscience and omnipotence. I want to come and know, where is the existence of omniscience and omnipotence under the world? Even today's Yabai, and even the 5 great gods, no one dares to say that he is omniscient and omnipotent. All-knowing and all-powerful is a false proposition in itself. Yabai also nodded, agreeing with Guyi's statement. However, new problems reappeared. Since Agamotto was exiled to an unknown dimension by you, why did he come back again? This is Yabai's question. It's strange, he took a peek at my forbidden book, and summoned Agamotto. In fact, he even tried to contact Domum, but it failed in the end. He disappointed me so much. His arrogance eventually ruined him. Guyi said regretfully, very disappointed with Doctor Strange's performance. I thought it would be his descendant, but because of his own character, he embarked on an evil path. If you follow the plot, without Yabai, Doctor Strange can barely be regarded as a qualified superhero after going through a series of things. Later, he even came forward to stop it when Agamotto invaded the Earth. It's just a pity that everything about him has been changed after Yabai was born. It turned out to be so, then I understand. As long as they dare to provoke me, I won't be merciful. Yabai also gave his promise. As long as Agamotto and Doctor Strange dare to provoke himself, he will definitely kill him. Seeing Gu Yi's face before, Doctor Strange had already been spared once. Naturally there can be no second time. Gu Yi knew this too, he was prepared, and it didn't make much sense. However, Gu Yi's expression is still embarrassed, as if there is something, I am embarrassed to say. But in the end, Gu Yi spoke up. After Doctor Strange's death, I wonder if you can take over the position of Supreme Mage. With your strength, you can definitely take up this position. Gu Yi still did not give up his plan to bring Yabai into the group, but Yabai really had no interest in becoming a Supreme Master. He didn't want to cause trouble, and he didn't want to take responsibility. At the same time, Yabai does not feel that he has the obligation to protect the Earth. Therefore, it is impossible for him to become the Supreme Master. However, what Gu Yi said is also reasonable, the position of Supreme Master cannot be vacant. So Yabai also thought of a qualified candidate to take over the position of Supreme Master. With this in mind, Yabai also recommended Gu Yi as a good candidate for the Supreme Master. After listening to Yabai's introduction, Gu Yi was stunned. She looked at Yabai weirdly, trying to figure out whether what Yabai said was true or whether she was joking with herself. But looking at Yabai's serious eyes, Gu Yi could only sigh in the end. Well, I hope this person you recommend will really become a qualified Supreme Mage. After speaking, Gu Yi left tired, and at the same time acquiesced in Yabai's recommendation. As for the candidate recommended by Yabai, it was Rocky, the three princesses of Asgard. Only Yabai's idea of letting Loki be the Supreme Mage was not fantastic. In fact, Loki does have a strong talent for magic. In a parallel universe in a Marvel world, Loki has also worked as a Supreme Mage, which is considered to be experienced. As for Rocky's love to do things, that didn't matter. Anyway, Loki is already honest, and it is impossible to get Yabai and Hela in trouble. Although Rocky was turbulent, he was really not stupid. He knows what waves are and what is looking for death. He was not interested, he was chased everywhere by Hela. As for whether Loki can shoulder the responsibility of protecting the Earth, no one can say that it is not good, but it shouldn't be a bad thing to come. Yabai, who had made up his mind, was already thinking about how to tell Hela and let her call Loki over. At this time, Doctor Strange didn't know yet. While he was thinking about how to retaliate against Yabai with Agamottos, Yabai was now thinking about how to take his place after killing him. Without letting Yabai wait too long, Agamotto finally came to the door. For a strong man at the level of Agamotto, there are not many secrets in the entire Earth. What he wants to know, he can know easily. Although omniscience and omnipotence is an exaggeration, it is a false proposition. But he knows a lot. While Yabai was still thinking about when Agamotto would come, he still appeared in front of Yabai. Still the iconic portal, Doctor Strange followed behind Agamotto. Looking at Doctor Strange, who was following the same steps, he was clearly willing to become Agamotto's younger brother. Seeing this scene, Yabai dismissed him with a smile. In his opinion, Doctor Strange was not enough to be his opponent. After seeing Yabai, Agamotto didn't hesitate and found a place to sit down very familiarly. This posture is not about not dismissing yourself as an outsider, but not taking Yabai at all. I wonder if I can absolutely suppress Yabai to make such a move. Is the god of the world? I am the omniscient and almighty god, Agamotto, you may have heard of my name. After introducing himself to Yabai, Agamotto looked at Hela again. The God King of Asgard, I'm still your predecessor by all accounts. As early as 1,000,000 years ago, I used to fight with Odin. Back then, we formed the prehistoric Avengers Alliance to fight against the Celestial Group. Don't you know this, do you know? Unexpectedly, Yabai didn't come up with a sword, but instead began to talk about friendship. Of course, the main thing is to talk about friendship with Hela, hoping to get Hela's approval. Yabai's strength is not clear to Agamotto, but it is also very powerful if he wants to. After all, it is possible to retreat under the siege of so many celestial groups, and the weak can't do this. So Agamotto is not a brainless person. As for talking about friendship with Hela, it's better to understand. After all, the gem of time is in Hela's hands. However, what Agamotto never expected was that the relationship between Hela and Odin was very bad. Odin was killed by Hela. He wanted to use Odin to build a relationship with Hela, but the road was narrow. Say what you are here, and find out who I don't know are the guests. Yabai said to Agamotto. He didn't like to go around like this. Yabai also had speculations in his heart about Agamotto's intentions. As expected, it should be for the gem of time. That being the case, let's just talk about it. As for the time gem, it is of course impossible to give. Yabai is not Agamotto's father, so why should he give him the gem of time? This is Yabai's own spoils, which he grabbed with integrity. If you want to take it back, it's actually easy. Take it back from Yabai's hands. Looking at Yabai's teasing eyes, Agamotto's face also became cold. How could he not be able to guess Yabai's thoughts? He came this time to communicate with Yabai, and then paid a certain price to take the gem of time back. But Yabai obviously didn't plan to communicate with him. After Tingman loved this enough, Agamotto's eyes became a lot colder. If that's the case, then I don't want to hide it. I'm here this time to get my things back. The eye of Agamotto and the gem of time in it belong to me. Agamotto didn't install it anymore, and it was a showdown. He came for the Gem of Time. If Yabai can communicate with him well at the beginning, he will at least put forward his purpose more tactfully. Then, I can also contribute some other costs to exchange with Yabai. This is totally worthwhile for Agamotto. At the same time, he didn't think that Yabai would reject himself. He is Agamotto, the first supreme mage, an absolute tycoon-level existence. However, Yabai's face is still cold. Looking at him is like looking at a fool. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. I grabbed the Gem of Time by my own strength. If you want to take it back, speak with your own strength. If you think you have the strength, you can come and grab it. Yabai replied disdainfully. At the same time, he glanced at Doctor Strange again, and the disdain in his eyes made no secret. This made Doctor Strange's angry face flushed. He didn't expect that Yabai would still be so stiff and arrogant at this time. It doesn't matter if you don't put it in your eyes, even Agamotto doesn't even pay attention to it. But that's okay. In this case, Agamotto will never let Yabai go. Although Yabai's strength is also very strong, how can it be compared to the omnipotent Agamotto? Of course, the main reason why Doctor Strange had this idea was that his knowledge was too low. He doesn't even know what kind of existence the celestial group Yabai faced before. If Doctor Strange knew the meaning of the celestial group, maybe he wouldn't underestimate Yabai so much. Nor would Yabai be regarded as a stronger mutant. Yes, that's what Doctor Strange thinks of Yabai, thinking that Yabai is just a stronger mutant. Thanos is just a stronger alien. This kind of existence, in the eyes of Agamotto, is simply a chicken dog. Agamotto is an all-knowing and almighty god. Isn't that more exclusive than Yabai's god of the world? If Agamotto knew Doctor Strange's thoughts, he might slap it with a backhand. Although he had confidence in himself, he really didn't look down on Yabai. The celestial group, although he was not afraid, after all, even the most powerful celestial group had been killed. However, this does not mean that Agamotto can ignore the celestial group. Thinking of this, Agamotto forced himself to endure the anger in his heart, and did not immediately become angry with Yabai. Instead, he said slowly, I hope you can think about it again. We should cooperate instead of becoming enemies. Aren't you currently being targeted by the celestial group? I can help you. As long as you hand over the time gem, I can help you fight the celestial group. How about? Agamotto gave his conditions. He didn't believe that Yabai would not be tempted under such conditions. That is the celestial group, the strongest violent organization in the universe. Of course, Agamotto said so, but it is certainly impossible to fight the celestial team for Yabai. He is not stupid, knowing that behind the celestial group are the 5 great gods. The reason for saying this is just to get Yabai's time gem first. The gem of time is too important for Agamotto. He claims to be omniscient and omnipotent, but in fact it is only obtained by using the gem of time to see through the future. If there is no time gem, his title of omniscience and omnipotence will be a joke. Even OAA dare not say that he is omniscient and omnipotent. Is he worthy? However, Yabai's oil and salt will not enter, and it will not be as Agamotto's wish. As for the conditions of Agamotto, Yabai sneered. Everyone is an adult, who would be really naive. You give a promise in a mere vernacular, just want to lie to my gem of time. Do you think I have intellectual problems? If nothing else, you'd better go. There is no discussion about this matter, and I don't think you can help me. Your strength, to be honest, I look down on it. Yabai said with a sneer, and he didn't save a bit of face for Agamotto. At the same time, the tone was blunt, obviously already seeing off guests. As for Agamotto, this time he was really angry. He didn't expect Yabai to be so difficult. He said so sincerely, Yabai still refused to agree to him. Nowadays, Agamotto has also realized that it is impossible to get the time gem back by cheating. Now there is only one way, and that is to grab it directly, as Yabai said. Thinking of this, Agamotto's face changed, and a powerful pressure suddenly appeared in his body. The sea water around the island was shaking endlessly under this coercion. It's just Yabai, but the wind is calm and unaffected at all. Since you don't give face so much, then you have to come and have a fight. Agamotto looked at the calm Yabai and said. Obviously, after the breakdown of the negotiations, Agamotto also intends to grab it. Yabai smiled casually, and after giving Hela a relieved look, he directly opened the mirror space and enveloped the Agamotto. Agamotto did not resist either, but followed Yabai into the mirror space. He has absolute confidence in himself and believes that he can definitely beat Yabai. It's no big deal to follow Yabai into the mirror space at this time. He is also very familiar with the magic of mirror space. Even if he really can't beat Yabai by then, he can still run away. It has to be said that although Agamotto is not very strong, but this IQ is no problem. However, after entering the mirror space, Agamotto's face changed and he realized that something was wrong. This mirrored space is a bit different from what he imagined. Of course it is different. This mirrored space has been specially reinforced by Yabai. It is not just a mirrored world, but a whole new world that is infinitely close to the real universe by combining countless dimensions. Don't say it's Agamotto, even if the 5 gods broke into here, don't even think about getting out of it easily. Otherwise, the original Sentry would not be buried here directly by Yabai. I'll say it one last time. You give me the gem of time. We are still friends. The conditions I mentioned earlier are still valid, and I will still help you fight the celestial group. Otherwise, there is only a war between us, so you should think carefully about it yourself. Although Agamotto was a little uneasy in his heart, at this time, he couldn't directly counsel him. Therefore, I still put a harsh word down, hoping Yabai can be soft and take care of his current face. However, Yabai's expression remained the same, still looking at him with a slightly ironic smile. This made Agamotto's heart uneasy, but at the same time he was more angry. From Agamotto's point of view, Yabai was obviously looking down on him by doing this. Therefore, after taking a deep breath, Agamotto also put aside his illusions and planned to fight Yabai with real swords and guns. He believes that with his own strength, it is still enough to deal with Yabai. After all, his white magic is very powerful. It wasn't long after this thought came up that it was cruelly crushed. Because in Yabai in front of him, there was also a very familiar but exceptionally huge power, white magic. In fact, Yabai also knows white magic. This was what Yabai spent a few days trying to learn from Guyi. Now, as Yabai continues to grow stronger, his level of white magic has far surpassed that of ancient times. Even Agamotto, the creator of white magic, is much worse than Yabai in terms of white magic alone. This kind of strength completely exceeded the expectations of Agamotto. The reason for being able to reach this point is that Yabai's magical talent is bursting, and his energy is endless. The main reason is that Yabai can still black magic. In the case of black magic contrast, Yabai's knowledge of white magic naturally improves rapidly every day. Although Yabai's black magic encyclopedia and the Book of Emperor Weishan are two systems of magic. But after all, there are still many similarities, and we can learn from each other. This is also the key reason why Yabai's white magic power is stronger than Agamotto. Although Agamotto is powerful, his white magic has no black magic as a reference. In many places, it is inevitable that there will be insufficient knowledge. Yabai has no worries in this regard. His magical attainments have already surpassed Ajit. After realizing that Yabai had surpassed his most proud area, Agamotto became very embarrassed. He now has no courage to attack Yabai. How to fight this? Your strongest place is not an opponent of others. Isn't it humiliating to take action? Agamotto has completely lost the idea of letting Yabai be softened. Originally planned to use his strength to let Yabai hand over the time gem. For now, let's forget it. Yabai's magical strength is much stronger than his own. Moreover, Yabai's most terrifying thing is his body. After reading a lot of Yabai's materials and reports, Agamotto naturally knew how strong Yabai was. It's just that Agamotto didn't expect that the strength he guessed was not on the same level as the real Yabai. Yabai's strength can completely beat him. After realizing this, Agamotto felt very uncomfortable. He felt that he was really old, and now he can't even beat a junior. Of course, Agamotto didn't plan to do it, thinking about how to be soft and let Yabai let him go. Agamotto had already seen it. Yabai hadn't even looked at him directly. He followed Yabai into this mirror space, which was also the biggest mistake. When he got here, he couldn't even run away. His life and death were completely in the hands of Yabai. If you want to live, you can only see if Yabai gives him a chance. After realizing this, Agamotto's face changed. The previous arrogance disappeared completely, replaced by flattering and flattering. Yabai saw all the changes in Agamotto, and naturally guessed the person's inner thoughts. It's just that Yabai dismissed it. Didn't you pull it off just now? In fact, Yabai and Agamotto did not have much feud, nor did Agamotto show murderous intentions towards Yabai. It's just that he covets the gem of time, which makes Yabai very upset. This is the main reason why Yabai does not have a good attitude towards Agamotto. Didn't you say that I will pay the price? Then come. Looking at Agamotto with an embarrassed face, Yabai said playfully. It's quite interesting to see Agamotto changing his face. 25 As for Agamotto, after listening to Yabai's words, his whole body trembled. After seeing Yabai's strength and realizing the gap, how dare he shoot Yabai? Looking at the arrogant Yabai, he could only keep laughing with him. Inwardly, he scolded Dr. Strange half-deadly, that damn guy. After he got out, he peeled his skin. He completely forgot. He himself plans to get back the time gem from Yabai. What are you going to do to let me go? Agamotto said to Yabai, putting his posture very low. He already knew that he was not Yabai's opponent. In this case, if you are still trying to save face, you are really looking for death. Agamotto didn't think that Yabai dared not kill him. At this time, if you refuse to accept softness, you will definitely be killed directly by Yabai. Forbearance a moment, calm, take a step back, a brighter future. At this time, it is better to find a way to survive from Yabai's hands. Yabai is quite satisfied with the knowledge of Agamotto. However, Yabai would not let this guy off easily. Want to live? Give me a reason not to kill you. Yabai said indifferently, the meaning was obvious, to benefit. Agamotto wants to survive, depending on whether he can give enough money in exchange for Yabai's forgiveness. Otherwise, you will kill if you kill, and Yabai won't have the slightest psychological burden. Agamotto also knew this truth, so he quickly thought about what he had to do to dispel Yabai's killing intent on him. In other words, what does he have that Yabai needs? If the price he paid can't satisfy Yabai, Agamotto believes that he is not good enough. Thinking of the consequences, Agamotto felt sad. Who would have thought that he would end up in such a situation? Originally, after Agamotto was born, he had the idea of ruling the earth. Later, he came to the door directly and strongly, intending to let Yabai hand over the time gems in his hands. According to Agamotto's prediction, Yabai should be able to obediently obey under his pressure. Even if they don't cooperate, Agamotto is sure to convince Yabai, but the reality is much crueler than imagined. He has no power to threaten Yabai at all. Instead, Yabai could easily kill him now. This is also the fact that Agamotto himself is too stupid, and he came to the door without understanding Yabai's strength. In fact, even if there is no Yabai, there is still a Hela. Hela, with 6 infinite gems, has a fighting power that Agamotto cannot match. If Agamotto had been patient and collected all the information, it wouldn't be where it is today. He will directly dispel this unrealistic idea. But unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. Even if there is, it is no longer in Agamotto's hands. After thinking about it, Agamotto made a decision. He thought of what price to pay in exchange for his own life. Master Yabai, I remember that you have hatred with the Celestial team, right? This is called a master who knows the current affairs. After realizing that Yabai's strength far surpassed him, Agamotto changed his mind and called Master Yabai. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Yabai also nodded, and listened to Agamotto for the time being. Then Yabai-sama should also understand that behind the Celestial group are the 5 great gods in the universe, right? Agamotto asked again. Yabai nodded again, and let Agamotto talk about it. After taking a deep breath, Agamotto said his bargaining chip. Of course, his heart is very nervous, he is not sure whether he can really succeed, but he is more confident. Looking at the relationship between you, Yabai, and the Celestial group, one day you will confront the 5 gods. And I am willing to provide you Lord Yabai with an opportunity, a chance to obtain help and fight the 5 great gods together. Finally, Agamotto still stated his conditions. He hit the nail on the head and pointed out Yabai's biggest crisis now, that is, the 5 gods. And Yabai, after listening to Agamotto's words, the killing intent in his heart has indeed been reduced a lot. If what Agamotto said is true, then the deal is indeed a good deal. From this it can be seen that Agamotto is definitely not a fool, and his own life-saving conversation alone is enough to see his intelligence. He did not kneel in front of Yabai to beg for mercy, like the ordinary villain, nor did he directly move out of his backing to increase his chances of survival. Because Agamotto knew that if he did this, he would really be dead. With Yabai's character, even the 5 gods behind him would not care. Therefore, Agamotto directly showed its value. Only valuable people have the meaning of living. Tell me, who is it? Yabai asked with great interest, apparently very interested in the helper Agamotto said. And Yabai also believes that Agamotto absolutely dare not lie to himself. If he dares to lie, Yabai will definitely kill him. My father, and my father's 3 brothers and sisters, Agamotto said, without any concealment. Hearing that, Yabai was a little confused. He knew that Agamotto was not fake, but he didn't know Agamotto actually had a father. So Yabai is also curious in his heart, who is the father of Agamotto? Agamotto didn't show off the suspense either, but quickly explained it to Yabai. About 4 billion years ago, when the Earth was still in a barren era, a great being called the Creator visited the Earth and spread his divine power on the Earth, creating the first ancient gods on the Earth. Among them, the most powerful ancient gods are Gaia, Sissos, Seth, and Harpus. And Agamotto's father is Hissus. It is worth mentioning that Sissos is also the source of Scarlet Witch's chaotic magic. One can imagine how powerful Sissos is. Gaia is the source of the Asgardian god system, in other words, the ancestor of the Odin family, the ancestor of Hela. As for the other 2 ancient gods, their strength is also very powerful, and they belong to the top existence in the entire universe. 2 billion years ago, the ancient gods on the Earth clashed with the 5 great creation gods. The final result is that the ancient gods of the Earth are defeated, and the 5 great gods are still ruling the universe. Some of the ancient gods on the Earth that were defeated were directly destroyed by the 5 gods, and some were sealed. The 4 strongest ancient gods were sealed by the 5 gods. Today those ancient gods are still in an unknown dimension. The helpers mentioned by Agamotto actually refer to the 4 strongest ancient gods. After listening to Agamotto's introduction, Yabai's heart also moved. If this is the case, it's really a good partner for cooperation. The ancient gods had conflicts with the 5 gods and belonged to the enemy. The enemy of the enemy is naturally a friend. From this alone, it is enough to show that Yabai and the ancient gods are possible to cooperate. Moreover, the pressure of the 5 gods on Yabai is still great. Before it was just an eternal clone, it made Yabai extremely difficult to fight. If there is a helper at this time, it is indeed a good choice. When what you say is true, but the question is how can I find them? How can you guarantee that I can convince the 4 ancient gods to cooperate with me? Yabai looked at Agamotto and asked. Agamotto's expression remained unchanged, and he obviously had plans for Yabai's problem a long time ago. He slowly replied, of course I can't guarantee that. After all, no one can control the will of the 4 ancient gods. However, the possibility of successful cooperation is indeed extremely high. I believe Master Yabai knows this as well. As for the location of the 4 gods, I can also tell you, don't forget where I came from. I am willing to use this opportunity in exchange for my life. Agamotto said to Yabai and made his own terms. An opportunity for cooperation that may not be successful in exchange for his life. This transaction is still acceptable to Yabai. After all, he would get no benefit from killing Agamotto. Moreover, there is no deep hatred between him and Agamotto. The only one who really hated him was Doctor Strange. So letting go of Agamotto is not a difficult thing. Otherwise, Agamotto didn't even have a chance to speak, and Yabai would have killed him a long time ago. The deal, just do what you said. Yabai said lightly, agreeing to Agamotto's proposal. Hearing this, Agamotto was obviously relieved, and his tight body suddenly relaxed. It is difficult for him not to be nervous, after all, he has been constantly hovering on the edge of life and death. Fortunately, he made a right bet, and he successfully saved his life from Yabai's hands. This is the best harvest for Agamottos. As for the time gem, forget it. It's not bad if your life is saved, what time do you need gems? As for the cooperation between Yabai and the ancient gods, Agamotto has no right to decide. He just provided Yabai with a chance. Whether it succeeds or not depends on Yabai himself. Then let's go out, I want to prepare, and then go to the 4 ancient gods. Yabai said to Agamotto, and opened an exit in the mirror space with his backhand. As long as you cross this exit, you can return to the real world. However, before leaving, Yabai took another look at Agamotto. This look is like looking at a hapless child. After learning about the history of Agamotto, Yabai finally understood why he was stabbed by Guyi in the back. Behind Guyi stood the Eternal One of the 5 gods. And Agamotto is Sissos, one of the 4 ancient gods. Isn't it normal that the grievances of the previous generation will continue to the next generation? Just that Agamotto is the son of Sissos, eternity won't make this guy feel better. However, these have nothing to do with Yabai, he just thinks it is interesting. Soon, under the leadership of Yabai, the two reappeared above the island. Then, in front of Yabai, the only Ago motorcycle, after seeing Doctor Strange, exploded in an instant. At this time, Doctor Strange was very miserable, all his limbs were nailed to the tree with the sword of the night sky by Hela. After seeing Agamotto coming out, Doctor Strange looked at him excitedly, hoping that Agamotto could avenge himself. However, what awaited him was Agamotto's anger. If it weren't for this damn guy, how could he have thought of trouble with Yabai? Without trouble with Yabai, how could he almost die? Thinking of this, Agamotto ate it raw, and Doctor Strange's heart was full. As for Yabai, the look in Doctor Strange's eyes was straightforward and disdainful. Such a Doctor Strange, which has been completely abolished, really doesn't deserve Yabai's eyes. He will do whatever you want, but you have to deal with it cleanly. I don't want to see him again. Yabai casually ordered Agamotto. Yabai felt that he had tainted his hands when he killed Doctor Strange. Yabai did not specifically understand the ending of Doctor Strange. But I know all I want to know, there must be no good life. Agamotto has suffered such a big loss here at Yabai, and he will inevitably find someone to vent it. And Doctor Strange is a good vent. Although in essence, Agamotto smashed into Yabai's hands because of his own selfish desires, Agamotto didn't care at all. In the final analysis, Doctor Strange's power is still too weak. When facing the truly strong, he has no right to speak at all. It is also normal to be killed like a vent of anger. After Doctor Strange was killed by Agamotto, Loki also descended on the earth under the leadership of Hela. Then, under Yabai's arrangement, Loki is now learning white magic with Agamotto. That is the magic in the Book of Emperor Waishan. Yabai's intention is very clear, and Agamotto also knows that he just wants Loki to become a supreme mage. Regarding this, Agamotto would like to refuse. He has returned to the earth from an unknown dimension, and it should be reasonable to regain his position as a supreme mage, right? However, he dared not refuse at all. Regarding Yabai's terrible force, if he said one more word, his life might be in danger. Under absolute military pressure, he had to endure the grief and anger in his heart and began to teach Loki. As for Rocky, naturally he would not refuse this kind of heavenly good thing. No matter how painful he is happy anyway. And the more painful Agamotto is, the happier he is. It is so true to base your own happiness on the suffering of others. Of course, Loki still had a forcing number in his heart, knowing who gave him this opportunity. So when facing Yabai, Loki is as honest as he can be. Even when facing Hela, Loki was much more honest. He also looked away, the third princess should be the third princess. Although he was beaten violently by Hela, he didn't know him if he didn't fight. And under Phrygia's teaching, Loki actually didn't feel much resentment against Hela in his heart. Neither Yabai nor Hela paid much attention to the change in Loki's attitude. Loki is just a small person, not worthy of Yabai's attention. Besides, if Loki could get the power of the Supreme Mage, it would be a good thing for Asgard. Today's Asgard can be regarded as full of talents. And the more prosperous and stable Asgard, the more time Hela will spend with Yabai. After driving both Agamotto and Loki back to Comitage, Yabai and Hela resume their shameless lives. If possible, Yabai really hopes that life will continue like this. He doesn't actually have any ambitions, he just hopes to live well like this. If it weren't for too much trouble, he would not take the initiative to find others trouble. However, things in this world never change because of someone's will. The strong is a source of trouble, and this is a truth in any world. When you are strong enough, you don't need to take the initiative, there will naturally be many people watching you. On this point, Yabai has already experienced it. After spending another half-month of stability on the secluded island, Agamotto came back again. This time, of course Agamotto didn't come to ask for trouble, but took Yabai to go to the place where the 4 ancient gods were. Agamotto said at the beginning that he would give Yabai a chance to talk to the 4 ancient gods, and now it's time for him to fulfill his promise. Yabai didn't hesitate. After saying goodbye to Hela, he and Agamotto created a space channel together. Don't worry, I will be back soon. After giving Hela an order, Yabai and Agamotto disappeared on the earth. After crossing the barriers of unknown dimensions, Yabai and Agamotto finally arrived at their destination this time. This is a huge world with very vast mountains and high sky. It's like the Earth in ancient times, and even the environment is similar. But not long after Yabai and Agamotto appeared, the 4 ancient gods who lived in seclusion here discovered them as intruders. Oh, it's Agamotto, why are you back here again when you are not on the Earth? Almost at the same time Yabai and Agamotto appeared, a thick female voice came from under the ground. Then, the earth shook, and a huge crack appeared. Then, a goddess appeared in front of Yabai and Agamotto. The upper body of this goddess is human, with delicate and profound features, and she actually looks like a great beauty. Only the lower part is pure energy, without legs. This is Gaia, one of the 4 ancient gods. Agamotto reminded Yabai in a low voice, and then greeted Gaia. The great ancient god Gaia, I came this time to visit my father god. By the way, I also brought my friends this time. While expressing his purpose, Agamotto also introduced Yabai. Then he turned his head and asked Yabai in a low voice, what kind of god are you? Yabai replied in a low voice, the god of the world. After hearing Yabai's answer, Agamotto's face was a little weird, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. But in the end he said, this is the god of the earth from the earth, Lord Yabai, he came with kindness. It has to be said that Agamotto is relatively reliable and did not choose to pit Yabai at this time. Of course, it was also because I didn't dare. Yabai is so unfathomable, Agamotto doesn't even know where the limits of Yabai are. Moreover, Yabai said that he played against Eternal. Fighting with Eternal has not yet died, this kind of strength is not something he can fight against. Therefore, Agamotto honestly fulfilled the agreement with Yabai, and did not dare to have any other ideas. In this way, even if the negotiation between Yabai and the 4 ancient gods fails in the end, he will not be angry with him. The god of the world, a good title. Welcome to you, we have not had any new friends here for too long. Gaia also said to Yabai more friendly, of course, the high probability is because of the face of Agamotto. Yabai also nodded, and said nothing more. Now I just saw an ancient god, and it was not time to tell my purpose. At the same time, 3 streamers came quickly from the other 3 directions. Soon it fell in front of Yabai and Agamotto, surrounding them both. Yabai knew that, if nothing else, what came down here should be the other 3 ancient gods. The fact is indeed the case. It is Sissos, Seth, and Harps who come. Agamotto salutes Hissus for the first time. Great father, your most pious son, Agamotto, is here to see you. Agamotto said to Hissus. As for Hissos' appearance, he looked like a human being without skin. His body was full of dark red muscles, and his eyes were bloody red. It doesn't look like a good product. It also feels very unfriendly and makes people feel defensive involuntarily. Agamotto, you did a good job, and you know that when you come back, you have brought such a wonderful prey. With that said, Hissus still looked at Yabai greedily with those scarlet eyes, very unkind. And Yabai, although he was a little unhappy in his heart, he did not immediately show it. It's just that he is on guard in his heart. It seems that these ancient gods are not so easy to talk. As for the other 2 ancient gods, Seth's appearance was similar to that of Sissos, both of which looked like humans. It's just that Seth gives people the feeling that it is not as evil as Hissus. In addition, Harps actually looks like a giant snake. This is something Yabai didn't expect. While Yabai is looking at the 4 ancient gods, the 4 ancient gods are also looking at Yabai. First of all, it is Yabai's momentum. Yabai is really lackluster now. Unless Yabai really makes a move, he usually looks no different from ordinary people. Of course, the 4 ancient gods are not so stupid and would not really regard Yabai as a mortal. Can a mortal stand in the sky? There is only one possibility, that is, Yabai's strength is very strong, and it is strong that they can't see through. Thinking of this, the eyes of the 4 ancient gods became much more serious, and even Sissos put away his gaze. This friend, I don't know what your purpose is. Tell me what you are coming from. Harps, who looked like a big snake, said directly to Yabai, asking about Yabai's intentions. Yabai thought for a while, didn't intend to hide it, and said it directly. I plan to go to war with the 5 gods. I heard that you had conflicts with the 5 gods before. Maybe we can cooperate. Yabai said slowly, this is what he came from. Only after Yabai finished talking about his purpose, the eyes of the other 4 ancient gods changed. Even the gentlest Gaia's eyes became sharp at this time, as if to see through Yabai's true face. Oh, it's up to you to fight against the 5 gods. Sissos spoke disdainfully, thinking of Yabai as a lunatic in his heart. He didn't believe Yabai's words at all, nor did he think Yabai could do it. The other ancient gods are not as direct as Sissos, but their eyes are quite bad. However, Yabai can still see their fear in the eyes of these 4 ancient gods. They are fearing the 5 gods. After realizing this, Yabai was a little disappointed in his heart. I originally expected how strong the ancient gods could be, but now it seems like that. Just because they were afraid of the 5 gods, they knew their strength was average. Therefore, Yabai didn't have much idea of continuing to discuss cooperation. A helper with insufficient strength, Yabai might as well do it alone. Anyway, single-handedly singled out such things as the 5 gods, Yabai himself is not worried. Seeing your fearful eyes, I know I can't count on you anymore. Since you are so afraid of the 5 gods, I have not said anything about cooperation. After speaking, Yabai turned around and left, and didn't plan to stay any longer. As for Agamotto, Yabai didn't bother to care about it, just let him go. After seeing Yabai's actions, the other ancient gods were fine, but Sissos was angry. Although he is afraid of the 5 great gods, you can't say it directly. You tell me, I don't want face? Moreover, who is not afraid of the 5 gods in the universe? Is this a shameful thing? Hissos had fought head-on with the 5 gods at the beginning. Although he was defeated, he was not killed, which is enough to see his strength. Therefore, in his own heart, he also has his own pride. Yabai's disdainful eyes just hurt his heart directly. Arrogant, do you treat me where I am, come as you like, leave as you like. You can leave your flesh and blood to me, I haven't tasted fresh flesh and blood in a long time. With that, the huge red energy on Sisyphus' body began to rise, which looked a bit like chaotic magic. And Yabai's figure that had originally planned to leave stopped. Then Yabai looked at Hissus. Originally, Yabai didn't intend to take care of the mad dog, but the mad dog has been aggressive. Can this be tolerated? Okay, does this guy really think he has a temper? Thinking of this, Yabai didn't plan to go back. If this mad dog is not conquered, he will not leave today. Agamotto can be said to be the most embarrassing person on the court. He looked at Yabai and then at Hissus, almost to death. He brought Yabai, and Hissus is still his father. If the two really fought, he would be the most uncomfortable in the middle. Moreover, it was good for Hissus to win, but Yabai could also accept it if he died. But what if Yabai wins? Isn't he cheating? As for the other 3 ancient gods, they didn't know what they were considering and did not stop this conflict. Instead, they all stood by with cold eyes, watching the contradiction between Yabai and Sissos grow. Finally, Yabai couldn't bear it anymore, and after a cold snort, he rushed directly towards Hissus. Having been targeted by this mad dog all the time, Yabai was also angry, and he had to knock off his teeth when he said anything today. And Sissos, looking at Yabai who rushed towards him, also showed a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth. He had already made up his mind to teach Yabai a profound lesson. If Yabai can be killed directly, it is naturally better. Even if you can't kill it, it's good to scrape off a few layers of Yabai's meat. Thinking of this, the red light in Hissus' eyes was loud, and the huge scarlet energy burst out suddenly and swept towards Yabai. As the source of chaos magic, the strength of Sissos is beyond doubt. Even the 5 great gods will feel a headache when facing Sissos individually. Even Yabai hates this mad dog, but he has to admit that Hissus is really strong. However, Yabai has confidence in himself. Today, this crazy dog, he is determined. Whatever you say, you have to beat up the mad dog, Sissos. If we say that the huge scarlet energy of Hissus is the most gorgeous magic, Yabai's unpretentious charge is the most original force. Facing the energy that swept through, like chaos magic, Yabai's expression remained unchanged, and he broke the 10,000 magic directly. Make a fist, then smash it out. Cunjin Kaitian. Yabai didn't keep his hands at all, he came up with a killer move. Moreover, Yabai didn't have the slightest restraint of his own strength, and he was doing his best. The result is also terrible. Under this punch, the huge scarlet energy that swept through was directly dissipated. The dimension where the 4 ancient gods lived also began to appear dark cracks, unable to withstand Yabai's punch. Even the ground beneath everyone's feet was directly cracked by a punch. The terrible big crack began to spread under Yabai's feet, and no one knew how far it extended. As for the depth, it can be seen from the bloody magma pouring into the sky that Yabai's punch is afraid that it will penetrate the earth's crust. But Sissos, who faced Yabai's punch head-on, was even more miserable and suffered the main damage this time. The flesh and blood of his whole body was hammered to pieces, and bones could even be seen in some places. The original huge scarlet energy also disappeared, and was directly smashed by Yabai with a punch. One punch is terrifying. Even Hissus was beaten up at this time. But after reacting, it was completely crazy. Roar! I want you to die. If you dare to hurt me, you are dead. Hissos yelled at Yabai angrily, looking crazy like a wounded beast. At the same time, the other ancient gods who were originally watching the battle were a little shocked after seeing this scene. Then the 3 ancient gods looked at each other, as if they had reached a certain agreement. God of the world, right? We can consider your request. However, you must show stronger strength to prove that you really have the strength to be the enemy of the 5 gods. If not, you should leave. Gaia flew out and said to Yabai. What she said surprised Yabai. Originally, Yabai gave up working with these 4 ancient gods, but he didn't expect that there would be a turning point now. But Yabai changed his mind and found that this was normal. Didn't these ancient gods reject themselves just because they felt they had no strength? After all, the opponents are the 5 great gods. If Yabai doesn't have strong power, why should the 4 ancient gods cooperate with Yabai? But now it's different. With Yabai's attack on Sissos, other ancient gods also recognized Yabai's strength. Of course, it just gave Yabai a chance. Yabai may be strong, but it is far from enough to fight the 5 gods. Unless Yabai has the ability to defeat the 4 ancient gods at the same time, otherwise, there is still no chance for this cooperation. After understanding this, Yabai's heart was calmer. If that's the case, what else is there to say? Come on, you guys are ready to go together. Yabai said lightly to the 4 ancient gods. But at this time, no one would think Yabai was arrogant, he was qualified. Only Sissos, looking at Yabai's eyes at this time, hated Yabai not to eat him. Most of the ancient gods were brutal generations. And Sissos is the best among them, and his reputation spread far and wide. The fact that he showed hostility to Yabai from the beginning is enough to see his character. As for the other 3 ancient gods, they were not friendly there. As for Agamotto, he was already hiding in the most marginal corner of this dimensional world, watching the fairies fighting in the center. Agamotto's strength may be good, but it also depends on who it is compared with. Even in the face of the celestial team, Agamotto is confident that he is not bad. But in front of Yabai and the four ancient gods, he is a younger brother. Not to mention participating in the battle, even the aftermath of the battle may kill him. Under Agamotto's attention, the battle started again. This time, Yabai faced the siege of the four ancient gods. Hissos once again condensed endless scarlet energy, like a tide, rushing towards Yabai. If placed outside, the energy of Hissos is enough to easily flatten the Milky Way. One can imagine how strong this guy is. In addition, Gaia shot 2 yellow beams of light from his eyes. These 2 beams of light seem to be heavier than ever, and even the space is crushed. It is hard to imagine how powerful these 2 beams of light are. And the big snake harps, with his mouth wide open, inhales hard. Under his suction, countless substances poured into his mouth. As if he opened his mouth, it was like a super large black hole. Seth released a dark beam from his hand. All matter along the path of the beam is annihilated by it. Even Yabai felt a strong threat from the dark beam. It is not difficult to imagine how terrifying the power of this beam. Yabai even felt that his body's defenses couldn't block this beam of light. However, Yabai's strength is not weak at all. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Yabai took a deep breath and mobilized the almost infinite energy in his body. Then, it broke out suddenly. In the next moment, endless light appeared beside Yabai. The brilliance of these rays is 1,000,000 times more dazzling than the core of the sun. At the same time, at the moment when these lights were born, the temperature of the entire dimensional world began to rise rapidly. In a very short period of time, the temperature reached tens of millions of degrees. Everything in the entire dimensional world began to melt. Blast me! Yabai let out a low growl, and as his voice fell, the endless light suddenly exploded. Countless energy burst out and swept in all directions. This energy looks like countless dense red lightning, which is daunting. What's more terrifying is that wherever these red lightning passed, everything collapsed. The dark void began to appear, and this dimensional world had begun to collapse. In front of Yabai's burst of energy, this dimensional world inhabited by the 4 ancient gods was fragile and pitiful. Being easily crushed the dimensional barrier, the eternal void began to invade this dimension. Agamotto in the distance, after seeing this scene, his eyes were about to kick out. He opened a portal without thinking about it and ran away directly from this dimensional world. It's too late if you don't run. Agamotto knows this very well. Under the energy erupted by Yabai, everything will be wiped out, the world will be shattered, and then swallowed by the eternal void. As for the other ancient gods, the expressions in their eyes also changed at this time, from solemnity to panic now. They have tried their best to overestimate Yabai's strength. They did not expect that Yabai's strength eventually exceeded their expectations. Annihilation, the most powerful of the 5 gods, is nothing more than that. While the 4 ancient gods were shocked, the energy erupted by Yabai began to collide with their offensive. Then there was no suspense, whether it was the scarlet energy of Hissos, the pitch-black beam, or the yellow beam of Gaia, they were all shattered with one touch. The 2 are not at the same level at all. As for the big snake harps, he also stopped absorbing at this time. Instead he vomited out the energy that had just been absorbed, turning it into a large cosmic ray burst, and hitting Yabai's burst of energy. But unfortunately, it still couldn't be shaken and was easily flattened. Yabai's burst of energy, like an eraser, erased everything. Kfta, such terrible power even reminds Harpers of a terrible prop. But without waiting for Harpers to think about it, the energy shock wave erupted by Yabai has already come close. Harps gritted his teeth, spreading energy all over his body, intending to resist the past. Other ancient gods did the same. It's not that I don't want to hide, but I can't hide it at all. Yabai's energy burst is not just an AoE skill, it is obviously full screen damage. This hides a hammer. But soon, these ancient gods regretted it, and these energy shocks were more terrifying than they thought. Almost in an instant, they were bruised, and their proud defense was torn to pieces in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, this energy shock comes and goes fast. After the energy shock wave passed, the 4 ancient gods breathed a sigh of relief. Among them, Hissos was the worst. He was completely devoid of flesh and blood, and he was just a white skeleton. It's just that his scarlet eyes are still there. As for Harps, the scales of his whole body are gone, and the bloody flesh and blood are exposed in front of everyone. Gaia and Set were also uncomfortable and both suffered certain injuries. Yabai is still very satisfied with the result of his energy explosion. However, Yabai did not intend to stop here. Ignoring the other 3 ancient gods, Yabai rushed towards Hissos. Yabai remembered everything when this guy was mean to Yabai before. You have to take down all the bones of this guy. Hissos also noticed Yabai rushing towards him, and his eyes changed immediately. Even the corner of his mouth showed a bitter smile. Although, the bone frame can't make such a rich expression. Hissos regrets now, very regretful. I knew Yabai's strength was so strong, he was not so cheap just now. Now it's alright. Yabai ignored the other 3 ancient gods and rushed towards them. This is clear, it is to find him to settle the accounts. Hissos regretted it, he wanted to be soft, and begged Yabai's men to show mercy. But unfortunately, Yabai didn't give him this opportunity. He came directly and quickly in front of Hissos, then raised his right hand, and it fell like lightning. A slap was slapped fiercely on the skeletal left face of Hissos. There was a crack sound, not the usual crack sound of a face slap. Then, visible to the naked eye, there were many cracks on the left side of his cheekbone, as well as a palm print. At the same time, Sisso's teeth were directly beaten out for more than half. It looked extremely miserable, not to mention the pain and humiliation inside his. He did not expect that Yabai would actually retaliate against him in this way. How could this be revenge? It was clearly an insult to his personality. For a moment, Hissus even wanted to fight Yabai desperately. But seeing Yabai slap up again, he was shocked. I was wrong, please take your hand. Crack. Hissus begging for mercy was directly interrupted by Yabai's slap. Yabai didn't even give Hissus a chance to beg for mercy, and slapped him on his right cheek again. Then, a 5 fingerprint appeared on the right cheekbone of Sisso's. It echoes the cheekbone on the left, and it looks quite symmetrical. Of course, Hisso's teeth were completely fanned, and none of them were left. At this moment, Hissus wanted to cry. Since he was created by the Creator, he has never suffered such a big loss or suffered such a big insult. The most important thing is that this is too miserable. When did he do this? Slapped in the face by being slapped wildly. However, looking at Yabai's indifferent eyes, he had no idea of resisting at all. He has realized that he and Yabai are not at the same level. His pride is worthless in Yabai's eyes, and it's nothing at all. He was scared, he simply didn't have the courage to continue to confront Yabai. Just when Yabai wanted to slap again and completely smash the skull of Sisso's, the other 3 ancient gods also flew over. Master Yabai, please do it, he just passed his life. Yes, we still have 5 common enemies. 1 SGS.G at. Spare him, I believe he won't go against you in the future. The other 3 ancient gods hurriedly interceded with Hissus, hoping that Yabai could raise his hands high. These 4 ancient gods have lived together for so long, and they are still somewhat emotional, and the plea also said in the past. Yabai thought for a while, and stopped his movements, but still stared at Hissus with indifferent eyes. For the sake of cooperation, I will spare your life this time, but if there is another time, I will definitely tear down your bones completely. Yabai coldly warned Sisso's, which was to expose the previous contradiction. As for Sisso's, after hearing Yabai's willingness to pass himself, he felt fortunate in his heart. I just felt that I had taken my life back, and it would be great not to be beaten to death by Yabai on the spot. As for revenge, Sisso's did not dare, his pride and spine were completely broken up by Yabai. At this time, let alone let him retaliate against Yabai, just let him and Yabai dare not look at each other. Because of the strength and cruelty that Yabai showed, this ancient god was completely convinced. Yabai didn't hold on to the matter either, and after giving the mad dog enough lessons to Sisso's, he exposed the matter. At the same time, Yabai also understands that this cooperation should be considered as reached. The hatred between the ancient gods and the 5 gods, coupled with Yabai's own power, both are natural allies. Of course, specific cooperation matters still need to continue to be discussed. Perhaps for the 4 ancient gods, Yabai is a rude descendant. But this does not mean that Yabai has no possibility of cooperating with the ancient gods. As long as the ancient gods' hatred of the 5 gods surpasses Yabai, it's fine. And is the hatred between the ancient gods and the 5 gods deep? Of course. The 5 great gods defeated many ancient gods and imprisoned these 4 great ancient gods in this dimension. This hatred is much bigger than Yabai's face-slapped face. Of course, Sisso's, among the 4 ancient gods, must have resented Yabai. There is no doubt about this. After all, Yabai opened his bow left and right, and drew wildly at his face. This is crazy humiliation, the kind that doesn't give you any face. However, Sisso's was completely convinced by Yabai, and he had no idea of retaliating against Yabai. He also doesn't have this strength. If he really wants to retaliate, he will only take his own life. Moreover, Sisso's actually resented the 5 gods more than Yabai. If it weren't for the 5 great gods, how could he be kept in this dimension for more than 2 billion years? After such a long time, Sisso's had been driven mad before he could go out. Now that he saw the opportunity to avenge the 5 gods, how could Sisso's easily give up? He was even eager, and immediately followed Yabai into the depths of the universe, looking for a decisive battle with the 5 great gods. His hatred with Yabai, in the hatred with the 5 gods, obviously hated the 5 gods a little bit more. Moreover, the 5 gods did not completely defeat Hissus. Even Hissus can endure hatred and cooperate with Yabai, and other ancient gods will naturally have no problem. Of course, although cooperation has been reached, it will not be so easy to find trouble with the 5 gods. The 4 ancient gods still need to find more ancient gods to start a big battle. As for Yabai, it is also necessary to solve the scourge of the celestial group first, and then find the trouble of the 5 great gods. Of course, the 2 sides have already agreed, and when the time comes, they will immediately go to war with the 5 gods. For this result, Yabai is quite satisfied. After all, this is the purpose of his coming this time. But Yabai is not stupid, let alone naive. Although he cooperates with the ancient gods, he does not fully believe in these ancient gods. Yabai's heart had already been prepared for a long time, and he was ready to face the great ancient god alone. When the time comes, if these ancient gods are willing to participate in the war, it will be blood-earned. There is no loss to Yabai if he does not participate in the war. As for the combination of the ancient gods and the 5 great gods, this possibility is extremely slim. If the 2 parties can join hands, I'm afraid they will be linked long ago. Between the ancient gods and the 5 great gods are mortal enemies, the kind of blood and deep hatred. Counting on them to join forces, it is better to expect Yabai to disappear directly. Therefore, Yabai is not worried that he will be backstabbed in the end when he cooperates with the ancient gods this time. After getting a satisfactory answer, Yabai took Agamotto and left the dimensional world that had been completely broken. Now that the matter has been discussed, it is time to go back. Yabai still has very important things to do next, which is related to whether Yabai can have an birthday in the future. After returning to the Earth, Agamotto returned to Comitage. After he saw Yabai's full shot, his attitude towards Yabai became more and more respectful. At the same time, his eyes were a little scared when he looked at Yabai. I was worried that if I accidentally angered Yabai, I might be pinched to death. Instead of staying with Yabai and being scared and uncomfortable, it is better to return to your own territory and hide for a while. Moreover, Agamotto already knows the relationship between Loki and Yabai. Know that Loki's sister, Hela, is Yabai's wife. Therefore, in Agamotto's heart, he actually has a set of curves to save the country. That is to build a good relationship with Loki, in order to close the relationship with Yabai. At that time, even if Yabai is looking at Loki's face, he will not easily kill himself. With this idea in mind, Agamotto took a lot of heart when teaching Rocky white magic, and he really cultivated it as his descendant. However, if Agamotto knew that Loki had no face in Yabai's heart, he didn't know what he would think. After Yabai returned to Earth, he didn't care about other things, and even temporarily set aside the threats of the 5 gods. Turning around, I started to be with Hela and I got up. After a period of time without shame and irritation, Yabai stopped the madness after Hela yelled, "I have something that I may have to leave for a few days." After a fierce fight, Yabai hugged the quiet Hela and said slowly. Hela glared at Yabai irritably, as if blaming him for his previous rude behavior. However, the reluctance in her eyes betrayed her true thoughts. Hela is not stupid, she naturally guessed what Yabai said. She actually knew that Yabai also had 2 enemies, the Celestial Group and the 5 great gods. "I can help you. I am very strong now and can help you," Hela also said firmly, looking at Yabai with scorching eyes, his eyes full of love. Moreover, Hela's character is destined. She is not a woman willing to be a vase. She would rather fight with Yabai by herself than hide in the earth and wait for Yabai to return. She wants to do her best to help Yabai as much as possible. Yabai is very clear about Hela's intentions, and he is a little touched in his heart. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. It is really lucky to have such a wife who is willing to do anything for you. However, Yabai will not pull Hela into this vortex. His enemies are very powerful, which is correct. But men should stand in front of women to keep out the wind and rain. Don't worry, I'm sure, you can wait for me to come back with peace of mind. Yabai stroked the outline of Hela's face and said slowly. He hasn't planned to let Hela work hard for himself. Hela shook her head and rejected Yabai's proposal, her eyes very firm. I have 6 infinite gems in my hand. There are not many existences that can threaten me in the entire universe. You just let me go, I won't hold back. Furthermore, the Celestial Group and the 5 great gods are not only your enemy, but also my enemy. I don't want you to bear this alone. After getting the time gem, Hela also has the ability to observe the timeline. So she saw how Asgard would end if there was no Yabai. This made Hela even more in love with Yabai, but at the same time, he didn't have the slightest affection for the celestial gods and the 5 great gods. As for the ending of Asgard, if it hadn't changed because of Yabai, it would be considered a ruin. If this is the trajectory of the universe developed by the 5 gods, then Hela must stop everything. She can't let Asgard be destroyed, so she and the 5 gods are actually opposites. Seeing Hela's firm eyes, Yabai was a little moved. He actually didn't want Hela to take risks. He wouldn't die anyway, he could do whatever he wanted. So psychologically, Yabai hopes that Hela can stay on Earth or Asgard with peace of mind and wait for her return. However, after looking at Hela's firm eyes, Yabai knew that he was wrong. Hela is not the kind of woman who would like to hide behind him. This has always been the case. When facing the wind and waves, Hela chose to face him together instead of hiding behind Yabai and praying silently for him. This is also the main reason for the good relationship between Yabai and Hela. Well, since you insist, then I promise you. However, not now, but later. Before we challenge the 5 gods together, I have to deal with those troublesome guys. Yabai said slowly. As for the troublesome guys, he said, it was Yabai's goal this time, the celestial team. Yabai's plan is the same. On the side of the celestial god team, he will solve it. As for the 5 gods, he will take Hela and many ancient gods together to make a fuss. Hela also understood what Yabai meant, so he nodded slowly. If the opponent is only the celestial team, then Hela believes that Yabai can handle it well. As for the 5 gods, when the time comes, they will immediately take action. Then I'll go first, you will wait for me to come back, then we will be together, and the universe will be king. Yabai got up and assured Hela seriously. Then he opened a portal neatly, turned around and walked in. The other end of the portal is naturally the world where the Celestial Group is located. As for Hela, after watching Yabai's figure with nostalgia, he became indifferent again. Yabai is now on the battlefield, and she can't be too far behind. She intends to take advantage of the last moment before the final battle to stabilize Asgard's overall situation. Find Flowers 0. After Asgard is completely stable, she will go all out to join Yabai, and come to this universe. The Celestial Group, the largest violent organization in the universe. As an organization that Eternal spent countless hours and cultivated with one hand, the background of the Celestial Group is unfathomable. No one knows how many members are in the Celestial Group. Perhaps even Eternal himself does not know the answer to this question. What is it? In addition, the Celestial Group has a large number of members, and the gap in strength between members is also very large. The powerful Celestial Group is comparable to the 5 great gods and the ancient gods. The weak Celestial Group does not even have the Heavenly Father's level. For a long time, the Celestial God Group has taken the initiative to maintain order in the universe, coming and going without a trace, which is extremely mysterious. Few people knew exactly what the world the Celestial Group lived in was like. And today, Yabai saw it. The world of the Celestial Group looked like it was in the universe. After Yabai walked out of the portal, he was in space. Around Yabai, there are countless planets. And there are a lot of life on those planets. Even Yabai is a little surprised by such a dense life planet. We must know that although the universe is large, there are very few living planets. But in the world where the Celestial Group lives, it seems that every planet has countless lives alive. 0. After Yabai took a closer look, he discovered that all the beings living on the planets in this world have one thing in common. That is, they are all eternal races. Yabai knew before that the eternal race and the Celestial Gods Group, and even the eternity of one of the 5 gods, are deeply related. But even so, Yabai could not have imagined that there would be so many eternal races in the world where the Celestial Group lives. Using numbers to measure the number of eternal races, then the number must be an unimaginable astronomical number. The Celestial Group is not only in the universe, but also transforms the planet into a testing ground to cultivate the eternal race. Even in the world where they live, the potential of the eternal race is beyond doubt. Just look at Thanos. In addition, the lifespan of the eternal race is very long. As long as they live, they can always become stronger. Therefore, one can imagine how terrifying the strength of those eternal races living on the planet, and how exaggerated the strength of the Celestial Group that controls so many eternal races. Yabai couldn't imagine this problem without seeing it in person. Unfortunately, you shouldn't provoke me. Yabai calmed down the surprise in his heart and said lightly, since he came to this world, the glory of the eternal race has been destined to end. Yabai has always believed in cutting the grass without leaving the roots. Yabai does not intend to let go of the eternal race in this world. If the Celestial Group does not take the initiative to provoke Yabai, Yabai will not bother to take care of them. They can continue to cultivate the eternal race, tap the potential of the eternal race, and increase the strength of the Celestial Group, instead of ushering in a god of the world full of killing intent as it is now. While Yabai was observing those planets, the eternal races on those planets also discovered Yabai. The news of Yabai's arrival was quickly learned by the Celestial team. It is worth mentioning that on every planet where the eternal race lives, there is a Celestial Group stationed there. And the planets in this world can't be seen at a glance, and the number must be calculated in trillions. One can imagine how exaggerated the number of members of the Celestial Group would be. When it was learned that the person who broke into this world was Yabai, those Celestial Groups quickly reacted. Then, a stream of light fell on Yabai's side, surrounding Yabai to Tuan. Sinner, you still dare to come here, recklessly. A Celestial Group scolded Yabai angrily. Of course they know Yabai's strength, and they also know that if Yabai really does it, they can't stop it at all. However, they were not afraid at all, nor did they feel that Yabai dared to take action against themselves. Here, it's the world of the Celestial Group. Here to start with the Celestial Group, no matter who it is, unless it is the 5 gods, there is only one dead end. However, Yabai's eyes were still indifferent, staring coldly at the tall Celestial Group around him. Perhaps it is because they have ruled the universe for too long, causing these Celestial Groups to lose their sense of crisis. They didn't even realize how terrible the opponent they faced was. Only looking at the arrogant gods, Yabai's eyes were cold. He didn't expect that it was all reached this point. These Celestial gods were still in a superior posture. It seems that the Celestial God Group really ruled the universe for too long, and for a long time it has forgotten what a crisis is. However, this is also understandable. With the strength of the Celestial God Group, as long as it is shot, there are really not many people in the universe that they can't solve. Moreover, the Celestial Group that knows Yabai's strength is in the minority after all. The other Celestial Groups knew Yabai at most, and knew that he was dangerous. I really don't know anything else. For this, Yabai has no extra thoughts. It doesn't matter to underestimate him now. After a while, the expressions in the eyes of these Celestial gods will turn into horror. While these Celestial gods group surrounded Yabai, the news of Yabai's arrival also spread throughout the Celestial gods group. Suddenly, this originally peaceful world suddenly became lively. Streams of light flew out of the planet, and then came towards Yabai. It's just that Yabai doesn't have the current dignity of the enemy, just staring coldly. When a group of gods came to Yabai's front and back, the number became hiding. Yabai just shot. He took a deep breath, and then gave it a sudden blow. The next moment, a terrifying cosmic storm appeared, sweeping towards those celestial groups. The celestial gods who looked at Yabai hostilely, their eyes became horrified at this time. Such a terrifying cosmic storm is just Yabai's breath. How terrible is Yabai's true strength? The celestial group has no time to think about this problem. They are already facing the cosmic storm that has swept across. The group of gods closest to Yabai is the most unlucky. He didn't even have a chance to react, and was affected by this cosmic storm. Then, his whole body was frozen, and he died completely in an instant. As for those celestials who are a little farther away from Yabai, they still have time to react. But it has no meaning anymore. Their reaction time was not even enough for them to escape, and they were directly involved in the cosmic storm. Then the moment he was touched by this cosmic storm, he was completely frozen to death. Almost from the beginning, the celestial team suffered a heavy loss in front of Yabai. It's not that the strength of the celestial group is too weak, but that Yabai's strength is really too strong. Those celestial gods who have been swept past can have a physical foothold in the universe, and they can resist the absolute low temperature of -270 degrees. But under Yabai's freezing breath, there was no room for resistance, and there was no vitality in the blink of an eye. Yabai's freezing breathing, the temperature is infinitely close to the theoretical minimum temperature, absolute zero. If it really reaches the absolute zero level, Yabai will go down in one breath, and even time will be frozen directly. With this kind of strength, the ordinary celestial groups have no possibility of confrontation. As for the celestial group that is a little further away, the end is also very miserable. Although they avoided being directly frozen to death, they were blown away by Yabai without knowing how far they were. And this cosmic storm is like a steel knife for scraping bones. As long as the celestial group is scratched by the edge of the cosmic storm, the flesh and blood on the body will almost be separated from the bones. In fact, many of the celestial gods were just affected by the cosmic storm, and they were completely blown into bones. In other words, the gods group gathered in front of Yabai at the beginning. Under Yabai's breath, he was directly defeated. Not to mention the heavy losses, even some planets slightly closer to Yabai were affected by this cosmic storm. Yabai saw that hundreds of planets had been blown out by his breath. Some planets were still flying out and collided with other planets. As for the eternal races on the collision planet, there is naturally only a dead end. With Yabai's breath, the dead eternal race is an astronomical number, and the number must be calculated in hundreds of billions. However, even after killing so many lives, Yabai's expression remained unchanged. He didn't think he had done too much, because he was all enemies anyway. Moreover, there is actually no difference between destroying the eternal race and destroying heaven. If Yabai would feel guilty now, he wouldn't have been in heaven at the beginning and throw out the two-way foil. While Yabai was thinking about it, a thick cosmic ray came towards him. A powerful member of the celestial group finally came to Yabai. This celestial group is very strong, the strength is comparable to the ancient gods. Even in the huge organization of the celestial group, the strength of this celestial group is the top group. If Yabai just got the silver Superman template, it might feel a bit tricky to face this celestial group. But now, Yabai doesn't pay attention to this god group at all. Yabai's growth rate is definitely beyond the common sense of everyone. He is getting stronger every day, getting stronger day by day. Such a growth rate is simply a nightmare enemy for Yabai's opponent. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. This time, Yabai didn't evade, and flew directly towards the cosmic ray. Carrying the cosmic rays on him, Yabai flew directly towards the powerful celestial group. The power of this cosmic ray is indeed terrifying, even a star can be crushed directly. However, even Yabai's body can't be broken, and he can't break the defense at all. And Yabai, withstanding the impact of cosmic rays, abruptly approached this powerful celestial group. In the opponent's horrified and desperate eyes, super hot rays swept out. Not only penetrated the body of this celestial group, but also melted his body. Even a planet behind this celestial group was directly hit by Yabai's superheat rays. Then, in less than a second, the blue planet directly turned red. The entire planet was melted away, and all the life on the planet was completely destroyed without holding it for a second. This is the first time Yabai has unabashedly released his destructive power. Destroying the planet is easy for Yabai without any pressure. Seeing Yabai's terrifying strength, many of the gods who came from behind became horrified. Most members of the celestial group have never seen an enemy of Yabai's level. Therefore, when I suddenly saw Yabai who was going to kill him, my heart simply didn't have the courage to fight. Yabai will not get used to these celestial groups. They dare not shoot Yabai. Yabai will not bear it. Directly adjust his speed to the extreme, and then rush towards those in the celestial group. In Yabai's field of vision, the surrounding time is frozen, and only oneself is moving in the entire universe. As for those celestial groups, they seem to be frozen. Yabai can clearly see the fear in their eyes. Without mercy, Yabai shot directly. He came to the midst of the people of the celestial group, then gathered a large amount of red energy around his body, and finally burst out suddenly. The terrible energy burst, instantly forming a huge shining sphere. It's like the light produced by a million suns exploding at the same time. The terrifying power swept everything around, and those celestial gods who realized with hindsight had just reacted, and the crisis had already arrived. They had no time to escape. The energy erupted by Yabai is advancing at tens of thousands of times the speed of light, and no one can escape. Those celestial gods could only watch the energy shock wave that Yabai burst out in despair. Just like a dying person, he can only watch in despair as the god of death raises the reaping sickle. I don't know how many celestial groups, even if they couldn't even hum, they were directly evaporated by countless energy. Under those dark red energies, those bodies of the celestial group that could survive in the vacuum of the universe seemed too vulnerable. When the energy erupted by Yabai dissipated, the original large number of celestial gods had been emptied. A large area around Yabai has completely turned into a vacuum zone. Not only was there no celestial god group, but even some of the planets that originally existed disappeared at this time. World-destroying disaster. This is the real world-destroying level disaster. Yabai's strength is almost at the level of the 5 gods, and it is really a bully to deal with these gods. It's like a large trumpet that has already reached the full level. It is a complete battle to kill those trumpets who have never even done a novice mission. Stop. Just as Yabai looked at the destruction he had caused with satisfaction, a roar came from a distance. This terrible sound directly shook the starry sky. Yabai was cold, looking at the celestial group rushing towards him. There was still no nervousness in his eyes. This person rushed towards Yabai to the celestial group. He is one of the most powerful in the celestial group, and he has lived for the longest time at the same time. He participated in the battle between the 5 great gods and the ancient gods 2 billion years ago. Even in that battle, he guzzled the blood of the ancient gods. It's a pity that the enemy he is facing right now is not the ancient gods, but Yabai. Looking at the celestial group rushing towards him, Yabai just stretched out his right hand and shook it slightly. In the next moment, the body of that celestial group was frozen. Immediately afterwards, countless dimensional forces crushed on him, and his body, which could have resisted the galaxy Big Bang, was directly destroyed. Under the gaze of many other celestial groups, his body was directly torn to pieces. The power of dimensionality is one of the most advanced and original powers in the universe. Almost all the 5 gods who can master and manipulate the power of dimensions are at the same level. Even Yabai learned from the eternal part through the evolution ability of the ancient Destruction Day template. Using the 5 great god-level assassins to deal with the celestial group is simply bullying. As for the Tiantian group that was bullied, naturally there was no possibility of contending, and it was crushed by Yabai directly. He couldn't even make a decent counterattack, and was directly killed by Yabai. This kind of strength made many celestial groups desperate for a while. How to fight this? This is impossible to fight at all. The difference in strength between the two sides is so great that these heavenly gods don't even have the idea of resisting. Their backbones were all directly interrupted by Yabai. In the future, no matter what the result of Yabai is, all the celestial god teams will not have the courage to attack Yabai. Under Yabai's terrifying power, they have completely lost their determination to contend. Next, it's Yabai's massacre time. Even if those gods had basically given up resistance and only wanted to escape, Yabai still didn't give them a chance to escape. The speed beyond time, coupled with Yabai's all kinds of destructive superpowers, makes Yabai like a large harvester, harvesting all the lives he sees. When Yabai passed through some planets, he even more mercilessly crushed all those planets. All of a sudden, the world dominated by this celestial group was completely burned up. Countless planets shattered, and countless groups of gods fell. In space, the corpses of the celestial group were floating everywhere. If someone is lucky enough to see this scene, I am afraid they will never forget it for a lifetime. And when Yabai slaughtered, the Celestials did not completely give up resistance. Some of the celestial groups that have been acquired for a long enough time and are strong enough are now thinking about how to fight against Yabai. In the end, the celestial team thought of a way. That is to gather the power of all the gods into one person. Let the guy who has gained the power of all people gain a fighting power comparable to the 5 gods in a short time. Only in this way can we fight against Yabai. This method was quickly implemented. Soon, a group of the strongest gods in history was born. This was Born, the strongest god group ever, with purple skin and barbs with crystal structure on the back. The body is covered with a layer of purple crystal armor. It looked like an invincible god of war. Leave it to me, those who dare to resist the celestial group must die. This celestial group, who had just gained a powerful force, said confidently to his companions. Then under the expectant gaze of his companions, he instantly disappeared in place and flew towards Yabai. At this time, the energy in his body is endless, and the strength of his strength is comparable to that of the 5 gods. This made him very confident in his heart that he could definitely beat Yabai to death. Yabai still doesn't know anything about this. While Yabai was still bullying the ordinary celestial team, the strongest celestial team in history rushed towards Yabai at a speed comparable to Yabai's own. Then, before Yabai could react, he punched Yabai's body hard. At this time, Yabai was directly knocked out. After flying for an unknown distance, Yabai reluctantly stabilized his figure. But visible to the naked eye, a trail of blood was left on the corner of Yabai's mouth. He was injured by the strongest celestial team in history. However, Yabai's eyes still didn't have the slightest fear. On the contrary, they were full of murderous intent. Seeing Yabai flying out with a punch, the strongest celestial group smiled disdainfully. Of course, he also admitted that Yabai is very strong, but now, he is still relatively strong. After receiving the blessing of all the power of the celestial group, he now has 2 words, swelling. He even had an illusion that he could rule the universe. And Yabai, he was just the first powerful enemy to die under his hands in the great journey he informed the universe. But before his dream was finished, Yabai had already smashed a planet with his body and killed him out of the sky full of fireworks. After rushing to his side quickly, Yabai did the same, slamming a punch. However, this celestial group is worthy of being the strongest in history. He could fully keep up with Yabai's movements and speed. Seeing Yabai's punch, he stretched out his hand and blocked it in front. Then, Yabai punched and was blocked by his palm. Although he was uncomfortable, his hand bones were aching, but he really blocked Yabai's punch. This is the first time Yabai has encountered such a situation. In the past, no matter what opponent it was, when facing Yabai's unreasonable brute force, he could only choose to avoid. And the strongest celestial group in history was the first person to block Yabai's brute force. Looking at Yabai, who was stopped by himself, the strongest celestial group in history showed a cruel smile, then raised his other hand and hit Yabai. Yabai did not evade and chose to head on. Then Yabai was hammered out again. It's just that the strongest celestial group in history is not feeling well. He was also flew out by Yabai with a punch. This time they played against each other, and the two were evenly divided. However, Yabai's expression remained the same. He still looked at his opponent coldly, as if there was fire condensing in his eyes. This day the god group also grinned. Hit Yabai head on, let alone, it really hurts. Yabai seems to have broken his finger bones. Although he recovered quickly, the pain was unavoidable. Just to this point, the strongest celestial team in history is already very satisfied. If he has a real strength of 25, he is lucky if he doesn't get caught in the blink of an eye when facing Yabai. But now, he has the capital to confront Yabai head on. Even Yabai can be wiped out. Thinking about how he was sought after killing Yabai, he grinned. Then facing Yabai, he directly stretched out his hand and fired a thick beam of energy. Yabai was not to be outdone, and the super hot rays came out again, colliding with this purple energy beam in a posture of cutting the universe. Both of these two terrifying energy attacks produced a strong big explosion at the moment of impact, and some of the surrounding planets were even affected by the aftermath of the big explosion, completely wiped out in ashes. It's just that the two energy attacks appear to be evenly matched. Fortunately, Yabai occupies a geographical advantage. He stands on the right. As we all know, since ancient times, we have lost to the left of Poland. Located on the left, the strongest celestial group in history, inexplicably, under a magical force, began to slowly retreat. In the end, he was directly defeated and hit his body by Yabai's super hot rays. However, in the next scene, Yabai frowned slightly. After hitting the body of the celestial group, the ever unfavorable superheat rays did not cause a fatal blow to him. On the contrary, they were unharmed. The superheat rays that could disintegrate atoms were completely blocked by the purple lens armor on the celestial group. Looking at the unscathed armor on his body, the celestial group grinned and laughed. That's it. It seems that you can't kill me today, the celestial group said to Yabai, his tone full of contentment. Yabai's superheat ray power can be said to be deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Since Yabai debuted, it can be said that he has never had any disadvantages, and he has hardly encountered an opponent. Even among the 5 gods, the eternal clone was destroyed by Yabai's superheat rays. But it was blocked, doing useless work for the first time. This result made the celestial team very excited and saw the hope of defeating Yabai. Yabai was also a little surprised, but he didn't expect to be blocked. It seems that the celestial group can become the strongest violent organization in the universe, and there are still 2 brushes. Not all relying on the 5 gods, the celestial group itself is also very powerful. However, even if it was a temporary offensive defeat, Yabai didn't have any frustrated expressions. He believes that with his own strength, he will still get the final victory. As for this celestial group, let him be arrogant. In the next moment, the celestial group quickly rushed towards Yabai, and Yabai did the same, and did not choose to back down. The speed of the 2 reached a kind of extreme, and time slowed down in the sight of both of them. And this celestial group, in the right hand, a large group of purple energy is gathering. In the end, a purple crystalline longsword appeared in his right hand. At the moment of colliding with Yabai, he fiercely thrust the purple longsword towards Yabai's chest. Yabai, on the other hand, didn't evade the purple longsword, and directly blasted his head with a punch. The end result was that Yabai's punch hit the head of the celestial group, deforming his head. And Yabai himself was uncomfortable. His chest was directly pierced by the purple longsword. In terms of strength alone, the strongest celestial group in history is indeed not weak, and it can put a lot of pressure on Yabai. The 4 ancient gods that Yabai has encountered before may all be killed in front of this god group. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Especially his purple energy is even more powerful and terrifying. It forms an armor that can withstand Yabai's superheat ray attack. It forms a long sword that can directly pierce Yabai's body. You know, Yabai's physical strength is already very abnormal. In theory, almost all physical attacks are ineffective to Yabai. But even so, Yabai was still hurt. His chest was pierced. Looking at Yabai, who was pierced through his chest, the deformed face of the celestial group showed a hideous smile. In this battle of injury for injury, he finally smiled for the last time. Yabai, your era is over, my era has just begun. Leaning down, this celestial group came to Yabai, said slowly, and then the purple longsword in his hand exploded directly. The terrifying power seemed to be opening up the world, shaking the world where the entire celestial group was located. As for Yabai, no matter how strong his body is, he can't stand this kind of explosion. Moreover, this explosion started directly from inside Yabai's body. Without the slightest suspense, Yabai's body was directly blown into fly ash. Seeing this scene, the celestial group finally couldn't restrain the ecstasy in his heart, and laughed presumptuously. You know, Yabai has been fighting against him. In the current universe, who dares to underestimate Yabai? In the previous battles, this celestial group had always been in fear. I'm afraid that Yabai will find a chance to come back and be killed directly by Yabai. Fortunately, now that the dust has settled, he has become the ultimate winner. From then on, in the universe, I am a new myth. The celestial group celebrated loudly that he felt that he had reached the pinnacle of his life. At the same time, many celestial groups also came to him, looking at him with the eyes of the savior. This made his heart feel even more blissful. Originally, his status was in the celestial group, and he could only be regarded as one of the highest people. But now, there is no doubt that he has become the strongest existence in the celestial group. Of course, he will also become the leader of the celestial group. Thinking of such a powerful and violent organization, he was about to be mastered by himself, and his heart felt bad. Even he began to wonder whether he could become the sixth god with his current strength, keeping pace with the other 5 gods. This is not impossible, but is likely to become a reality. Killing Yabai, this record contains too much gold. From the worshipping gazes of the other celestial groups, he can see his current status. He is an absolute savior for the entire celestial group and the undisputed strongest. It's just that when he was thinking about how he would reach the peak of the universe in the future, a celestial group in front of him suddenly pointed his finger behind him in horror. He was a little puzzled. What was behind him? There is nothing behind him. But out of curiosity, he turned his head and glanced back. Then, he saw a scene that caused him to die. In between, Yabai's body appeared behind him little by little. It's as if it was not Yabai who was blown to dust before. Yabai, who has the template of the ancient day of destruction, unless it is an existence of the OAA level, otherwise others will deal with him, at most it will be sealed and exiled. Want to kill him? Think too much. Haven't you been killed by me? The strongest celestial group in history pointed to Yabai and said tremblingly. The tone of surprise was as if he had seen a ghost. Yabai didn't look happy or sad, but just glanced at him coldly. You did kill me, but does it have anything to do with my resurrection? Yabai said faintly, but completely collapsed the celestial group. In fact, what this celestial group didn't know was that Yabai was killed by him before, completely voluntary. Relying on the fact that he can be resurrected indefinitely, Yabai directly resisted his ultimate move without evading it, which led to the situation where Yabai was killed. But actually, if Yabai is willing to dodge, it is impossible for this celestial group to hurt him. The main reason for this is to evolve. Yabai knew that he was about to confront the 5 gods. In this case, it is natural to evolve one more time, and there will be an extra chance of winning. If possible, Yabai is even willing to die forever and then evolve. Unfortunately, this is unrealistic. Moreover, in the entire universe, there are really few people capable of killing Yabai. Even if Yabai stood still and did nothing, few people could break through his defense. After finally seeing someone who could kill him, Yabai would not let it go, begging to die. Soon it will be dead. What are you afraid of? In fact, as Yabai expected, he was killed successfully under his desperate situation. Then, he was resurrected again, and completed another evolution. Today's Yabai has become stronger, terrifyingly strong. So what? What about the resurrection? I can kill you once, and I can kill you a second time. If you keep resurrecting, I will keep killing you. This celestial group roared wildly, obviously already very frightened inside. So much so that his tone has a hysterical feeling. Yabai naturally doesn't care about his threats. He also hopes that the gods can kill himself a few more times this day. But in fact, Yabai knew that this celestial group would never have a chance. Looking at Yabai in front of him, the celestial group once again condensed a purple longsword in his hand, and then rushed towards Yabai. Following the same pattern, he stabs the long sword in his hand towards Yabai. All that is required is to pierce Yabai's defense and kill Yabai once. Yabai was also looking forward to it, so he didn't evade the attack that killed him before, letting this celestial group stab him in the chest. However, the result this time was totally different from the last time. The purple longsword that had pierced Yabai's chest before hitting Yabai's body at this time couldn't make any further progress. It's like hitting the strongest matter in the world. Then, under the desperate gaze of the celestial group, the purple longsword in his hand shattered every inch and shattered in front of him. This scene made the celestial group unacceptable. He is full of expectations that he can recreate a glorious moment and kill Yabai again. But for the same attack, this time even Yabai's skin could not be broken. The reality is so cruel. Today's Yabai, and the previous Yabai, have 2 levels of existence. After another evolution, Yabai's strength has been improved in all aspects. Both the physical strength and the energy in the body have greatly increased. In this case, how can the same attack work twice on Yabai? It seems that your performance is about to end. Looking at the crazy celestial group in front of him, Yabai said coldly. Then he stretched out his hand and gently pressed it on the chest of the celestial group. With a strong push, the celestial group flew out directly. After smashing several stars to stabilize the body, the celestial group spewed out a lot of blood with a poof. Under the stimulation of the pain, he slowly lowered his head. I saw that his chest had been pushed into a big hole by Yabai, and his proud purple armor was completely shattered at this time. This is the span of Yabai's strength after evolution. Once a strong enemy, this time has become a chicken dog. As long as Yabai thinks, he can kill this guy at any time. Everything is over. From now on, there will be no more legends of the celestial group in the universe. Yabai didn't have the bottom to continue playing, and declared directly to all the celestial groups that the celestial group who was directly pushed out by Yabai hadn't been relieved from the blow at this time. He still looked at the wound on his chest blankly, his eyes filled with confusion. It looks really pitiful. It's just that Yabai won't give him another chance. This farce should also end. Yabai has lost his patience and does not plan to play with these gods groups anymore. What we have to do now is to completely end this playful battle. When Yabai dealt with the strongest celestial team, the other celestial team members did not react at this time. None of them wanted to understand why Yabai, who had just been killed, reappeared now. They watched Yabai with their own eyes and were blown up to fly ashes. Moreover, why has Yabai's strength become so strong now? This is not only powerful, it is beyond imagination. After the above thoughts were over, these celestial gods later realized that the current situation seemed a bit bad. They are a little too close to Yabai. When these celestial groups reacted to running, Yabai had not given them a chance. Dead. Looking at the large group of members of the celestial group in front of him, Yabai hummed loudly. Then, a terrible sound wave came from Yabai's mouth, turned into a terrible infrasound wave, sweeping across the universe. Wherever this infrasound wave passes through, the planet bursts and the stars die. Even the galaxies collapsed directly, and there was no possibility of resistance at all. Those celestial groups also exploded in an instant, and Yabai yelled to death. After getting rid of those onlookers of the celestial group, Yabai's gaze turned to the strongest celestial group again. Then, Yabai used his own speed and rushed directly behind him. At this time, Yabai's speed was several times faster than before, so that even the strongest celestial group could no longer keep up with Yabai's speed. In Yabai's eyes, the actions of this celestial group were slowed down several times. For Yabai, there is no threat. And what if you get a chance? It's not unbreakable. But Yabai was different. Yabai appeared directly behind the celestial group, and then grabbed the barbs of the purple lens structure on his back. I squeezed it hard and heard a click sound. Those purple lens structure barbs were abruptly crushed by Yabai. The celestial group immediately uttered a tragic howl, and the miserable voice was daunting to hear. These barbs are actually the power core of the celestial group and the most important part of his body. Now it was crushed directly by Yabai. One can imagine how painful he would be. Under the severe pain, the celestial team also emerged from the fear of Yabai and began to counterattack Yabai. He directly exploded with countless energy, thinking of it as a terrible shock wave, hoping to hit Yabai with this. Just like the Big Bang, a terrifying energy shock hits quickly. Yabai, on the other hand, didn't dodge. He didn't even have the idea of hiding, so he chose to fight hard. Yabai played the most smoothly with the energy shock. He used this method many times to cause terrible damage to the enemy. Naturally, it is impossible to suffer from the loss of this move now. In fact, as Yabai thought, Yabai could completely withstand this shock wave without any injuries. The energy from these shocks couldn't harm Yabai's body at all, and couldn't even break the defense. This is an absolute difference in strength. No matter how hard the celestial group works, it cannot be Yabai's opponent. Even Yabai still withstood these energy shocks and approached the celestial group. He came directly behind him arrogantly and broke his two barbs again. The original huge energy shock completely failed at this moment. The celestial group was also hit hard and fell into a brief shock. It can make the celestial group all fall into a state of shock. One can imagine how intense the pain of the barb being destroyed. Yabai did not let go of this opportunity, and began to abuse the opponent who had killed him once. In the face of Yabai's repeated blows, this celestial group finally couldn't bear it. His eyes began to loosen, and his spirits began to collapse. He finally couldn't maintain his pride in front of Yabai, and his backbone was completely shattered. Even if he has regained the same strength as Yabai now, it is impossible to be Yabai's opponent. Because in his heart, he has already developed a fearful idea of Yabai. This makes it almost never possible for him to turn over when facing Yabai. Seeing this person's miserable appearance, Yabai's face remained unchanged, and there was no slightest sympathy in his eyes. When this celestial group killed him just now, he didn't keep his hands at all. And since they are all enemies, it is natural to die and die. Talking about kindness at this time is something fools do. Looking at the opponent who had completely lost consciousness in front of him, Yabai's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes kept brightening. Then, two golden rays of light shot out from Yabai's eyes and directly fell on the body of the god group. After Yabai evolved, his various methods have become stronger again. And this celestial group, after being attacked by Yabai, didn't even have a chance to react, and was directly penetrated by the golden superheat rays. Then, the body was melted in a very short time, completely dead. After doing all this, Yabai stopped his movements and then looked at the distance of this world. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz, where there are still many celestial groups and many eternal races. And Yabai's goal is also the survivors. Only this time, Yabai didn't fly over again. He no longer needed to destroy the past one by one. He had a more convenient method. Cunjin, Kaitian. Yabai charged directly, then punched the void in front of him. The terrifying power spewed out in an instant, raging fiercely in this world. When the power released by Yabai reached a peak, a click sounded. Like a mirror being crushed, the pitch-black crack appeared in front of Yabai. Just like before, Yabai was fighting against the four ancient gods, which directly destroyed the entire dimensional world. And now Yabai uses the same method to destroy the world where the celestial group is located. The reason Yabai didn't do this before was because the previous strength was not enough. The world in which the celestial group is located was created by eternity, almost another universe. Such a world, even Yabai, is difficult to destroy. But now it's different. Yabai has become much stronger after evolving once. Now with one punch, Yabai can break through the crystal wall of this world and start the world to shatter. The worlds are like bubbles floating in the water. When the crystal wall is intact, it can resist the erosion from the void sea. But when there is a gap in the crystal wall, the endless void will flood in, engulfing the world directly. Today, this is the case. Almost the moment Yabai smashed the crystal wall of this world, a terrifying void poured in. Then Yabai saw with his own eyes that the world began to collapse, and the scope of the collapse became larger and larger. Through the gap in the crystal wall, Yabai saw the situation of the void sea. He even saw many world bubbles floating in the sea of void. There is no doubt that those world bubbles are other parallel worlds. However, Yabai just watched, but didn't touch it. He didn't want to care about the parallel world, but was ready to deal with his current affairs first. After breaking down the crystal wall of this world, Yabai planned to leave. Because Yabai knew that the gods in this world would be swallowed by the void sooner or later. Even if there are a few lucky guys who can escape the disaster of this world shattering, it will not affect the overall situation. Just when Yabai was about to leave, behind him, a figure appeared silently. This figure resembles a human being, with limbs and head, and 5 fingers. However, his skin is blue, he is also wearing a red robe, and there is a circle of skulls around his waist. The most notable thing is his eyes, which are 2 cross symbols. Annihilation. Yabai said solemnly, recognizing the identity of the person who came. That's right, the one who suddenly appeared behind Yabai was one of the 5 gods, annihilated. Although Eternal claims to be the head of the 5 gods, in fact the most powerful is still annihilated. His strength can even stand alone against the other 4 gods. Such a guy suddenly appeared in front of Yabai and had to make Yabai pay attention to it. Are you the variable that Eternal said? It's really amazing. Destroyed the celestial group, what do you think I should do to you? Let me kill you, how about? Annihilation also recognized Yabai's identity, and said gloomily. Annihilation actually didn't know that Yabai was here. He just felt that the world of the celestial group was collapsing, so he came and took a look. Unexpectedly, he saw Yabai at a glance, so he chose to follow. As for those celestial groups, Oblivion didn't bother to take care of it. You die, you don't care about Annihilation. He is the strongest of the 5 gods and the most maverick. The eternal yearning is power, and infinity is the most Buddhist system. Death likes messing things up and fishing, and Tungsing is either eating or on the way to eat every day. As for Annihilation, they often wander in the universe. Occasionally, when interest comes up, I destroy a few galaxies for fun. He is the god of death hovering in the universe, and the greatest threat to other civilizations. Other cosmic gods also criticized Annihilation. But who makes Annihilation the strongest? Yabai also knows the difficulty of Annihilation. This is the most capricious of the 5 gods. Once this guy separated an incarnation and named it Lord of Chaos. Then, his incarnation swallowed % of the universe, even the other 4 gods did not block it. Such a record can tell the strength of Annihilation. You know, it's just an incarnation of him, making other cosmic gods helpless. No one knows how strong annihilating one's own strength is. Yabai is naturally extremely wary of Annihilation. After all, between him and the 5 gods, there is no possibility of reconciliation, only war between the 2 sides. In this way, the annihilation of the 5 most powerful gods is naturally Yabai's greatest enemy today. And Yabai can be sure that when he challenges the 5 gods in the future, Annihilation will inevitably cause him great trouble. But Yabai did not expect that he would encounter Annihilation so early. However, Yabai didn't plan to back down now that he encountered it. Just take this opportunity to see what his strength is. Compared with the 5 great gods, what level is he in? A lot of people want to kill me, and I have never opposed them, but unfortunately, no one has ever done it. If you think you have the strength, you can come up and have a try. Yabai said to Annihilation, directly declaring war. And Annihilation didn't get angry after hearing this, but his eyes became more fierce. You are arrogant, and I hope you can continue to be so arrogant when I tear your body apart later. After pressing a cruel word, Annihilation rushed towards Yabai instantly. Yabai also reacted and rushed towards Oblivion. The 2 met quickly and collided with each other. As a result, there are no winners or losers. Yabai and Annihilation both retreated some distance, and both felt pain in their hand bones. Completely on par, good, there is almost no difference in strength between the 2. Yabai's expression became dignified, and his evaluation of Annihilation improved a lot. Originally thought he could surpass the 5 gods in strength after evolving just now, but now it seems that it is not enough. And the Annihilation is even more shocking. Yabai actually had a match with him, it was crazy. Who is he? He is annihilated. He is the strongest among the 5 gods. From his birth to the present, he has encountered countless opponents, and he has not yet encountered one that can be compared with him. Unexpectedly, he met a well-matched Yabai at this time, so that the point of contempt in his heart originally disappeared completely at this time. He never dared to underestimate Yabai anymore. Your strength is good. No wonder you are so arrogant. You have arrogant capital. In my opinion, you have enough strength to become a new cosmic god. How about our cooperation? You help me, swallow the star and kill him, and then I will call the shots and vacate his position for you. How about it? Annihilation said to Yabai that he had completely regarded Yabai as being at the same level as himself. However, Yabai shook his head and dismissed his proposal. No, I will smash all the gods of the 5 great gods, and then become the only god. I'm a bit crazy, I don't want anyone to be able to compare with me, so are you. Yabai categorically rejected his proposal. He didn't want to be one of the strongest. Moreover, Yabai didn't think that Annihilation was a good person, and he definitely planned to change the law to pit himself. It sounds good, who knows what it really looks like. And Yabai's attitude towards Wang Ang also made the Annihilation who originally intended to win him a stunned. Then he became angry. This time, he was really angry. Annihilation of anger is normal. He has ruled the universe for so many years and has never been so underestimated. Yabai, also the only one, said to be above his head. The idea of wooing Yabai has disappeared, and the only thing left in his mind is how to kill Yabai. It's best to let Yabai regret before his death, and regret the arrogant words before him. However, Yabai remained unmoved, just watched the Annihilation coldly. He didn't think his previous words were arrogant, but he really thought so. As long as he continues to evolve, Annihilation will one day be no match for him. After that, there is nothing to say about the two, and the words are not too speculative. Both chose a more direct way to confirm who is stronger. A large amount of energy projected from the Annihilation's mouth and eyes, turned into a beam of light, and rushed towards Yabai. Yabai was not to be outdone. The golden superheat rays also gushed out, colliding with the Annihilation attack. At this moment, neither of them had the idea of backing down, but thinking about how to defeat the other. It's just that the strength of the two is really too close, and it is impossible to tell the victory or defeat at this time. On the contrary, it was the surrounding void, which was shaken by the aftermath of the two fighting each other at this time. After another collision, Annihilation also calmed down. He also has to admit that Yabai's strength is really strong, comparable to him. He wanted to kill Yabai, not too little, but it took a lot of time. Moreover, really fighting life and death, he and Yabai's victory or defeat was only about 50-50, and he couldn't say that he won. Therefore, Annihilation stopped very wisely. Yabai did the same, did not choose and obliterate the truth at this time. Although sooner or later, he will be enemies of the five gods and engage in a life and death battle, but it is obviously not now. Moreover, this is the world of the Celestial Group, which is considered the home of Annihilation. If you start a battle with Oblivion here, it is likely to attract the other five gods. At that time, Yabai will face the fate of being besieged, which Yabai doesn't want to see. It was not that he was afraid, but that he would be sealed and banished. Eternal already knows the particularity of Yabai, and knows that after killing him, it will only allow Yabai to continue to evolve. Therefore, Eternal will definitely use the most secure method, which is to seal or exile Yabai. This matter, if Eternal alone does it, is indeed very difficult, and it may even die under Yabai's hands. But once there are more than 2 5 gods, Yabai can be sanctioned. So Yabai needs a helper and gives Yabai a space to compete with one of the 5 gods. This is also the main reason why Yabai is willing to find the ancient gods to join forces. I don't expect the ancient gods to help much. I just need to drag the other 5 gods and let Yabai go head-to-head with one of them. That's enough. Therefore, Yabai does not want to fight Annihilation here. If it is really sealed or exiled, then Yabai can really get rid of it. Anyway, his current goal has been achieved, and the Celestial Group has been completely destroyed by Yabai. After that, there is no need to think about the Celestial Group, just think about how to deal with the 5 gods. Next time I meet, I will definitely kill you, I promise. Annihilation also knows that now is not a good time to decide the outcome with Yabai. After Yabai came to rival the 5 gods, that was the time for them to decide the outcome. And Yabai, after hearing the words of Annihilation, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He likes the promise of Annihilation so much, please be sure to kill him once. In this case, he can complete the evolution again. If it wasn't for the fear of Annihilation, and desperately dragging him down, Yabai would even want to pull the hook with Annihilation, and don't go back on what is good. Seeing Yabai's expression not only not afraid, but also expectant, the corners of Annihilation's mouth twitched a few times. Then he turned around and disappeared in front of Yabai. Don't wait, the more you wait, the more angry. Go back and prepare, and wait for Yabai to come and challenge him. At that time, he must make Yabai regret what he said today. As for Yabai, there is no idea of staying here. Turning around, he opened a portal and disappeared into the void. Now that all obstacles that hindered him from the decisive battle with the 5 gods have been removed, the next thing to do is to think about how to deal with the 5 gods. In this process, Yabai hopes to find as many helpers as possible. Well, to put it bluntly, some cannon fodder is needed. Those cannon fodder don't need to be confrontational with the 5 gods, they only need to share the pressure of Yabai, and don't let Yabai be besieged. As for now, let's return to Earth and Asgard first. This can be regarded as the only peaceful time before the war. Yabai found Hela in Asgard. At this time, Hela is explaining something to Thor. Yabai could see that Hela was planning to train Thor into the next God King. Before becoming the King of Gods, Hela was actually very attached to the position of King of Gods. Because this is what Hela should get. If it weren't for Odin, she would have been the King of Gods very early. After becoming the King of Gods, Hela was a little tired of the position of King of Gods. She found that becoming a God King is not only a kind of glory, but also a kind of responsibility. And now, she doesn't want to be entangled in Asgard's responsibilities, but she wants to be by Yabai's side and experience the prosperity of the universe. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. To put it simply, she wants to play with salted fish. As for Thor, His character has changed after experiencing many things. Today, he can be regarded as an excellent leader, a veritable Asgard god of war. It's also appropriate to become a god king. Coupled with Phrygia's reasons, Hela and Thor's relationship has always been very good. Therefore, Hela had the idea of entrusting Thor with the throne of God. You are here, everything has been handled. Hela, who was explaining to Thor, looked up and saw Yabai, and asked with concern. It's resolved, there will be no celestial group in the future. Yabai also said slowly, as if he was crushing a bunch of ants to death. Hela smiled after hearing the words. Although she was not able to participate in this battle, Yabai's triumphant return still made her feel very good. At this time, Thor also walked up. Are you planning to do something big, right? Can I participate in it too? Thor said to Hela and Yabai, specifically to Yabai. Thor understands that Hela's opinion is based on Yabai. As long as Yabai can agree, Hela will not object. As for Thor's fight, Yabai naturally rejected it. No, we don't need you yet for what we are going to do. Moreover, you also have your own mission. Yabai refused, and didn't want Thor to get involved in this matter. At the same time, Hela also spoke. Yabai is right, this matter is not suitable for you to mix in now. Moreover, you have more important things to do. You need to protect Asgard after we all leave. Today's Asgard, the strongest is undoubtedly Hela. With 6 infinite gems in hand, her strength is enough to compare with the 5 great gods. The second is Thor. While awakening his divine power and getting rune magic, Thor also got the storm axe made for him by Odin. Now his strength has far surpassed him in the original plot. If Hela didn't have infinite gems, he probably wouldn't be his opponent. This kind of strength is enough to protect Asgard and avoid being stolen when Hela and Yabai are fighting the 5 gods. Although the celestial group was killed by Yabai, it is inevitable that there will be some fish that slip through the net. At that time, if Thor is not in Asgard, then Asgard is really too dangerous. After listening to Yabai and Hela, Thor finally nodded. He is not stupid, he can naturally guess how dangerous the thing Yabai and Hela prepared would be. At the same time, he knew that Yabai and the celestial team were rivals. It is impossible to guarantee that when Hela and Yabai are not in Asgard, the celestial team will not come to steal their homes. And if he is there, it's safer. The ordinary celestial group is really not Thor's opponent today. Even those powerful beings in the celestial group didn't dare to say that they would win when facing Thor. This power is passed down by Odin to assist every god king. Now, I give it to you, I hope you can be worthy of this country. Hela came to Thor's side, and a strong divine power slowly emerged from his body. This is the power of Odin that Hela inherited from Odin, and it is also the highest level of power in the 9 realms. After Hela was determined to abdicate to the virtuous, she planned to pass on Odin's power to Thor. Now is the time. Thor's face changed, and he didn't seem to expect Hela to do such a thing. He also knew that Hela did this, which meant that Hela wanted him to become the king of Asgard. However, all this is too unexpected. No, you are the god king of Asgard. I am just a sword under your hand. The sword doesn't need a crown, and Asgard doesn't need a new king. Thor naturally didn't dare to accept it, and he didn't think he was more qualified to be the king of gods than Hela. In fact, Hela did a very good job when she was a god king. Not only has it eliminated many threats in the 9 realms, it has also completely put an end to the twilight of the gods. Asgard's wealth is also increasing day by day. In all respects, Hela can be called a great god king. It stands to reason that Hela will always sit on the throne of the god king for at least 1,000,000 years. But Thor did not expect that Hela would want to quit so quickly. However, Hela's attitude is very determined. There was no opportunity for Thor to refuse at all, and the power of Odin was directly instilled into his body. Hela, who has now obtained 6 infinite gems and reforged infinite gloves, does not really need Odin's power. So what Hela gave it didn't hurt at all. After that, Asgard will ask you. I believe you can do well. Hela smiled and said to Thor, this is the first time Hela has treated Thor so mildly. So much so that Thor felt flattered. Of course, Hela did this just to have more time with Yabai. Moreover, even if there is no king of God, Asgard is still Hela's, and Thor understands this in his heart. To put it bluntly, Hela just wanted to be the shopkeeper behind the scenes, and threw all the tedious work on the table to Thor. Yabai naturally did not object to Hela's proposal. He was eager to do this, so that he could create a new life with Hela. Now on the earth, Yabai has seen most of the scenery. In other worlds of the 9 realms, Yabai and Hela have taken time to travel several times. In the future, it is likely to go to the universe for a turn, go to experience the scenery and charm of other planets. This undoubtedly takes a lot of time, and when Hela was a god king, the most lacking was time. Now that the position of the king of gods is put down, Hela has no pressure. She can spend a lot of world with Yabai and go around the universe. This is naturally a good thing for Yabai. He will refuse and oppose it only when he is stupid. So, under the persuasion of Hela and Yabai, Thor finally agreed. After waiting for another chance, he informed the 9 realms that he had become the new god king. As for Phrygia, seeing this result, there is no objection, because both Hela and Thor are her children. Hela and Thor are both flowing with the blood of the Odinson family. Who should be the king of gods or not? And Phrygia knew that Hela wanted to have a baby with Yabai. Now that the burden of the king of gods is removed, they will have more time to spend on creating new lives than they do. When Hela unloaded the burden, Yabai also took Hela time to return to Earth. Because of the imminent war, Yabai wanted to revisit the place a little bit. Even if he has confidence in himself, Yabai also knows that in the war between himself and the five gods, it is really hard to say who wins and who loses. He has the ability to evolve infinitely, but he will also be sealed. Before the actual war, Yabai and the five gods actually had no belief in victory. And revisiting the old place is actually easy to understand. What if you can't come back later? Of course, the seaside manor in Big Apple City, where Yabai and Hela have witnessed from meeting to acquaintance, to love, and then living together, must be visited. The former seaside manor was destroyed by Yabai himself, and he never went back. But later, the land was bought by Tony Stark and a manor was rebuilt. It is exactly the same as the manor where Yabai originally lived. As for who has the best relationship with Yabai among superheroes, it must be Tony. Yabai is still Tony's savior, and Tony has never had a chance to repay this kindness. When Yabai took Hela back to the manor by the sea, Tony also got the news for the first time. After seeing the familiar appearance of Yabai and Hela, Tony thought for a while, still planning to meet. This time, Tony was not driving his steel suit and fell directly in front of Yabai. It's very formal. First, give Yabai a notice. After getting permission from Yabai, Tony brought his wife and children to Yabai's manor. Yes, Tony has a baby, born to Pepperpaws. She was named Morgan, and she was a very cute little girl. Following behind Tony, he looked at Yabai with timid eyes, with strong curiosity in his eyes. Long time no see, I didn't expect you to have a daughter, she is so cute. Looking at Tony, Yabai said with a smile. Yabai still admires this superhero who is like a mortal body and a god. However, the friendship between the two had to fade slowly due to various reasons. This is a normal situation. As Yabai keeps getting stronger, Tony will unnaturally feel a sense of fear when facing Yabai. Especially when Yabai sank a piece of the eagle soup country, Tony completely understood it. He is just a mortal, he is a smarter mortal when he is up to the sky. But Yabai, that is a god, a veritable god of the world. Yeah, I have children in a blink of an eye. Sometimes when I wake up in the morning, I feel incredible. People like me actually have a family. Tony also smiled, and then looked at his daughter with a petting look. A prodigal son suddenly has a child, no wonder Tony sometimes finds himself weird. While Yabai was talking to Tony, on the other side, Hela was pulling Puz and saying something. Yabai doesn't know why. Hela and Puz have a very good relationship. Obviously Hela is a god king, and Bose is completely a person of two worlds. But the relationship between them is very good. Inexplicable women. How are you doing? Or do you fight those crazy dogs outside every day? Yabai looked at Tony and asked. As for the mad dogs, they are naturally referring to the supervillains. Thanks to the efforts of the Avengers superheroes, the number of supervillains has been curbed. Today, society is relatively stable, at least on the surface, it looks like this. The stability of the Marvel world is just a joke. Any coincidence can create a supervillain. It is better to hope that all mortals can become superheroes if the society of Marvel world can be stable. No, I haven't been an Iron Man for a long time. I taught a disciple. He has inherited my mantle and became the new Iron Man. Now my main task, in addition to running the Stark Group, is to take good care of my little princess. Tony replied with a smile, and at the same time, following his words, his hands waved uncontrollably. Maybe it was a habit. Yabai didn't think there was anything, but rather liked talking to Tony like this. After all, it is an old person I have known, and I can even see myself when I see Tony Yabai. As for Stark Industries, it is already thriving under Tony's leadership. In the field of artificial intelligence and energy, both occupy a large market share. Today, Stark Industries is undoubtedly the world's #1 giant, and its market value is 3 times as large as that of the second place. Tony has actually become the richest man in the world, the kind of richest country. Thinking of this, Yabai also remembered that he seemed to be in the Stark Group and still had some shares. According to the current market value of the Stark Group, he is now almost a billionaire. But after experiencing so many things, Yabai's mind has changed. In the past, he might be concerned about his wealth on the earth, but now, it doesn't make sense anymore. Afterwards, Yabai talked with Tony for a while before Tony left. Yabai and Hela lived in this manor for another night. Just like at the beginning, cook some food for Hela, and then sleep until the next morning. Sign in successfully, reward the perfect T-virus serum. Listening to today's system reward, Yabai smiled indifferently. Now Yabai's temperament can be described by tenacity. Almost all have reached the realm of not being happy with things and not being sad with oneself. Yabai also watched the daily sign-in rewards very quickly, and was not upset because he didn't get good things. Maybe it's because I got used to it. This is the daily routine of the non-chief. After making breakfast, Yabai gently woke up Hela. Looking at the confusion in Hela's eyes, everything was the same as before. After eating breakfast, Yabai and Hela proposed to go to the City of Angels again. Still the same as before, riding a cruise ship. Hela did not object, and let Yabai make up his mind. She also knew in her heart that the warmth at this time was just the tranquility before the storm. After the warmth, the stormy battle is about to come. So, take advantage of the short silence of the war, and enjoy it to your heart's content. 7 days later, Yabai was located in a luxurious villa in the City of Angels. Yabai and Hela get up early every day as usual. After eating breakfast, the two went to wait in the garden of the villa. Today is the day when Yabai and the ancient gods agreed to start the war. Hela held Yabai's left hand tightly at this time, clasping her fingers tightly. Both knew that the next battle would be very dangerous, but no one was afraid. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Because they believe that they will definitely become the ultimate winner. Yabai and Hela did not wait too much, and soon other ancient gods came before them. Headed by the 4 ancient gods, headed by Gaia. Hissus was at the end, looking at Yabai in fear. He was really terrified of Yabai. In addition to the 4 ancient gods, there are many other ancient gods. Their real bodies did not come, but waited outside the earth. What came to Yabai now was just a projection. Master Yabai, the time is right and we can start planning. Gaia, the only female among the ancient gods, came to Yabai and said respectfully. Yabai nodded. It was time. Now is the time to understand the grievances between yourself and the 5 gods. Let's go to outer space to meet first. Yabai took Hela's hand and opened a huge portal directly. Then he took Hela and walked in first. Gaia and other ancient gods followed, and everyone suddenly appeared from the earth in the outer space of the earth. In space, many ancient gods with huge bodies are already waiting. These ancient gods have strange appearances, some resemble human beings, and some have the feeling of fulhu, which is indescribable. It's just that these ancient gods are very respectful when they look at Yabai. Because Yabai is the strongest, the strong is respected. And when Yabai and the ancient gods gathered, on the earth, Nick Fury nervously looked at the screen in front of him, and sweat dripped from his dark forehead. Because the picture presented to him at this time is completely a myth. In the dark space, a large group of monsters are gathering together to talk. This scene was seen by Nick Fury through the satellite of the Skysword Bureau. A group of fierce-looking monsters gather together. Can there be good things? Maybe they are discussing how to attack the Earth. This is a big event, and sufficient preparations must be made. Thinking of this, Nick Fury called Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel has returned from outer space and is now fighting supervillains all over the world. After learning Nick Fury's phone number, she rushed to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters as soon as possible. Then, she saw what Nick Fury saw. That group of huge monsters, just across the screen, gave Captain Marvel a strong sense of oppression. These monsters are so strong. Captain Marvel blurted out. Although she is arrogant, she is not a fool. Naturally, she does not know how terrible the monsters in the video are. She didn't dare say that she could deal with it alone, let alone there are so many. If these monsters really start to attack the Earth, then Captain Marvel thought about it and discovered that the Earth really seems to have only one option to be destroyed. Because even she can't fight these monsters. Probably, only the god of the world will have a chance. But soon, the desperate picture of Captain Marvel and Nick Fury appeared. That was Yabai, who was surrounded by the monsters, discussing something with each other. Looking at the group of monsters' respectful attitude towards Yabai, it is obvious that Yabai is the leader of these monsters. After realizing this, Captain Marvel and Nick Fury both changed their faces. They all knew that if Yabai really led so many monsters to attack the Earth, then maybe they could only wait to die. As for resistance, it is impossible. Just a Yabai can crush all the superheroes on the planet out of breath. Find Flowers 0. Who can resist such a powerful god on Earth? I hope they are not going to attack the Earth, or the end of the world will come soon. Nick Fury said sadly, with no light in his eyes, as if he had completely lost hope. Captain Marvel is like telling Nick Fury not to be so unambitious. But unfortunately, she herself thought so too. The only thing that can pray now is Yabai and their goal, not the Earth. Otherwise, the Earth will be destroyed immediately, and there is no possibility of surviving. What's more desperate is that Captain Marvel and Nick Fury know in their hearts that Yabai's purpose is likely to be the Earth. Otherwise, why does Yabai gather so many monsters in space beyond the Earth? The only place in the solar system that Yabai can admire is the Earth. In other words, it is more than 80% possible that Yabai has gathered so many monsters to come to the Earth. This made Nick Fury and Captain Marvel feel ashamed, feeling that the end is about to come. Then, an even more frightening scene happened. Yabai actually turned his head and glanced at the Earth. In fact, Yabai just glanced at the Earth and planned to say goodbye. Although it is not the real mother star in Yabai's memory, the Earth of this world is still similar to that mother star. It's also half a home planet. Yabai is about to embark on a journey with unknown results, to participate in a war of uncertain outcome. Before leaving, it is reasonable to take a look at the Earth. But Yabai didn't expect that his glance made Nick Fury and Captain Marvel completely shocked. It's over, Yabai's purpose is really the Earth, he is here for the Earth. Nick Fury murmured, the whole person seemed to have completely lost hope. And Captain Marvel's face is also very bleak. But he still gritted his teeth and didn't make himself look desperate. Even if the opponent is him, the less I will be able to catch it. If you want to take action on the Earth, defeat me first. Captain Marvel said to Nick Fury, or perhaps to himself. She hopes to use this method to increase her confidence. But soon, Yabai in outer space opened a portal. This time the location of the teleportation is the darkest and oldest place in the depths of the universe. Wherever they live, there are only rulers that have existed since the birth of the universe, the 5 gods. And Yabai's purpose is to overthrow the 5 gods' long rule over the universe. After Yabai pulled Hela into the portal, other ancient gods also entered. Then, in front of Nick Fury and Captain Marvel, they disappeared into space beyond the Earth. Quickly, immediately mobilize satellites around the world to see where these guys go. Nick Fury said nervously, then rushed out of the office and ordered his opponents. Nick Fury guessed that Yabai must have brought a group of monsters to a corner of the Earth, plotting something big. What they don't know at all is that Yabai really has no interest in the Earth. This also led to Nick Fury thinking about a problem for a long time. That's Yabai, where did he go? With so many monsters, where did Yabai hide them? Captain Marvel is the same, she sometimes even wanders around the Earth, just to find the traces of Yabai and those ancient gods one day. If Yabai knows Nick Fury's thoughts, I'm afraid they will laugh disdainfully. If he really wants to do something to the Earth, he still needs to call a helper? And what will he do then? Can Nick Fury and Captain Marvel be able to stop it? Nick Fury and Captain Marvel's reaction is to add drama to themselves. Back to Yabai, after walking out of the portal, everyone came to a very dark place. This is the absolute depth of the universe, the central point of the explosion during the Big Bang. There is no other place in the universe, there are countless stars. Darkness, silence, and coldness are the eternal themes here. And here, it is also the residence of the 5 great gods. It is the home of the 5 gods. Now that it was determined that it was the opponent, Yabai was not polite, and directly led a group of people to the home of the 5 gods, planning to start a decisive battle with the 5 gods. The grievances between them are about to come to an end. Only Yabai and others who suddenly appeared in the dark and silent universe looked very eye-catching. They appeared too abruptly. This eternally dark universe, as if it should always be like this, is empty. At the same time, with the arrival of Yabai and many ancient gods, the ancient beings sleeping in the depths of the universe slowly awakened. The first thing that appeared in front of Yabai was a huge body. The yellow and black body, the strange and weird patterns, and the unimaginable body. One of the 5 great gods, and also the god of the 2 female figures of the 5 great gods, infinite. Ancient god, didn't the long seal let you let go of your hatred, but chose to challenge us again? I knew this was the case, I should have killed you directly. Speaking slowly and infinitely, he said to the many ancient gods. The tone was flat and cold, as if it were the rule itself, ignoring all life in the universe. The sudden appearance of infinity also made the ancient gods nervous. The long years did not make the ancient gods forget the past. They clearly remembered the war between the ancient gods and the 5 great gods. In that battle, the ancient gods were defeated, and the 5 great gods used absolute strength to tell everyone why they were the eternal rulers of the universe. And Infinite, in the original battle, his performance was very dazzling. More than a dozen powerful ancient gods were smashed by Infinite hands. Her strength is undoubtedly the absolute level of the 5 gods. For ordinary ancient gods, infinity is completely crushed, and even in the hearts of many ancient gods, infinity has become a nightmare existence. Now facing this nightmare again, many gods feel guilty. They began to hesitate, and they followed Yabai to fight the 5 gods, whether it was the right way to do it. Not long after the infinite appeared, another tall figure appeared. This time, it is Yabai's old acquaintance, Eternal. The eternal body is even larger than infinity. In his body, countless nebulae can be seen, as if his existence itself is the whole universe. The eternity that suddenly appeared also looked at the ancient gods with an extremely indifferent look. When he saw Yabai, his eyes stopped for a while. Obviously, Eternal also recognized Yabai, the guy who personally killed his clone. You are stupid. I have given you a chance to survive, and you should stay honestly in your respective worlds. Why want to fight for things that don't belong to you? Eternally and calmly said to all the ancient gods. The arrogant tone didn't put these ancient gods in his eyes at all. As for the ancient gods, although they were a little angry because of being despised, but looking at the other party's huge body and the prestige of the 5 great gods, they didn't dare to do anything substantive at all. Yabai is not afraid of eternity and infinity. Yabai took the initiative to come to the front of the ancient gods, looking at the huge bodies of the universe gods. You should have known long ago, don't provoke me, but unfortunately you are all too stupid. Otherwise, I will not come here, nor will I overthrow your rule. Yabai said to infinity and eternity. There is no respect in the tone, and even bluntly, the 5 gods are stupid. In the eyes of the ancient gods, this is courage. These words dilute the fear of the 5 great gods in many ancient gods' hearts. Everyone realized that maybe they really have a chance to overthrow the rule of the 5 gods. In Yabai's words, eternity and infinity have no refutation, because refutation is meaningless. In the final analysis, you still have to fight before you know it. However, the eternal heart did regret it. He had to know that Yabai would grow to the present level, and he had to kill Yabai first if he said anything. When Yabai first entered the Marvel world, he was just an ordinary person. At that time, he was actually noticed by Eternal. However, it was eternal, and I felt that Yabai's strength couldn't overcome the storm at all, so I didn't care about it. Eternal judgment cannot be said to be wrong, but he does not understand Yabai, nor does he understand the Traverser. With the help of the system, Yabai rises at a terrifying speed. When Eternal realized that Yabai was destroying the script he had made, it was too late. I regret it at the beginning. At the time of Eternal annoyance, another huge body appeared. This time, it was the Planet Devourer. Yabai once had a fight with the Planet Devourer. At that time, Yabai just got the template of the ancient destruction day. Then came the Planet Devourer came to the Earth, intending to swallow the Earth. At that time, Yabai had a fight with the Planet Devourer. In summary, Yabai has won. After all, Yabai succeeded in preventing the behavior of the Planet Devourer, and has evolved several times. However, it was also that battle that made Yabai realize the terrifyingness of the five gods. You know, Yabai was only facing the planet devourer in a weak state. In this way, still be beaten to death. The planet devourer in its heyday can be compared with annihilation. One can imagine how powerful this guy is. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. The planet devourer also recognized Yabai. After a little understanding of what happened, the planet devourer also regretted it. If he had known that Yabai would grow to where he is now, he shouldn't have been stingy with energy at the beginning and give Yabai directly to Yongfang. After all, Yabai at that time was still very weak. This is also the planet devourer. This guy has never cared much about things in the universe. If Yabai had encountered the other four of the five gods, maybe he was all sealed somewhere now. However, even if the planet devourer regrets it, it is meaningless. Now that everything has been forged, I can only find a way to contain Yabai. Shortly after the appearance of the planet devourer, a figure appeared in front of everyone. The figure that appeared this time is still extremely large, and the whole body is black. Only through the curve can be seen. It is the curve of women. In addition, the head of this newly appeared figure is a weird skull. One of the five gods, Death. To some extent, Hela is considered Dead's subordinate, because Death itself is the source and boss of all Death gods. Therefore, the first thing that Death saw was not Yabai, but Hela. Death of Asgard, why are you here? Death looked at Hela and said suspiciously. After all, Death knows the strength of Hela, and the top of the sky is the top of the Heavenly Father. How can such an ant have the right to mix with a group of ancient gods? Hela's expression remained unchanged, ignoring Death's disdain. But he had already made up his mind in his heart, and he would have to let this death be so hard to see later. After taunting Hela, Death looked at Yabai again. Interesting, a creature that hasn't died. It seems that you have overcome death itself and become an immortal existence. I also met a guy similar to you before. He showed love to me, but he was too weak. If you show love to me, maybe I will consider staying with you. After all, you and me are the real perfect match. Death said to Yabai. His tone was very enthusiastic, as if he really fell in love with Yabai at a glance. Yabai frowned. He didn't like the tone of Death. Of course, the main reason is that this guy mocked Hela just now. As for the guy who overcomes death, it should refer to Deadpool. The guy with a broken mouth did overcome death and became an unkillable existence like Yabai. And in the plot, Deadpool has indeed pursued death and succeeded. So it can be seen from this point that Death should be really satisfied with Yabai, hoping to be with Yabai. After all, one is death itself, the other is the existence of ignoring death. It is indeed very suitable to be together. However, Yabai said, ugly rejection. Moreover, the skull of death, where is the fragrance of Hela's wife? Yabai ignored the words of death and didn't care at all. Instead, he looked elsewhere, because where annihilation appeared. Compared with the huge bodies of other cosmic gods, the annihilated body is much smaller. At best it is a large hulk. However, Yabai never doubted that the annihilation was terrible. This seemingly inconspicuous guy, but among the gods, the strongest existence. Annihilation can modify the dimensions of the universe at will, and manipulate the time axis and space axis of the universe. For example, he can arbitrarily turn a 3-dimensional universe into a 10-dimensional universe. You can also arbitrarily compress the 10-dimensional universe into a 3-dimensional universe. In front of such a great god, the two-way foil is like a child's card toy, which is truly harmless. In addition, annihilation can also directly manipulate the universe causally, allowing the universe to restart at will. He can even compress the nearly infinite universe into the size of an atom, truly omnipotent. Moreover, annihilation is also one of the few characters in the Marvel world who can directly ignore cause and effect. No law of cause and effect exists for annihilation. With Oblivion as an opponent, anyone will feel full of pressure, even Yabai. And with the arrival of annihilation, the five gods are completely gathered together, and the five super gods, who have ruled the universe since eternity, join forces again. At this moment, Yabai's heart also became dignified. He knew that this battle might be the most dangerous battle he has faced since crossing. If he wins, he will be completely unrestricted in the future and can do whatever he wants. If it fails, the best result is to be sealed for countless years, and there will never be a day to rise. Except for Yabai, the ancient gods behind him are under more pressure. They are not the same as Yabai. When Yabai faced the five gods, he still won. And what about them? I have never won, and I have been slammed by the five gods all the time. Now that they are faced with the enemies who have crushed them once again, it is strange that the ancient gods are not afraid. Come on, Yabai, I've been waiting for this day. I've been waiting for a long time. In the entire universe, only you are qualified to be my opponent. Annihilation directly ignored the other ancient gods and looked at Yabai. Undoubtedly, those ancient gods were all annihilated and disgusted. And annihilation also has this strength. The last time the war between the ancient gods and the five great gods was annihilated without much action. Because from the perspective of Oblivion, those ancient gods are too weak. The ones who really shined in the previous wars were the two of infinity and eternity. The other three creation gods were just paddling and fishing. But even so, the five gods still defeated the ancient gods without any suspense. It can be seen how big the gap in strength between the two sides is. Therefore, when facing the five great gods again, each of these ancient gods felt a little guilty. Only Hissus was looking at eternity with red eyes at this time. Sissos is a mad dog. Yabai knew this for a long time. It was precisely because Sissos was a mad dog. At this time he didn't have much fear in his heart, but instead was full of hatred. In the last war, Sissos was eternally humiliated, and that humiliation is still unforgettable by him. Now that he had a chance for revenge, Hisa certainly would not hold back, but vented his hatred unreservedly. As for Yabai, his eyes met Annihilation for the first time. This is the opponent that Yabai chose for himself. He must first take Annihilation. Annihilation's strength is very strong, there is no doubt about this. But Yabai is confident that he can defeat Oblivion. It is useless to overthrow the rule of the 5 gods, and completely useless to opponents of this level. Only by using strength and dignifiedly defeating the 5 gods can they completely surpass them. In that case, Yabai might as well choose the strongest one from the beginning. In addition, the strength of Annihilation is too strong, and it is also a problem that the ancient gods can't stop it. If Yabai is not right and annihilated, then the ancient gods will be slaughtered directly by Annihilation, there is no doubt about this. Instead of waiting for the Annihilation to slaughter the ancient gods and then beseech them, it is better to destroy the Annihilation first. This is Yabai's thinking at this time. As for Hela, he looked at Death. Nominally, Death is Hela's boss. But at this time, the 5 gods have become Yabai's enemies, and the boss or something. Let's go to Death. Hela holds 6 infinite gems, not to mention that he can defeat Death, but it is okay to delay time. In other words, Yabai's couple had to face the 2 5 gods directly. As for the other 3 creation gods, they were left to the ancient gods to deal with. Among the other 3 creation gods, the eternal threat is undoubtedly the greatest. Eternity is the manifestation of universal time, in other words he is time itself. Can change the timeline at will, and create a new timeline. In terms of pure strength, eternity is only under annihilation, surpassing other creation gods. Eternal being called the head of the 5 gods is not without reason. In addition to eternity, infinity is not a weak person. It can be foreseen that this time infinity will also be a big killer. And the lowest threat among the creation gods is probably the planet devourer. Planet devourer has low threat, not that he is the weakest, but that he is habitually fishing and paddling. Only in rare cases will the planet devourer go all out. At that time, the planet devourers are the real 5 gods. The degree of threat is comparable to annihilation. But under normal circumstances, the planet devourer is not willing to make more moves. According to Yabai's inference, even if the planet devourer really does something later, he will probably choose to wait and see. At most, they were acting like each other with a few ancient gods. It is impossible to expect the planet devourer to resolve this crisis. This is not only known to Yabai, but also to the other 5 gods. This is also the reason why the planet devourer is the most unpopular among the 5 creation gods. Most of the other 5 creation gods are working hard to maintain their rule. Even the gods of Buddhism like infinity, they are only Buddhism in normal times. When there is a real danger, infinity will also contribute to maintain the noble status of the 5 gods. Only the planet devourer, that 25 is a real BD. When the other 5 gods were fighting to death, he might still be thinking about swallowing the planet later. This kind of existence naturally made the other 5 gods very upset. Especially Annihilation, even more despised this planet devourer. When Annihilation chose to join forces with Yabai, they also said that they would kill the planet devourer together to make room for Yabai. It can be seen that Annihilation really doesn't like the BD of planet devourer. Soon, everyone on the field determined their opponents. Yabai was still as he had guessed, and took the initiative to find Annihilation as his opponent. Annihilation also directly ignored the other ancient gods, always focusing on Yabai. Obviously in the heart of Annihilation, Yabai can be his opponent among so many people. Hela confronted Death, the most mysterious of the 5 gods. Death seldom takes action, and even rarely shows up, so that even those ancient gods have very little understanding of Death. But one thing is undoubtedly, that is the power of Death. She can steadily become one of the 5 gods, not by mystery, but by absolute strength. Undoubtedly, choosing Death as his opponent, Hela also felt tremendous pressure. Fortunately, she now has 6 infinite gems in her hand, which can be considered a battle. Otherwise, no matter how many Hela they are, they will be given instantaneously by Death. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. The 2 sides simply do not exist at the same level. As for the other ancient gods, the 2 gods of creation, eternity, and infinity, these 2 creation gods can be said to be the biggest threat to everyone at the moment. Those ancient gods had little room to fight back before eternity. If it weren't for Yabai to take the lead, even if these ancient gods died of old age, they wouldn't dare to be enemies of eternity. In fact, Yabai didn't count on those ancient gods too much, and never thought that the ancient gods could kill the 5 great gods. As long as those ancient gods can help Yabai delay his eternal and infinite attention, and don't let them bother himself, that's it. As for the last planet devourer, it is Gaia against him. Gaia among the 4 ancient gods, in terms of strength, is definitely not the top group among the ancient gods. On Theory Mountain, she will be quickly killed when facing any of the 5 gods. But planet devourer, the strength of this guy is completely unknown. Because you never know whether today's planet devourers are full or not. If it is a planet devourer in a weak state, Gaia will not say to defeat him, but it is still no problem to drag him. At this point, their respective opponents have all been selected, and the battle begins. Yabai and Annihilation started the war first. Both of them are the strongest in their respective camps. At the same time, they fought each other as early as when Yabai destroyed the Celestial Group. Although both of them were only tentative at that time, they still recognized each other's strength. Now playing against each other again, it will definitely move true. It is impossible to expect them to test each other. Come on, let me see your confidence, what strength you have to dare to subvert the 5 gods. Annihilation came directly to Yabai and said to Yabai. Yabai was not afraid, glanced at the people behind him, and rushed directly towards Oblivion. Before people arrive, Yabai's iconic golden superheat ray arrives first. Oblivion naturally wouldn't choose hard resistance. The power of this superheat ray is too powerful. Even if it is annihilation, it is very fearful. After evading, the annihilation is also colored. The dimensionality of Yabai's body is instantly slapped by the annihilation into 1 dimension, which is the lowest dimension in theory. 1-dimensional is a point, 2-dimensional is a surface, and 3-dimensional is a 3-dimensional. If you are squeezed into 1 dimension, no matter how large you are, you will be compressed into a point that is infinitely close to 0 in an instant. The power of this dimensionality reduction strike is much stronger than the two-way foil. It's just that Yabai's body is already indestructible. Ignore the dimensionality reduction blows, resist the 3-dimensional to 1-dimensional fall, and rush directly in front of the annihilation. Then he smashed out Annihilation's chest, making time stand still at a fast speed. But Annihilation still reacted, and even his speed was about the same as Yabai. Facing Yabai's punch, Annihilation is not evasive, and it is also a punch back. The fists of the two directly collided with each other, and the terrifying fluctuation instantly swept the audience. There is nothingness all around, and there are no planets. Otherwise, just the aftermath of the two paired punches can directly sweep away countless planets. This is why, in the depths of the universe, there are no planets and galaxies around. This was once the battlefield of the ancient gods and the 5 great gods. In that battle, everything was lost. Fist splits, Yabai's body stands still, annihilated but flies upside down. The body that was annihilated at the same time fluctuated, as if it might collapse at any time. It can be seen that in the previous frontal confrontation, Annihilation suffered a great loss. Annihilation's strength is very strong, but he has a strong overall strength. Yabai is different, his physical strength tops the audience. Who would dare to say that his body can resist the Big Bang? Yabai dare. Annihilation and Yabai fight the physical strength. Isn't this looking for comfort? Of course, Annihilation is only a small loss, and it is not considered to affect the overall situation. It just flew out to stabilize the Annihilation after stabilizing the figure, and he also knew a truth in his heart. That is, don't fight Yabai physically. The strength of this guy's physical body is almost at the open level. After being blown out with a punch, Annihilation gave up the idea of continuing to fight Yabai, but changed his mind. Annihilation can be seen, and fighting Yabai physically is purely looking for abuse. So he quickly adjusted his strategy and tried to avoid direct confrontation with Yabai. Anyway, annihilating the truly powerful place is not his physical body, but the cosmic authority he holds. The reason why the 5 great gods are unmatched is mainly because they hold the authority of the universe. Eternity is the incarnation of time and holds the authority of time. Infinity is the body of the universe, and it holds the authority of the universe. Death is the concrete word for the end of all things, and it holds the authority of death. Planet devourers are the incarnations of cosmic matter and hold the authority of all physical laws themselves. Annihilation is the incarnation of nothing and holds the authority to end the universe. These unique powers have created the irreplaceable peculiarity of the 5 gods, and it is also the fundamental reason why they have been able to dominate the universe for many years. Other existences, such as ancient gods, have no right to contend in front of these 5 gods. To deal with the 5 gods, the most basic requirement is to have the strength to detach from the universe. According to the division of the strength of Marvel's world, at least one must have the ability of the almighty universe level to be able to fight against the 5 great gods. The only one who really has this kind of strength is Yabai. The source of the infinite gems in Hela's hands is a big man named the Nemesis. It also belongs to the transcendent universe itself, belongs to the level of the almighty universe, transcends above the 5 gods. So theoretically, Hela also has the qualifications to fight against the 5 gods. However, the supernatural power of the Nemesis is not just 6 infinite gems are only part of it. So strictly speaking, the one who can truly become an opponent with the 5 gods is Yabai. Hela may be able to compete with death with 6 infinite gems, but it is impossible to defeat death. As for other ancient gods, they don't even have this qualification. Almost as soon as the war started, the ancient gods were suppressed by the 5 great gods. Only Yabai is currently on par with Annihilation. And Annihilation, at this time also gave up the plan to fight Yabai physically, and began to mobilize his authority to deal with Yabai. Annihilation will turn Yabai's whole body into nothing, as if he wanted to freeze Yabai forever. Only soon, Yabai broke free from this state of nothing, and then spit out a cold breath at Oblivion. It's a pity that I evaded the Annihilation flexibly. Annihilation has realized the power of Yabai, and naturally it is impossible to confront Yabai head-on. Instead, he used his rich experience and supreme authority to deal with Yabai. With every gesture, Annihilation can turn the space in an area into nothing, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz, or manipulate the dimension of the universe to behead Yabai. As for himself, he has always avoided head-on collision with Yabai. This style of play made Yabai frowned. Annihilation's strength is very strong, and the fight is also very smart. At the very least, Yabai had to admit that he was really not very good at dealing with Annihilation now. This guy is too slippery. Moreover, the threat of Annihilation is still very threatening, and he may be injured by him if he is not careful. The most important thing is that Annihilation specifically controls the power of its moves to avoid causing huge casualties to Yabai. The purpose of this is naturally to guard against Yabai's evolving ability. As early as Yabai came to the depths of the universe and began to become enemies with the 5 great gods, the 5 great gods had already made up their minds to avoid killing Yabai as much as possible, lest he evolve again. Today's Yabai's strength is hard to contain. If he evolves again, it will really be unstoppable. Therefore, the best way to deal with Yabai is to seal him up. As long as the sealing method is strong enough, it is actually the same as killing Yabai. When Yabai was in a tough fight, Hela's situation was not optimistic. The power of death is too strong, so powerful that even Hela with 6 infinite gems and infinite gloves can hardly cope with it. Her graceful body, under the control of death, almost instantly turned into a pile of bones. For death, who has the authority to control the end of all things, killing a Hela is really easy. If Hela is not special enough, his life is bound to Asgard and can be resurrected continuously. Perhaps he has been killed by death. Of course, death is not without loss. She was attacked by Hela's infinite gems. The 6 jewels fused together, and the terrible rays produced hit the body of death head-on. The result is that the dead body has been blown out in half. This kind of injury, even if he died, couldn't recover instantly, so he could only deal with Hela with his injured body. Relying on external forces, you can't be my opponent at all. Even if you hurt me by the means, it is not your power. And soon, this power will fall into my hands. After the death and injury, his face became gloomy and he looked at Hela and said viciously. Of course she was angry, because Hela only wounded her with external force. This is definitely a shame for death. She is the death of one of the 5 great gods, who has dominated the universe for countless years, and no one has ever heard her. With this alone, Hela is enough to be remembered thoroughly by death. On the other side, the battle between the ancient gods and eternity has entered a fierce stage. Hissos was crazy, constantly releasing scarlet energy, and striving towards eternity. He really hit the bar with Eternal, desperate to pay the price for Eternal. In addition to Sissos, there are some other ancient gods who are assisting him in the siege of eternity. However, the eternal strength is too terrible. Facing the union of these ancient gods, his expression remained unchanged, and the time stopped between waving his hands. Then calmly resolved the siege of the ancient gods, and directly tore off the body of Sissos. As the incarnation of time, eternity's control of time is, well, like instinct, which is easy to come by. When fighting against this kind of opponent who holds the authority of time, unless you can completely escape the influence of time on you, there is no chance of winning at all. Unfortunately, none of these ancient gods have this ability. The only ones who could escape the influence of time were Yabai and Hela. Yabai relies on his own strength and can arbitrarily manipulate the timeline. And Hela, it relies on the gem of time. On the other side of the battlefield where eternity is, infinity is also at war with the ancient gods. Compared to the eternity being stared at by a mad dog, the infinite pressure is less. This also led to infinite shine completely. Not long after the battle started, she had already killed an ancient god. The ancient god who was killed by her was directly transferred to the boundary where the 2 universes intersect. Being directly torn apart by the force of the 2 universes, those who die can't die again. The situation on the court at this moment is not optimistic for Yabai and others. Under the offensive of the 5 great gods, the ancient gods had already begun to be unable to resist. These powerful ancient gods are still too weak in front of the 5 great gods who hold the authority of the universe. If Yabai can't figure out a way to change this situation, he will soon be in trouble. Whenever eternity or infinite vacates his hands, he will inevitably come and annihilate and besiege him. At that time, unless Yabai evolves again, it will inevitably be contained. It may even be completely sealed and will never appear in the universe in the future. But even if Yabai knew that the current situation was bad, he couldn't change all this in a short period of time. Annihilation's strength is very strong. Yabai must involve all the energy of annihilation. Otherwise, letting Oblivion join the battlefield would be a devastating blow to the ancient gods. For a time, the situation on the court became a dead end against Yabai. If he can't defeat annihilation in a short time, maybe he will fall into a state of being permanently sealed. But as the person involved, Yabai's expression remained calm. It was not anxious because the teammates got into a hard fight. Even annihilation is a little puzzled, and I don't know where Yabai's confidence comes from. How could Yabai tell him that he was about to evolve again? In fact, the conditions for Yabai to evolve are not just being killed. He even undergoes self-evolution all the time. Even if he does nothing, he can evolve again after a certain period of time. And under the constant high-pressure battle against powerful opponents, Yabai can also evolve himself. It's just that the speed is slower than experiencing a death. Annihilation is waiting for someone to come and help him, so as to completely seal Yabai. Yabai is also waiting for his evolution to complete. As long as the evolution is completed before being completely sealed, Yabai believes that the evolved self can control the situation on the field. Both parties are betting, and both Annihilation and Yabai want to be the final winner. When the 5 great gods and the ancient gods started the battle, Asgard, who was far away, was also in trouble. When Yabai destroyed the celestial group and united with a group of ancient gods, none of the 5 gods do nothing. In fact, they also made a lot of preparations for this war. One of them is aimed at Asgard. Asgard may not mean much to Yabai, but it means too much to Hela. Moreover, Hela has a fatal weakness, that is, she and Asgard are bound. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Asgard is destroyed, she will die as well. When Hela is not strong enough, this binding benefits Hela infinitely. Even when she rebelled, Odin failed to kill her and could only seal it. But when Hela gained the power of 6 infinite gems, binding with Asgard became her biggest weakness. Compared to killing Hela, who has infinite gems, it is undoubtedly easier to destroy Asgard. After all, Asgard, there is no second person who owns 6 infinite gems. It was also for this reason that the 5 gods paid attention to Asgard. The only ones left were the members of the celestial group. The members of the gods group, taking advantage of Hela's participation in the war, were held back by death. He came directly to Asgard and planned to destroy one of the 9 worlds. As long as Asgard is destroyed, Hela will die. And when Hela dies, Yabai will definitely be affected. You may even lose your mind completely and make wrong judgments. This is likely to happen. After all, no one in the universe knows Yabai's feelings for Hela. If Hela died in front of Yabai, it would be strange if Yabai was not crazy. I have to say that the calculations of the 5 great gods are really accurate and vicious. If they really destroy Asgard, maybe Yabai will die in pain. However, when the few remaining members of the celestial team came to Asgard, Thor was already waiting for them. Seeing the celestial group walking out of the space channel, Thor's eyes were full of murderous intent. When Hela handed over the power of Odin to him, he had asked him to take care of Asgard. At that time Thor knew that someone would come and hit Asgard's attention. Unexpectedly, it really came, and those who came were all strong. There is no need to say more about the celestial group. To join the celestial group, Heavenly Father is the lowest threshold. In addition to the celestial group, there are also many strong men in the universe who have participated, such as Gaotian Zun, Collector Yvonne, and so on. These are the long-established powerhouses in the universe, and everyone has lived for a long time. On weekdays, these cosmic powerhouses are just living in their own place. But at the invitation of the celestial group and the instructions of the 5 great gods, they and the celestial group came to Asgard. So, our mission is to destroy this country, right? Gao Tianzun looked at the celestial group in front of him, and asked rather impatiently. In fact, he didn't really want to take this trip. In his opinion, running to Asgard to make a big fuss is better than watching a foot fighter game. If it were not for the instructions of the 5 great gods, he would not bother to care about the gods. After listening to his words, the leader of the celestial group nodded. As long as Asgard is destroyed, your mission is complete. The leader of the celestial group was actually a survivor when Yabai destroyed the celestial group's world. Fortunately, he escaped that world-destroying disaster, but he also witnessed the end of the celestial group. This made him full of resentment towards Yabai, and wanted to avenge those companions in the celestial group all the time. However, he himself knew that Yabai's strength was not something he could fight against. So he took the second place and destroyed what Yabai cared about. Asgard is the best target for revenge. However, not long after the appearance of these celestial group members and some cosmic powerhouses, Thor appeared in front of them with the storm axe. God group, get out, the 9 realms don't welcome you. Looking at the celestial gods and the powerful cosmos who entered the Asgard area, Thor said in a bad tone. However, Thor was not taken seriously. Those celestial groups even looked at Thor with disdain in their eyes without concealment. Thor of Asgard, haha, if it's your sister or father, we will pay more attention to it. But you are not qualified enough. The celestial group said coldly, not treating Thor as a person at all. In the eyes of the gods, Thor is just a younger brother, without the slightest strength. There is no threat to them, nor can they undermine their plans. But soon they knew that they were wrong. As a neglected object, Thor is not angry, to be honest. He is used to it. He has an excellent father and a better sister. He has always been a stupid son in the eyes of others. Therefore, Thor is used to ignoring or even disdain of others. But what Thor couldn't bear was that these people's purpose was to destroy Asgard. As a land where he has lived since he was a child, Thor has extraordinary feelings for Asgard. This is the place where he was born, his friends, relatives, lovers, and all the good memories are all here. How could anyone be allowed to destroy Asgard? Moreover, he is now the king, the God King of Asgard. A king who can't even protect his country and land. It's better to die. Especially thinking of Hela before leaving, telling herself to protect Asgard. If he can't do this, what face does he have to meet his sister? Thinking of this, Thor's body emerged with a powerful aura. This sudden rise of momentum made everyone feel disgraced. What is this? A member of the celestial group looked at Thor, who was angry, and asked with some horror. But no one can answer his question, because no one knows why Thor's strength has become so strong. In fact, Thor's strength today is absolutely terrifying. His own Thor's power has awakened, and after getting the storm axe, this power belonging to Thor has become stronger. In addition, the power of Odin given to Thor by Hela has brought Thor's strength to a higher level. And the rune magic that Thor himself obtained by hanging upside down on the world tree for 10 days and 10 nights. The combination of these kinds of powers has long been today's Thor. At this time Thor, his whole body was surrounded by countless runes, and a frightening force was dormant in his body. What these celestial groups didn't know was that Thor's strength at this time had reached the level of the multiverse. The full name is Rune King Thor. In the comics, Thor's direct strength greatly increased after getting the power of Odin and the power of rune magic. It can even be integrated with the universe and become an existence almost like the 5 great gods. At that time, Thor directly ended the twilight of the gods and even killed the ancient gods. One can imagine how powerful Thor is in the state of Rune King. All of you will be buried here. Looking at the horrified celestial group and others, Thor said cruelly, without concealing his killing intent. In fact, he doesn't need it anymore. His current strength is a monster to these celestial gods and cosmic powerhouses. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. In the next moment, Thor aroused the supernatural power in his body and gathered it on the storm battle axe in his hand. Then, facing the Tiantian group and others in front of him, he slashed down severely. A purple arc blade with electric light slashed directly at the celestial group and the others. The speed was so fast that the celestial group and the others didn't even have time to evade. All they can do is to do their best to squeeze a drop of energy in their bodies and keep them in front of them. Then, it turned into a solid energy shield, hoping to block Thor's attack. The next moment, the arc blade collided with the shield. The crisp sound of click continued, as if something had broken off. What horrified the celestial group and the others was that what shattered was the shield they gathered together. As if a sharp blade had been smashed into the eggshell, the shield formed by the celestial group and others couldn't even hold on for a breath, and was directly shattered. Then the arc blade slashed by Thor slammed towards the celestial group and the others unabated. Under the horrified gazes of many celestial groups, this arc blade passed through their bodies fiercely. Then, the consciousness fell into darkness. A spike that destroys the dead. The heavenly gods group and many cosmic powerhouses, under Thor's hands, were hacked to death without being able to hold on even for a while. Only a few fish that slipped through the net were left, staring blankly at the corpses of the celestial group. The body was trembling constantly because of fear. Among them, it includes Gaotianzan, the strong man who has been famous in the universe for a long time. Gaotianzan, whose original name is unknown, his strength is unknown, is a very mysterious existence. The reputation in the universe is very big, and many civilizations know his existence. According to legend, this old salted fish has lived in the universe for at least billions of years and is a veritable old man. It's not that no one sees this old man upset and wants him to have an operation. Find flowers 0. But those people were all destroyed by Gaotianzan. This also led to Gaotianzan being low-key, but no one dared to ignore him. However, such a strong man who has a lofty position in the universe and is indispensable to many civilizations, his body is trembling at this time. His eyes were full of horror, staring blankly at the corpses of the celestial group. Because just now, he had witnessed many celestial god teams who were not inferior to him in strength, being smashed to death with an axe. Moreover, one of the heavenly gods group that was hacked to death was very close to him. Almost in front of him, he died under Thor's axe. This also led to the fact that he was the closest person to death when he went out of the dead gods group. The fear in his heart is also the strongest among all people. There are still a few fish that slip through the net, so let's have another axe. Looking at Gaotianzan who was sluggish, and some cosmic experts who were lucky enough to not be hacked to death, Thor said impatiently. It was a failure, and it didn't take a full second with one axe. It seems that I still can't control my current strength well, and I still need to practice a lot. No one knew Thor's thoughts, but Gaotianzan and the others could feel his killing intent. When he saw Thor raise the axe again, Gaotianzan and the others were completely frightened. Then, he fled into the distance without looking back. Just now Thor's axe has proved his strength, an absolutely invincible level. In this case, don't you wait to die if you don't run away? Unfortunately, they have no chance of escape at all. After Thor's axe was raised above his head, it was cut directly at the people who fled. Then, countless thunders gushed from Thor's storm axe. It turned into a series of thunder snakes, chasing after the people who fled. Between the lightning and flint, Gaotianzan and the others were caught up. In front of thunder, which combined rune magic and Odin's power, Gaotianzan and the others couldn't stop it at all. With a scream, he was directly turned into charcoal by the thunder and died completely. And Thor also slowly retracted his axe, looking at the dead enemy. Then, he looked out of the sky with worry in his eyes. Although neither Hela nor Yabai told Thor the specifics. But Thor is not stupid, he can still guess a little bit. He knew that perhaps when he was resisting the celestial group, Thor and Hela were fighting an unknown battle. Thor doesn't know who the opponent is, but he is definitely strong. It is so powerful that even Yabai is not sure about it. Otherwise, why does Yabai need to find so many helpers? In the past, when Yabai faced his opponent, didn't he push it directly? Because of this, Thor was very worried in his heart. He is worried about the safety of Yabai and Hela, and also worried about the outcome of that war. However, Thor can't know the specific result of the battle, so he can only wait here. Thinking of this, Thor felt anxious in his heart. But Thor still knew how to measure and didn't choose to leave Asgard at this time. If a sneak attack by the celestial group can come once, it can come a second time. He couldn't let Asgard ignore him and engage in a war that he was not entitled to participate in at all. Thinking of this made Thor feel uncomfortable. At the same time, praying silently in my heart like God the Father, Hela and Yabai must win. Facts have proved that even the dead Odin can't control the 5 gods. the situation on the battlefield was not as expected by Thor. Yabai and Hela had the upper hand. In fact, the situation on the court has been extremely unfriendly to Yabai and Hela. Needless to say, Hela, at this time, she was being crushed and beaten by Death. Death is still one of the 5 gods, the ruler of the universe. Its strength is not at the same level as Hela. If there is no infinite gem, Hela would not be able to fight Death for so long. But even so, Hela couldn't hold on anymore. After all, the use of infinite gems also requires consumption, especially the burden on the body, which is even more terrifying. It was okay once or twice, but the more times, Hela couldn't hold it anymore. Moreover, there is a huge gap between her strength and Death. This is the most basic gap in personal strength, and it cannot be made up with infinite gems. When Death is sufficiently vigilant about the infinite gems, Hela can no longer resist Death. On the other hand, Yabai's situation is even more dangerous. At this time, he is being annihilated and besieged infinitely. Yes, Unlimited also participated in the Seal of Yabai, read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. As for those opponents before Infinity, either he was directly exiled by Infinity to an unknown dimension, or she was killed directly by her spatial authority. It can be said that she vacated her hand to deal with Yabai only after she eliminated all her opponents. Yabai, who could have suppressed annihilation, collapsed instantly after Infinity joined the battlefield. In a one-to-one situation, whether it is annihilation or infinite, Yabai is very sure that he can win. But when the two joined forces, Yabai couldn't stand it anymore. It's not that his strength is too weak, but that his opponent is too strong. The second of the 5 gods, there is only one way to defeat anyone. The most important thing is that Infinity and Annihilation, it is clear that Yabai will resurrect and evolve soon after Death. So Yabai was not given a chance to evolve at all, and he didn't intend to kill Yabai at all. But when it comes up, it is for eternal sealing. Infinitely used his spatial authority to create countless dimensions, turning it into an airtight net of heaven and earth, trapping Yabai in it. Even those dimensions can be easily destroyed by Yabai, but the speed of his destruction is always inferior to the creation of Infinity. In addition, Annihilation is on the side, constantly weakening Yabai's power, and at the same time using his special authority to keep Yabai always trapped. To make matters worse, the Eternity that was fighting with the ancient gods also freed up and imposed a seal on Yabai. Countless hours were woven into a net, entangled Yabai. At this time, Yabai seemed to be still in the universe, fighting in the same universe with the ancient gods. But in fact, he is already in an unknown dimension beyond the timeline and space axis. If you don't want to break free, Yabai will be permanently banned, and there will be no chance of turning over forever. As for Yabai, he was a little nervous at this time. The evolution he was looking forward to has not come yet, but he was already on the verge of being sealed. If he cannot get along with each other to break free, he is likely to be completely sealed off. This is something Yabai cannot accept anyway. In order to get out of trouble, Yabai used all his methods. It uses superheat rays to bombard it frontally, but it can't break the net of time and space at all. Even if superheat rays can melt all matter, they can't melt without substantial time and space. Subsequently, Yabai used various methods such as cryobreathing, ultrasound, super psychic power, cosmic ray bursts and so on. He even used his fists to smash, but it never worked. With the continuous failure of various methods, Yabai's heart became more and more anxious. And Annihilation, looking at Yabai, he gradually revealed a happy smile. No matter how arrogant you are, no matter how arrogant you are. If you had agreed to my terms, why would you end up where you are now? All of this is just caused by your own arrogance. The sound of Annihilation broke through the blockade of time and space and reached Yabai's ears. Yabai was even more upset. Can't this damn guy shut up? As for what Annihilation said, will you regret it? Yabai said, never. Don't look at what Oblivion is said to be nice, but it's a pit at all. It is simply impossible to join hands with him to kill the planet devourer. Among the 5 gods, anyone can die, but the planet devourer cannot die. It's not that he has such a great effect on the universe, but the body of the planet devourer, imprisoning a truly incomprehensible big demon. Once the character of the Demon King imprisoned by the planet devourer comes out, the entire universe will be irreversibly shattered. Even the 5 gods cannot rewrite this. Therefore, the promise before Annihilation is completely joking. He would never team up with Yabai to kill the planet devourer, he just did so, just to have some fun. After the planet devourer gets angry, he will naturally join forces with the planet devourer to seal Yabai off. Do you really think that Annihilation is so kind and willing to let a person you never know him be on an equal footing with him? So Yabai has never cared about Annihilation. What he is thinking about now is how to break the current situation. If he doesn't make changes, he really will be completely sealed off. For Yabai, the current situation is not an exaggeration. The only way to break the game is to evolve. But where is evolution so easy? Although Yabai would evolve autonomously on weekdays, the speed of this autonomous evolution is really unbearable. The main reason is that Yabai is too strong now, and it is not a concept at all with just getting the template for the ancient destruction day. Now that he evolves once, his strength will be several times stronger, which is a completely earth-shaking change. This also caused the difficulty of his evolution to be greatly increased, and the autonomous evolution was even slower and pitiful. Even in the case of oppression, it is difficult to achieve the conditions for evolution, unless someone can kill him. However, the 5 gods are not fools, knowing that Yabai will be resurrected after death, and the resurrection must become stronger. In this case, who would kill Yabai? Sealing becomes the best means. It is precisely because of this that Yabai fell into a dead end. It may not be that there is no turnaround, but it is too slim. The more critical it became, Yabai was surprisingly calm. The previous irritability has disappeared, and Yabai began to quickly think about how to break the game. The current situation he is facing is that he can't ask for death. This also led to Yabai's desire to evolve, which was in vain. Suddenly, Yabai seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes became weird. Although it sounds strange and even outrageous, maybe it really works? Thinking of this, a smile appeared on the corner of Yabai's mouth. Anyway, he won't die, just try it. While working hard to reinforce the annihilation and infinity of the seal, after seeing the smile on the corner of Yabai's mouth, a bad feeling was born in his heart. What are you laughing at? Do you think you can make a comeback? Your ending is doomed. It will be completely sealed. It will be the same as many times as you try. Annihilation said to Yabai with some discomfort. He really wanted to see a regretful look on Yabai's face instead of the confident smile now. After hearing the words of Oblivion, Yubi raised his head and looked at Oblivion mockingly. Seal it, you can't kill me anyway. If you don't believe me, you can try to kill me, Yabai said lightly. After finding a way to break the game, his heart gradually relaxed a lot. In fact, the suffocation-like despair before was terrible. When Annihilation heard Yabai's words, the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. Although he had already accepted Yabai's attempt to not die, it was still a bit difficult for him to be so provoked by Yabai. This damn guy, relying on his immortality, really does what he wants. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. If you don't know that Yabai will become stronger after death, Annihilation really wants to kill Yabai. This guy is so irritating. You die this heart, we won't kill you. We don't have this ability, and you know this yourself. For you, the seal is the most painful ending. Although you are still alive, it is no different from death. Don't think we will make you evolve again. When Annihilation was irritated by Yabai, he talked infinitely. She broke Yabai's thoughts at a glance, and at the same time reminded Oblivion not to be fooled. Yabai said this to deliberately irritate him, so that he would become angry and kill himself. Oblivion will naturally not be fooled. Although he is angry, he also knows what to do to get Yabai's real revenge. And the infinite is right, being sealed is the most tragic ending for Yabai. Thinking of this, Annihilation looked at Yabai again. He couldn't wait to see Yabai's desperate look. However, contrary to Annihilation and infinite expectations, Yabai did not become angry or frustrated after being revealed to his purpose. The irritating smile still hung on the corner of his mouth, as if mocking them. What the hell is this damn guy? At this time, why is he still smiling? Annihilation and Infinite Heart thought so. They couldn't think of Yabai's way to break the game. What exactly was it? Just when Infinity and Annihilation couldn't think of an answer, Yabai spoke. You are right, I do hope you can kill me so that I can become stronger. But it's a pity that you are not fooled. But have you ever thought that if you don't kill me, I can kill myself? Yabai's expression became rampant when he said these words. That arrogant posture gave birth to an emotion called fear in both Infinity and Annihilation. And after thinking of what Yabai said, Annihilation and Infinity make the scalp numb. They were horrified to discover that Yabai really had the ability to kill himself. And if Yabai can evolve again after killing himself, who is his opponent? Killing yourself is also Yabai's way to break the game. Although it sounds strange, it can be done. Yabai won't really die anyway, why not give it a try? Therefore, after the voice fell, Yabai didn't have the slightest hesitation, directly controlled the energy in his body, and then exploded fiercely. Now that they have all decided to commit suicide, they must squeeze out all their surplus value. Self-destruction is good, not only can achieve the purpose of killing oneself, but also make Annihilation and infinitely uncomfortable. In the next moment, infinite light radiated from Yabai's body. This absolutely dark universe is illuminated by this infinite light at this time. On the field, all the two sides who were fighting stopped their movements and stared blankly at Yabai's direction. In the eyes of everyone, Yabai's body has disappeared. Instead, there is the expanding light around Yabai's body. Then, the terrible explosion that shattered everyone's eardrums sounded. Endless energy burst out in an instant, tearing everything around, the destructive power of destruction, displayed vividly at this moment. The first to bear the brunt was the seal created by Infinity and Annihilation, which was attacked by the energy of Yabai's self-detonation. The original seal that Yabai couldn't break by various means became papercraft under the energy of Yabai's self-destruction. The nets of time and space were completely torn apart in an instant. The terrible energy rushed out of the seal and struck towards Infinity and Annihilation. Annihilation and Infinite immediately mobilized their energy to start defense. This burst of Yabai's self-destructive energy shock, even them, felt a huge threat. After that, there were those ancient gods and several other 5 great gods. As for Hela, she stared at the aftermath of the impact and even forgot to dodge. In the next moment, everyone was overwhelmed by energy, and the terrifying power even swept many surrounding star fields. The small half of the universe was completely destroyed under Yabai's self-destruction. The terrible explosion finally ended, and everything settled down. The survivors thought about the disaster with lingering fears, with more or less panic on their faces. Even the 5 great gods have very ugly faces. The power of Yabai's self-destruction is devastating even for the 5 gods. After all, Yabai's strength is the strongest among the 5 gods. Even the 5 great gods complained incessantly, let alone those ancient gods. Even some weaker ancient gods were directly killed by the aftermath of Yabai's self-destruction, completely wiped out. The ancient gods who can survive today are those with relatively strong strength and strong vitality at the same time. But even so, thinking of the disaster just now, the faces of these ancient gods still have the aftermath of fear. Hela also barely survived the disaster just now, but at this time was already very embarrassed. But the physical injury Hela didn't care, instead staring at the center where Yabai blew up just now. There was an unstoppable worry in her eyes, worrying about Yabai's safety. After all, Yabai blew himself up. Hela didn't know that Yabai could be resurrected infinitely, because Hela had never seen it before. But now she hopes Yabai will reappear in front of her. Even Hela knew that this hope was very slim. Not only Hela, everyone looked at the center where Yabai blew up just now. Everyone is looking forward to where exactly is the situation. The ancient gods are looking forward to it, hoping that Yabai is okay. They are now grasshoppers on the same rope with Yabai. If Yabai has something to do, their end will definitely be miserable. The 5 gods are also paying attention, but they are different. They look forward to Yabai never showing up again. Yabai's madness impressed the 5 gods deeply. This is a ruthless person. Can you come up with self-destructive methods to kill yourself? What is it not to be ruthless? And, what if Yabai is resurrected if that happens? What if Yabai becomes stronger and evolves after he blew himself up? If this happens, the mentality of the 5 gods will collapse. How can I fight this? There is no hope at all. You can kill you and you can't kill them, and you can blew yourself up when you seal them, and you can get stronger every time you die. It's not a hang-up, it's obviously a shame. Under the eyes of everyone expecting or worrying, the bright light in the area where Yabai blew up just now began to dissipate. Gradually, the situation at the center appeared in everyone's eyes. There was nothing, there was no figure of Yabai at all. After seeing this scene, the 5 gods breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, as an individual, if this blew up and can be resurrected again, then there is really no fun. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. As for the ancient gods, most of them were disappointed and apprehensive. Yabai is their highest combat power. If Yabai dies, they will completely collapse. The 5 great gods breathed a sigh of relief, but the old gods exploded. They even started to regret. Why should they follow Yabai to fight the 5 gods? Is it true that I have lived too long? Too long? As for the saddest thing, there is no doubt Hela. She looked at the place where Yabai disappeared, her eyes gradually turning red. Losing Yabai is the biggest blow to Hela. Even Hela has the idea that he would blew himself up so that he could leave with Yabai. Just when Hela was about to do this and blew the infinite gems to herself, a big warm hand supported her on the top of her head. She turned her head and looked around and found that the person here was actually Yabai. Yabai is now looking at Hela with a faint smile. The smile at the corner of his mouth is reassuring. Next, just leave it to me, Yabai whispered to Hela. Then, the warmth and tenderness in his eyes disappeared, and he looked at the 5 gods. At this time, the 5 gods also found Yabai and Hela, and their faces became ugly. The opposite of them are those ancient gods. After the ancient gods saw Yabai appearing, everyone was refreshed. Yabai is the strongest combat power. As long as Yabai is still there, everyone still has opportunities and hope. It can be said that the mood of the 5 great gods and the ancient gods is completely reversed. One was in heaven 1 second, and went to hell the next second. And one is desperate in the first second, and full of hope in the next second. Ignoring the old gods who were cheering and cheering, Yabai jumped directly over Hela and came to the front of the 5 great gods. Looking at the 5 gods with ugly expressions in front of them, Yabai's eyes were full of indifference. Are you surprised? I appeared in front of you again. Now, it's my turn to kill you, Yabai said indifferently, and the murderous intent in his tone made the 5 gods a little flustered. Because the 5 gods felt it, Yabai, he was stronger again. This is really shameless. Even if he doesn't die after he blew himself up, he has actually become stronger. Is there any reason? Is there another king? No matter how unbelievable it is, the reality is before them. The 5 gods must now think about a very serious question, that is, can they really defeat Yabai? The 5 gods felt the deadly threat for the first time. They finally met someone who could subvert their rule. You guys, don't hesitate anymore, we must unite to resolve this threat. Swallow Star, you have to stand up too, and can't stand idly by. We can't kill him by conventional means, we can only try that thing. Eternally opened his mouth and said to the other gods of creation. The main thing is to swallow the stars, this is the object of eternal persuasion. Because only swallows the stars, has the ability to kill Yabai. It has been proved impossible to treat Yabai with conventional means. Only with some special means can we have the opportunity. And Tungxing, just keeping such a thing. The ultimate eraser, the biggest killer in the universe, Liu Haozhou. It is also the most likely to end Yabai's weapon. In addition, Eternal cannot think of other ways to solve Yabai, which is simply an unsolvable problem. Tungxing nodded silently after hearing the Eternal words. Although he likes to fish, but at this time, he still knows how to measure. To maintain the balance of the universe before, Yabai must die. Moreover, Tungxing didn't think that Yabai would be willing to let him go after killing several other cosmic gods. Once he dies, the big demon that has been sealed will break the seal and come out. At that time, the entire universe will be gone, and everyone will die. Even if it was annihilated, he stopped talking at this time. After experiencing Yabai's magical self-destruction and evolutionary operation, he has thoroughly realized that he can't compare with looking at Yabai, who was in front of him. The five gods all chose to endure. They can't wait to kill Yabai, but if they don't master the method, they might make Yabai stronger. In the final analysis, Yabai's ability to become stronger after death is really terrible. Get ready, let's put an end to this monster. Eternal looked at several partners around him and said slowly. Several other cosmic gods also nodded. This is the only way. If even the ultimate eraser can't deal with Yabai, he will be completely over and he will surrender. But now, I can still work hard. Thinking of this, the five gods all surrounded Yabai by appointment. As for the other ancient gods, they didn't dare to step forward at all. These are the five gods, they are not Yabai, they are just cannon fodder. That being the case, it's better to stay honestly. A group of gods are fighting, so they just look at it. As for Hela, she wanted to step forward to help Yabai, but was stopped by Yabai's eyes. Yabai knew that the real decisive battle was next, and the five gods would go all out to deal with him. It would be too dangerous to involve Hela at this time. After hearing Yabai's words, Hela wisely stopped and did not step forward. Because Hela knew that even if he went at this time, it would only cause Yabai to trouble. It's better to let Yabai concentrate on dealing with those five gods. Moreover, the five gods had already put aside their contradictions at this time, and completely united to deal with Yabai. For example, the planet Devourer also changed his previous fishing style, and his expression became serious. A powerful aura radiated from the planet Devourer. This momentum is more than annihilation. It can be seen that the planet Devourer has become one of the five great gods, and it is really not covered. Do it. Annihilation shouted angrily and attacked Yabai first. He was the one who wanted Yabai to die most among the people present. Not only did Yabai's rudeness to him before made him angry, but also Yabai's threatening too much. Annihilation is accustomed to the strongest position in the universe. How could Yabai surpass himself? But the point is, Annihilation has no way to stop the rise of Yabai. Therefore, I can only hope, to kill the monster Yabai quickly. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. In this case, he is still the strongest in the universe. As for whether Yabai can be killed or not, Annihilation has no doubt about this question. Now that the five great gods are working together, and the ultimate eraser is there, Annihilation can't even think of how Yabai can survive. Not to mention Yabai, even the big demon sealed by the swallowing star could be killed in the face of this kind of battle. Looking at the five menacing gods, Yabai's expression was still very indifferent. He is no longer what he used to be. After he blew himself up, he has evolved again, and he has the confidence to challenge the five gods. This time, it is no longer one-on-one, but five. Seeing the first annihilation, Yabai's eyes gradually turned cold. In the next moment, his figure disappeared from the sight of the five gods. The five gods could only vaguely see Yabai's figure flying by, and then screamed from annihilation. Because Yabai had already, he tore off one of his arms directly. The fast speed couldn't even react to the annihilation, and he was hit hard in an instant. Yabai unfortunately lost this arm. Originally, he planned to unscrew the annihilation head directly, but he did not expect to be avoided. But it doesn't matter, there are still many opportunities like this. I didn't kill it just now, and it's the same when I'm killing it later. As for the other five gods, after seeing the painful annihilation, he glanced at Yabai indifferently. In everyone's heart, a sense of unreality arose. Is this reasonable? It only evolves once, and it becomes stronger to this point. You know that Yabai was still inextricably linked with Oblivion before, but now it has become a one-sided crush. This is too exaggerated. However, the five great gods reacted quickly, and one after another displayed their authority and began to help the annihilation. The first thing that needs to be restricted is Yabai's speed. His speed is too fast. If there is no restriction, everyone present will die. Coming without a trace and without a trace, the five great gods even had difficulty keeping up with Yabai's movements. Without limiting Yabai's speed, this battle would be impossible to fight at all. The first shot is Infinity, the goddess who holds the authority of space. She waved her hand directly, setting up countless space barriers around Yabai, hoping to block Yabai's speed with this. Eternal also immediately shot, and countless hours were woven into a net and tied to Yabai's body. Then, under the control of swallowing stars, the forces that existed in countless universes turned into ropes, turning time and space into cages for reinforcement. As for Death, he urged his death authority, trying to weaken Yabai's body as much as possible. Annihilation also recovered, and began to use his authority, intending to completely seal Yabai. The five great gods worked together. This is something that didn't happen after the Big Bang. One can imagine how much pressure Yabai put on these five gods. Yabai also frowned. He was indeed somewhat restrained. With so many locks and restrictions, Yabai feels a little headache. The time blockade can slow Yabai's speed, and the time it takes for the same distance is greatly increased. The blockade of space can extend Yabai's space. Before Yabai knew it, he had been exiled to many dimensions. After going back and forth, Yabai's speed really slowed down. Coupled with the assistance of several other creation gods, it really created a cage for Yabai, which made him unable to break free. Of course, Yabai can also choose the crudest means of breaking the game, that is, self-destruction. However, Yabai knew in his heart that self-detonation was not invincible. It's not that Yabai can evolve once every time he blew himself up. The reason for evolving after the last blew up is that Yabai himself is on the verge of evolution. The self-destruction is a direct result of evolution, which is the last straw that crushes the camel. But now, Yabai blew himself up, with no other effect except for creating the most powerful bomb in the universe. Although it can be resurrected after self-destruction, it is completely unnecessary. So Yabai didn't intend to blow himself up as a last resort. Moreover, although the blockade of the 5 gods seems unbreakable, Yabai is confident that it can break him. After all, he is now, but he has just evolved. Looking at the blockade that surrounded him like a net of heaven and earth, Yabai was not too worried. Now his strength may only be understood by him. His eyes, like the sun at this time, bloomed endlessly again. Then, 2 super hot rays with golden glaze texture swept out. Today, Yabai's super heat ray has once again undergone a comprehensive upgrade. Not only can it smash the atoms of matter, but it has even begun to bring some special rules of its own. As a result, Yabai's super heat rays can not only melt all matter, but even conceptual bodies such as time and space can be directly destroyed. This is the evolution of Yabai, which has reached an incredible level. In a short period of time, Yabai directly burned the blockade and escaped. Yabai's performance made the faces of the 5 gods even more ugly. They didn't expect Yabai to change so difficult. The combined forces of the 5 gods cannot stop Yabai, and such combat effectiveness is simply sensational. He has become stronger again, and we don't need to keep our hands anymore. Now even if we try our best, we may not be able to hurt him, so let's just use our full strength. Eternal suggested to several other creation gods. Yes, the 5 great gods have not yet displayed their true strength. Because Yabai is really weird. Some powerful methods. I dare not use Yabai at all, for fear that Yabai will touch porcelain because of this, and then rebirth after death, and then evolve. This has caused the 5 great gods to fall into a deadlock, that is, they are unable to exert their full strength at all and are bound by their hands. But now, this is no longer necessary. Yabai's strength exceeded the expectations of the 5 gods. But let the 5 gods know that now there is no need to worry about being touched by Yabai. Because of Yabai's current physical strength, even if he resists the attacks of the 5 gods, it may be fine. After listening to the eternal words, the other 5 gods also nodded and approved this statement. The eternal proposal is correct, and now there is no need to be restrained. If they don't use real means, they will have no chance at all. The ultimate wiper needs to be able to hit the target, no matter how powerful it is. If even the target can't be hit, no matter how powerful the killer is, it loses its meaning. Thinking of this, Young-Hung waited for several creation gods to begin to show their true strength. The vast river of time emerges from behind eternity, vast and mighty, as if it had come from ancient times to the present, and then to the future. The long river of time itself, as if to dominate the entire universe, everything in the world is immersed in it. This method has never been used in eternity, because no one has ever forced their 5 great creation gods to the present level like Yabai. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Those ancient gods who watched the battle were even more completely stunned. It was only at this time that they really realized how big the gap between themselves and the 5 gods was. If they were immersed in the vast river of time, they would definitely be drowned. In addition, there is no second end. As for Yabai, he frowned slightly. He didn't expect that Eternal would still hide his strength. If eternity is hiding strength, doesn't it mean that the other 5 gods also hide their strength? Thinking of this, Yabai looked in the direction of the other gods, and it was true. Behind infinite, the scroll representing space has slowly unfolded. This map of space is horizontal and vertical with the long river of time. Time and space together form the basis of the entire universe. In the space map, apart from the existence of the 5 great gods, even if the ancient gods enter it, they will be lost directly. Behind death, countless dense lines of death began to emerge, and these lines of death were the manifestation of death. Each line represents a life in the universe. If this thread is cut off, the corresponding life will die. Holding death in your hands, this is the true authority of death. Behind the annihilation, a huge grinding disc slowly turned. This is the disc of annihilation, and it is also the annihilation itself. The great power that can turn the universe into nothing. Just turning, Yabai feels a huge threat. Behind Tun seeing, a whole new universe emerged directly. In the center of that universe, Yabai saw a figure of a detained figure. Yabai frowned, because he felt threat from the figure. Find flowers 0. Of course, the main thing that needs to be dealt with right now is this figure, but the 5 gods. The 5 gods who go all out and even show their housekeeping skills are still very powerful. Their every move can subvert the entire universe, and all matter and life are just playthings in their hands. Such an opponent, even Yabai must pay attention to it. Otherwise, there is a risk of overturning. Although Yabai is very confident of his immortality, and it is also relying on the immortality to get to the present. However, there are too many terrifying weapons in the Marvel world, and there are too many strong ones. There will be a few people who can directly ignore the immortality. At that time, the concept of Yabai will be directly erased from the root cause. The so-called immortality is just a joke for such a big man who can modify the concept at any time. Yabai didn't give the 5 gods a chance to brew big moves to deal with him, and Yabai directly attacked. Now, there is no room for relaxation on both sides, only life and death can be done separately. And this time, the goal Yabai found first was death. Relatively speaking, death is the best dealt with among the 5 gods. It's not that death has the worst strength, because strictly speaking, there is no difference in strength between the 5 great gods. It's just that Yabai's immortality just restrains death. As for other infinite and eternal things, Yabai can also deal with it, but it takes a lot of effort. Unlike death, Yabai can be crushed directly. The most important thing is that you bullied my wife Hela just now, right? Yes, Yabai chose to act on death first, partly because of Hela. Anyone who bullies his wife, regardless of whether you are a man or a woman, will be beaten to death. Even when she died, Yabai actually rushed towards her first. After she realized this, she was already a little hard to avoid. Gritting her teeth, she began to retreat hastily. But unfortunately, Yabai didn't give her a chance. Yabai's speed is so fast, the distance between him and death was crossed in an instant. Then directly stretched out his hand to pinch the death's head, and directly crushed the skull. Death, after all, ushered in his own death. Only, seeing the death whose skull was crushed by himself, Yabai curled his lips in disdain. Are these the 5 gods? It's really weak enough. Of course, he said that, but Yabai would not really think that death is too weak. How can the death who can become one of the 5 gods be a weak one? In the final analysis, Yabai is too strong, so strong that death can't compete with him. In addition, the authority of death happened to be restrained by Yabai, which resulted in death in front of Yabai without any resistance. In fact, after being entered by Yabai, not only is death, even other gods of creation will end up in the same way. After evolving again, Yabai's strength has surpassed the 5 gods. If the 5 great gods fight him, it is easy to get a spike. After dying, Yabai looked at the black crystal in his hand with some doubts in his eyes. The reason for the doubt is because this thing gives Yabai an unclear feeling. A very strong breath of death radiated from this crystal, as if it was about to invade Yabai's body. Is this the authority of death? Yabai has guesses in his heart, and it seems that this possibility is very high at present. Since it is the authority of death, it is a good thing, and Yabai has no reason not to accept it. Of course, Yabai himself wouldn't use it, and he didn't look down on the power of death. It can be given to Hela, I believe she will use it. Thinking of this, Yabai directly waved his hand to draw a portal and put the black crystal into it. The next moment, the portal appeared beside Hela, and the black crystal was also grabbed by Hela. Hela looked at Yabai, but Yabai nodded to her. Upon seeing this, Hela did not hesitate anymore and directly incorporated the black crystal into herself. Although Hela didn't even know what the black crystal was, out of 100% trust in Yabai, she swallowed it without hesitation. Then, Hela screamed. The authority of death is rapidly transforming Hela's body, making her body, which was originally weak for the 5 gods, stronger. At the same time, the authority of death began to blend into Hela's body. As long as she finishes digesting this black crystal, then she will be death from now on, one of the 5 great gods, the universal god that holds the authority of death. This point was seen by the other 4 creation gods, but they couldn't stop them at all. They are now trying to limit Yabai's actions, and they can't tell Hela at all. As for the ancient gods, they all looked at Hela enviously. That's the power of death. Anyone who gets it can soar into the sky and become the god of the universe from then on. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. This is definitely a supreme chance, the kind that takes off directly whoever gets it. However, the ancient gods only dared to watch. No one had any intention of robbing Hela of the right to death. In the final analysis, Yabai is too powerful. Even if it is lucky, what about taking the right to death from Hela's hands? Yabai killed him once and died, can't he kill it again? Moreover, compared to the power of death, are other powers not good? Even if there is no Hela, aren't there still 4 cosmic gods? When Yabai kills all these 4 cosmic gods, don't they have a chance with the remaining authority? Even if Yabai took away one authority, there would still be 3 left. In other words, there are likely to be 3 lucky ones among the ancient gods to become one of the new 5 gods. Thinking of this, all of those ancient gods became hot in their hearts. The reason why they rebelled with Yabai was not just to usurp the throne. Now that the opportunity to become the new 5 gods is in sight, how can they not be excited? Of course, they just think about it now, the battle is not over yet. Over there, the 4 creation gods headed by Eternity have once again blocked Yabai. The long river of time, the map of space, the mill of annihilation, the universe swallowing stars. 4 terrifying visions surrounded Yabai, making Yabai feel hard to break free. Although his strength is undoubtedly strong, Yabai is also a little hard to struggle for a while under the desperate efforts of the 5 gods. And taking advantage of this opportunity, the creation gods looked at each other and made up their minds. Now is the best time to completely erase Yabai. Thinking of this, Eternal did not hesitate anymore and rushed directly towards Yabai. He couldn't let Yabai break the blockade again. Otherwise, all previous efforts will be lost. In addition to Eternity, other creation gods also rushed towards Yabai quickly. Only Tun Sing, holding a strange tool in his hand, is working hard to activate this tool. Yabai was struggling to break free at this time, but he didn't notice the star-swallowing movement. But Yabai still noticed the Eternal and others who rushed towards him. Without hesitation, Yabai temporarily let go of his thoughts of breaking free and comfortable, and turned his head to fight for the Eternal rush. The terrifying force caused Yabai's blockade to tremble, and waves continued to flow for a long time. After that, Eternal took a punch from Yabai frontally, and his body was constantly trembling from the beating, as if it might be worn out at any time. But then, Infinite rushed over. Seeing the infinity rushing over, Yabai's backhand was swept out by a super hot ray. The super hot rays penetrated an unknown number of layers and directly hit the infinite body. A terrifying ray that could melt even time and space immediately opened a big hole in the infinite body, and it continued to spread. In the next moment, annihilation will arrive. Countless dimensions formed a killing array, cutting towards Yabai's body. This is Yabai, with unparalleled physical strength. Even the other 5 creation gods could be cut off by the dimensional killing array of this dimension. Yabai directly resisted the Annihilation's killer move, and then opened his mouth to spit out an extremely terrifying ultrasonic wave. The sound waves shattered all the space along the way, and hit the body of Oblivion without any barriers. With a poof, the annihilated chest was directly exploded, and he was directly injured. Today's annihilation is hard to accept even Yabai's move. However, the purpose of annihilating them has been achieved. They didn't expect much damage to Yabai at all, as long as they held Yabai to prevent him from breaking out of the blockade. Because the one who really wanted to kill Yabai was Star Swallowing. At this time, the Star Devourer had activated the ultimate eraser, then aimed at Yabai and pressed the launch button. The next one, a white beam of light, rushed out of the ultimate eraser, coming straight towards Yabai. Yabai saw the white light beam, and at this moment, a sense of crisis that made his scalp numb came to Yabai's heart. He realized that the white light beam in front of him was a terrifying existence capable of completely killing himself. With Yabai's current ability, things that can threaten him are not to say no, but there are too few. And the ultimate wiper is undoubtedly such a big killer that can pose an absolute threat to Yabai. Facing the white beam of the ultimate eraser, Yabai suddenly became a crisis. He knew in his heart that if he was irradiated frontally by this thing, he would definitely die without life. It is true that Yabai has the ability to be reborn in time, but the ultimate eraser erases the concept of your entire being. This effect has surpassed the setting of rebirth and immortality, and is the existence of the highest specifications. Even though Yabai has the ability to overcome death in the ancient ruins, he still looks very pale in front of the concept of obliteration. The ultimate wiper has another nickname, the ultimate correction fluid. To obliterate life in a universe is as simple as a screenwriter using correction fluid to obliterate a character in a script. In the face of this kind of correction fluid, which is completely detached from conventional methods and can be called the strongest killer, Yabai's so-called immortality is also just a joke. If shot by this white light beam, Yabai's entire existence will disappear completely. After realizing the seriousness of the consequences, Yabai didn't dare to be careless and quickly planned to avoid 25. However, the arrangement of Yonghong ETAL had an effect at this moment. The restrictions they constructed locked Yabai firmly in place, leaving Yabai no room for struggle. In a short time, it is impossible for Yabai to escape from this area. Yabai also realized this, and realized that he was calculated by the 5 gods. Perhaps after he evolved, the 5 great gods had planned and fabricated this killing game for him. Facts have proved that the 5 great gods also succeeded, and they completely put Yabai into a dead end. Not surprisingly, Yabai will be directly obliterated by the ultimate obliterator, and there will be no Yabai in the Marvel world in the future. Even Hela would forget Yabai. At the most critical moment, Yabai gritted his teeth and blew himself up again. He would rather allow himself to explode, without leaving a drop of the bomb, than he dared to let the ultimate eraser be hit. After all, Yabai still has a chance to resurrect after he explodes, but if he is shot by the ultimate eraser, it is really gone. In the eyes of the 5 gods, what happened was that Yabai's blew up and the ultimate wiper were almost at the same time. But this time, Yabai didn't have much power after he blew himself up. Because of the self-destructive explosion, it was directly erased by the ultimate eraser. Have we succeeded? Eternal asked Swallow Star, his tone a little uncertain. If there is no way to kill Yabai, then their 5 gods have absolutely no means to stop Yabai. Tungsing nodded. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Successful, no one can survive the ultimate eraser. That guy is dead. Tungsing replied, very confident in the effect of the ultimate eraser. There is the ultimate eraser, let alone the star swallowing, even the big demon sealed by him will be erased. Great, I finally killed that monster, and it should be over. Infinity also breathed a sigh of relief and was thankful. Yabai had put too much pressure on them before, so that now, after the dust settled, the hearts of the 5 gods relaxed. Yes, it is not easy to win this battle. No, we still remember him, he is not dead. At this moment, Annihilation on the side spoke. The tone was very heavy, even with a sense of disbelief, but his words made the 5 gods wake up like a dream. Yes, if Yabai is really wiped out by the ultimate eraser, then their memory of Yabai should also disappear. Why do they still remember Yabai now? There is only one explanation, Yabai has not been completely wiped out, he is still alive. But how is this possible? That is the ultimate eraser, who can stop it? Eternal and others are really going crazy now, because Yabai refreshed their cognition time and time again. Moreover, an opponent that can't even be eliminated by the ultimate eraser, do they really have a chance to defeat it? No one can answer this question, even if it is Swallowing Star, it can't be answered. Soon, in the incredible eyes of the creation gods, Yabai's body was slowly appearing where Yabai was just now. A few seconds later, Yabai appeared in front of the 4 creation gods intact, looking at them with a sneer. Yabai did not die under the ultimate eraser, but it was indeed dangerous. If it weren't for Yabai's decisive decision at the time, when he was about to be irradiated by the ultimate eraser, he decisively chose to blow himself up. Using the method of self-detonation, avoiding the radiation of the ultimate eraser, then he is really dead now, and no one will remember him after death. Even Hela will forget who Yabai is and everything about being with Yabai. Fortunately, this kind of thing did not happen in the end, and Yabai finally avoided the rays of the ultimate eraser. Then Yabai looked at them for eternity. Since the catastrophe survives, it's time to consider revenge. Just now, Yabai was really almost gone. How could he not report such a grudge? And this time, Yabai is not bound by any more. Even if he is the ultimate wiper, he can't threaten Yabai anymore. Because Yabai's speed is too fast. He can dodge the attack of the ultimate eraser in an instant. This is also the biggest drawback of the ultimate eraser, and it is not fast enough to make people unable to react. But this still does not affect the fact that the ultimate eraser has become the most powerful killer in the universe. Do it again, I don't believe he can hide twice in a row, Eternal said to everyone hysterically. There is no objection to his words, because there is no second option. All they can do now is to fight Yabai to the end and try to replicate the previous situation again. This time, Yabai must be completely erased. He is not given any chance from the explosion. But where is it so easy? Even Eternal himself knows the difficulty of this matter. This time, Yabai won't let himself be locked down again. If Yabai cannot be sealed off, then trying to erase Yabai with the ultimate eraser is tantamount to idiotic dreams. The point is that Yabai won't give them a second chance after having suffered a loss once. Moreover, the previous time that Yabai was able to blockade successfully, he also paid the price of death. So who will pay the price this time? Yabai gave the answer to this question, and he rushed directly towards infinity. The strength of Infinite among the 5 great gods is mediocre, and her spatial authority is too troublesome. So Infinite has become Yabai's target. After realizing that he had become Yabai's target, he panicked infinitely. There is no way not to panic, Yabai's strength is terrible. Moreover, the end of the previous death, infinitely can have been witnessed with their own eyes. Yabai can pinch death to death, so she can still be killed. In the panic, Infinity even forgot the eternal rhetoric, and forgot to use his spatial authority to block Yabai. She is now full of thoughts about how to withdraw and retreat. The 5 great gods are fearful in the end, and Yabai used his own strength to successfully make the 5 gods fear him. The difficulties encountered by Infinite, the eternal people will naturally not sit back and watch. But the eternal but sad discovery, after he saw that Yabai's first target was not himself, he was relieved in his heart. This means that he, like Infinity, has a fear of Yabai. Sheng frightened the 5 gods, which shows how exaggerated Yabai's pressure is. However, although he was a little afraid in his heart, Eternal had to take action against Yabai. I can't watch Yabai kill Infinity. In that case, everything is completely over and Yabai will be completely unstoppable. Infinity is not death, her spatial authority is an important part of blocking Yabai. If there is an infinite accident, Yabai will no longer be able to be restrained. At that time, the other 5 gods will also die one by one under Yabai's constant hunting. It can be said that Infinite must be saved, otherwise it would be sentenced to death. Annihilation and Star Swallowing have also realized this, knowing that if the Infinity is not saved now, everything really can't be saved. So Annihilation and Swallowing Stars both shot one after another, attacking Yabai. As for Eternity, time authority is exerted on Yabai, delaying his speed. It's just a pity that Yabai at this time is no longer the original. Before Yabai evolved, such a method had some effect on Yabai. But now, Yabai doesn't pay attention to these methods at all. Even if the eternal cast time is long and restricts Yabai's speed, he is still faster than Infinity. Yabai is about to catch up with the Infinity that keeps escaping. Infinity also revealed fear in her eyes at this time. She was really shocked by Yabai. Yabai, who rushed towards her, turned into a terrifying existence in her eyes that could not be seen directly. At the same time, Infinity also flees while displaying the map of space, blocking himself in front of him, blocking Yabai's attack. He continued to shuttle through the space again, hiding himself behind countless spaces and dimensions. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. I hope I can use this method to avoid Yabai's chase. It's just that Yabai has decided to kill at this time. 2 hot beams shot out from Yabai's pupils, melting all the space and dimensions blocking him. Then along the melting channel, Yabai was quickly approaching the infinite body. In the eyes of infinite consternation, Yabai penetrated countless spaces and dimensions and came to her. No, infinitely yelling, the heart is completely lost. She knew that once she was caught by Yabai, there was only one dead end. But unfortunately, she finally failed to get rid of Yabai's pursuit. Ended. Seeing the infinite panic, Yabai said coldly, and then resolutely blew himself up, incarnate as a terrorist carrying a bomb. This is a real suicide attack, full of terror. Infinite's words that originally wanted to ask for mercy were also completely dissipated with Yabai's self-destruction. Behind Yabai, the Eternal, and others who came far away could only watch Yabai and the infinite body, shrouded in endless light. The next moment, a terrifying explosion came. The aftermath of destruction swept across the 4 directions, making Eternity, Annihilation, and Swallowing Stars have to evade. When all the explosions and light settled, Young-Hung and others could only see Yabai alone. As for Infinity, it has completely disappeared. In Yabai's hands, a yellow crystal was shining. This is the Infinite Spatial Authority, which fell into Yabai's hands after Infinite was killed by the bombing. Seeing this scene, Eternal and others' hearts immediately sank to the bottom. Infinite death means that the 5 gods are completely defeated. They will no longer be able to stop Yabai, they will only be killed one by one, without the slightest way. Thinking of this, an emotion of regret was born in the Eternal heart. If he had known that it would lead to the current situation, he had to kill Yabai first if he said anything. No matter how bad, I should go to have a good relationship with Yabai at that time. If Yabai had just passed through, Eternal would propose to make Yabai the 6th cosmic god. Yabai would definitely not object. Not like it is now, everything has been completely out of Eternal control. Although Eternity can control the long river of time, it can change what has happened at will. But for Yabai, who has surpassed the long river of time and destiny, and is not bound by causality, everything has no meaning. Regret at the beginning is the true portrayal of the Eternal heart now. In addition to Eternity, Swallowing Star also regrets a bit. At that time, he knew Yabai's future was immeasurable, but he didn't expect to reach this level. If he had known it long ago, he would have locked Yabai in his own universe and sealed it forever. It doesn't give Yabai a chance to grow at all. So even now, even if you want to manage it, you can't manage it anymore. As for Annihilation, he didn't regret it at all, because he didn't do anything to miss. When Annihilation noticed Yabai, Yabai could no longer contain it. And then, when Yabai came up, Annihilation didn't keep his hands. That really wanted Yabai to die quickly. Unfortunately, Yabai's strength is still too strong, and Annihilation is difficult to stop. In today's defeated situation, it can only be said that the skills are not as good as the others, and there will be no regrets. The 3 cosmic gods have different mentalities at this time, but one thing is the same. That is, everyone is ready to die. Things have evolved into this situation, they don't believe Yabai will let them go. Therefore, you don't even have to beg for mercy and fight to the end. They have dominated the universe for countless years, and naturally they also have their own pride. It is impossible to subdue Yabai so easily. Yabai didn't waste too much time either. After killing Infinity, he took the initiative to rush towards Eternity. Now that the most troublesome Infinity has died, Yabai has no worries about the future. Without the coordination of the map of space, it would be impossible for the 5 gods to block Yabai. What Yabai needs to do is to avoid the ultimate eraser, and then kill the 5 gods one by one. After eliminating the 2 helpers of death and infinity, the 5 gods completely lost their threat to Yabai. When Yabai's speed can't be blocked, even if they hold the ultimate killer, it's useless. Swallowing the stars is a desperate discovery. Yabai's speed makes it very difficult for him to even catch it. Not to mention shining the ultimate eraser on Yabai. This is simply an impossible task. As for Eternity, this time it is even more prepared. As another target targeted by Yabai after Infinity, the Eternal heart also went vacant. But it is impossible for him to retreat. He can only choose to resist to the end. After all, he is the 5 great gods, and his pride does not allow him to escape. As for Annihilation and Star Swallowing, they didn't watch Eternity die. They also lend a helping hand to Eternity and fight Yabai together. As Eternity thinks, they can't shrink back, because they have their own pride. Moreover, where can it go? Running now will only make it easier for Yabai to defeat them one by one, and Yabai will find out and kill them wherever they hide. Since they are all destined to die, why not choose a dignified method of death? And although the hope is slim, what if it succeeds? What if Yabai can really be killed? For these various reasons, the remaining 3 creation gods decided to fight to the death. Yabai could see their resistance, and Yabai could understand their feelings. However, Yabai couldn't let them go. The 2 sides are already mortal enemies, and there is no option for coexistence. Yabai also believes that if the 5 gods currently have an advantage, they will also not give himself any chance. In the face of eternal resistance, Yabai said nothing. 2 hot rays of light came out of his eyes again. Superheat rays, the most frequently used killer in Yabai's hands, showed his terrifying posture again at this time. Eternal does everything possible to resist Yabai's super hot rays, but is it so easy to block the rays that can melt even time? The long river of time behind eternity seems to be ignited at this moment, and the river of long time in Hanoi boils at this moment. Therefore, it is inevitable that many strange phenomena have appeared in the universe. For example, on Earth, Nick Fury looked at him with a bewildered look and suddenly turned into an old Coulson. This guy was still a young man in his eyes just now. What happened to turn a young man into an old man in an instant? Coulson also noticed the changes in his body, and he touched his head tremblingly. But the start was smooth, and he was bald. On the contrary, his originally smooth face is now wrinkled. Head, what's wrong with me? Don't tell me, I'll be old in an instant. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Coulson asked Nick Fury with a hoarse voice. His voice was as hoarse as a wind-dried tree. Nick Fury nodded, his face becoming solemn. Because everything in front of me is too weird. A big man instantly turned into an old man. Who would dare to believe this? But soon, Nick Fury himself had an abnormal situation. He saw his eyes drop suddenly, dropping to the height of the ground, almost flush with the corner of the table. A terrible guess appeared in Nick Fury's mind. Isn't he? Has he become a baby? In fact, he did become a baby. Coulson was depressed, but after seeing Nick Fury in the baby state, he couldn't help but laugh. Because Nick Fury was really funny when he was a baby. But soon, Coulson became angry again. Why? Why has he become so old, but Nick Fury has returned to his youth? Could it be that he also pays attention to the political correctness of time? Farce on Earth is not an exception. In fact, such farce is happening throughout the universe. In the final analysis, it is because eternity, the realization of time, is suffering a huge hit. The long river of time behind him has been completely ignited at this time, but the original grey river of time has now become crimson. Imitating, Kta, Fana Hanoi, what is surging is like magma. Eternal himself is also very uncomfortable. He can only endure the pain, and then avoid Yabai's pursuit. But under Yabai's pursuit, where can he hide? Had it not been for annihilation and swallowing stars to help him from time to time, he would have been killed by Yabai a long time ago. However, annihilation and swallowing stars do not have the ability to directly enemy Yabai. Even if it can cause some trouble to Yabai, it is still not enough to save eternity. Under the eternal desperate gaze, Yabai came to him. Goodbye, eternity. With that, Yabai spit out a frozen breath that had evolved again, covering his eternal body. In a moment, eternity was frozen into a huge ice sculpture. That was about to be cooked for a long time, but at this time it was directly frozen. The result is that the timeline of the universe is terminated at this moment. Only after waiting for the long river to thaw will the timeline advance again. As for Yabai, he came to the eternal ice sculpture and blasted out a punch without mercy. The sound of click continued, and the eternal ice sculptures continued to shatter. Finally, after a crisp sound, the eternal ice sculpture cracked completely. Then in front of everyone, the eternal huge body turned into powder. In the dust of the sky, Yabai reached out to catch a grey crystal. This is the eternal authority of time. After eternity was killed by Yabai, it fell into the hands of Yabai. Yabai did not choose to merge on the spot, but to put away the authority of time and space. After the war is over, it will not be too late to merge. After solving the eternity, Yabai looked towards Oblivion and swallowing stars. His gaze also shocked annihilation. Then, a strong despair rushed to the annihilated heart. He realized at this time that the original 5 creation gods, at this time, under Yabai's killing, there were only 2 left. And he was also targeted by Yabai and became Yabai's next target. Unless a miracle occurs, he will also die in Yabai's hands. At this moment, Annihilation's heart was even a little melancholy. The 5 gods who have dominated the universe for countless years will eventually step down from the altar. The new ruler is about to appear, but there is no place for Annihilation anymore. Thinking of this, Annihilation was a little frustrated. But he still mustered his courage and called towards Yabai. He can leave the field, but he must leave the field vigorously. Kneeling down like trash to beg Yabai for mercy, that was not his style at all, and his pride would not allow himself to do so. Therefore, at this moment, he launched a mortal charge against Yabai. Seeing the annihilation rushing towards him, Yabai's face was as calm as water. Although I appreciate the courage of Oblivion, it does not mean that Yabai will let him go. For such a dangerous task, Yabai can only feel at ease if he is completely killed. Otherwise, if Annihilation starts to retaliate, Yabai will be annoyed by him to death. No accidents happened, and no miracles. Annihilation died in Yabai's hands, and everyone expected the result. This is not the weakness of Annihilation, but the enemy is too strong. After completing the evolution again, Yabai's strength completely surpassed the 5 gods. The entire universe will be stepped on by Yabai at this time. Looking at the annihilated crystals of authority in his hand, Yabai's expression remained unchanged, and all these things were put in his bag. Then, he looked at Swallow Star, the only survivor. Tun Seeing also saw Yabai's gaze, and noticed the killing intent in Yabai's eyes. Knowing that he was not Yabai's opponent's star swallowing, he could only sigh helplessly. Who can think of it? The 5 great gods who have traversed the universe for so many years have come to an end today. The originally powerful 5 gods, but now he is the only one left. If someone said this before the war, everyone would think he was crazy. But when everything really happens, all other bystanders can do is probably nothing but silence. Especially those ancient gods who followed Yabai to raise the flag of rebellion against the 5 great gods, staring at Yabai blankly at this time. All the ancient gods felt unreal at this time. Such a powerful god of creation was actually solved by Yabai, even though they themselves are one of the participants, at this moment, they still feel a little unbelievable. However, this is the case, and they can't change anything if they don't believe it. And those ancient gods who were the first to wake up from this unreal feeling gradually became fiery in their hearts at this time. The 5 great gods all died, which means that the forces of the universe are going to be completely reshuffled. Couldn't they also covet the authority in the hands of those 5 great gods? After all, the 5 great gods have left 5 powers. In addition to the death authority merged by Hela, plus Yabai may also merge a authority. If you count it, there will be 3 more powers. In other words, there will be 3 lucky ones among them who will gain the authority of these universes and become the new gods of creation. After realizing this, all the ancient gods' eyes became greedy. For them, this is an opportunity that soars into the sky. At the same time, Hela, who had previously merged the authority of death, finally merged. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. After incorporating the last trace of death authority into his body, Hela has replaced the previous death and has become the new death incarnation of this universe. Then, the first thing Hela did after fusing the authority was to come to Yabai's side and face the swallowing star with Yabai. The previous Hela was weak and couldn't go with Yabai. But now, Hela has obtained the authority to die and has become one of the 5 gods. She has enough qualifications to fight alongside Yabai. Yabai did not refuse Hela's behavior. Just remind her to be careful of the ultimate wiper in the hands of Star Devourer. Hela nodded when she heard the words, and she could also see that this thing was terrible. At this time, the star-swallowing heart can be described as refreshing the cold. One Yabai already made him desperate, and another Hela came. There is one thing to say, Hela's strength is definitely stronger than Swallowing Star. Hela not only gained the authority of death, but also became a new cosmic god, at the same level as Swallowing Star. Moreover, there are 6 infinite gems in Hela's hands. The previous Hela can use these 6 infinite gems to fight against the 5 gods. Today, Hela still has infinite gems even after becoming a cosmic god, making her strength to a terrifying level. Even if it is annihilated and resurrected, there is a high probability that Hela will not be defeated, and Hela will inevitably be killed. I didn't expect that an ant that I let off at first would grow to where it is today. If I had known it earlier, I would definitely kill you in advance. Tungxing looked at Yabai, shook his head and sighed. He really felt it was a pity that all of this could have been avoided. But now it is useless to think about this, his ending is doomed, there is no second way to go besides being killed. A lot of things are unpredictable, I have known this a long time ago. Find flowers 0. Just like when I first came, I never thought that one day I would be an enemy of the 5 gods. At that time, I was just thinking about how to better survive in this world. Yabai replied to Tungxing, what he said was the truth. When he first came to the world of Marvel World, Yabai's greatest wish was to live to the end of his life. After all, Yabai at that time was just an ordinary person. It is very difficult for an ordinary person to die in the Marvel World. Later, Yabai got the system, and then step by step to where it is today. Do you have to kill me? Can't you let me go once? I can guarantee that I won't be against you. 0. When I say this, it's not that I'm afraid of death, but that I don't want the universe to be destroyed. Tungxing said to Yabai again. His tone is very sincere, not so much as begging for mercy, but as telling a reality. In fact, if it hadn't been for a big demon in his body, Tungxing would definitely die gladly. For the other 4 creation gods, living is to rule the universe. For Tungxing, to live is to accomplish his mission. For this reason, Tungxing had to often endure unimaginable hunger, and was alive every day in a muddle-headed manner. This is also the reason why Swallowing Stars often paddles. Because he was a little more serious, the consequence was 10 times stronger hunger. As for how painful the hunger endured by star swallowing, let's put it this way. Once Swallowing Stars transferred his hunger to Wolverine by 1 in 10,000. Then Wolverine committed suicide more than 10,000 times because he couldn't bear hunger. This shows how painful the hunger endured by star swallowing is. Death is a kind of relief for star swallowing, not a kind of terror. He finally had a chance to get rid of endless hunger. Just across from him, Yabai slowly shook his head. It is impossible for him to let Tungxing live, because they are mortal enemies. As for the things that Tungxing is worried about, Yabai also knows in his heart. In the universe of Swallowing Stars, those who are being held at all times are created with the 5 great gods, magic runes. Only rune, if you are not familiar with the Marvel world, you probably haven't heard of this name. But in fact, the Rune is one of the best villains in the Marvel world. He is the dark side of eternity and the dark side of the 5 gods. His existence is inherently opposed to the 5 gods. Although the 5 great gods rule the universe, they are also maintaining the order of the universe and ensuring that the universe can run smoothly. But the Rune, from the moment he was born, was to completely destroy the universe. This point is the contradiction between the runes and the 5 gods that cannot be adjusted. In addition, as long as the Rune exists, the universe will inevitably fall into destruction. It even made the 5 gods unable to tolerate the runes. As a result, the 5 gods sealed the runes directly when the runes were just born. The location of the seal is within the world of Swallowing Stars. The hunger that has been torturing star swallowing for a long time is also due to this. Because Swallowing Stars must spend a lot of energy to maintain the seal on the runes. As a result, the Swallowing Star must eat a lot in order to maintain this energy flow in front of him. It can be said that Star Swallowing is the character who has sacrificed the most for the universe among the 5 gods. This is also the reason why the other 4 creation gods did not care about Swallowing Stars. Even if Swallowing Star is really too lazy sometimes, too lazy to lose the face of the 5 great gods, the other creation gods will forgive him. However, Yabai will not, and it is impossible to let Tungxing live. The existence of Swallowing Star is always a threat to Yabai. A god who has gone all out to be annihilated, how could Yabai feel relieved? Yabai himself is not afraid, but what about the earth? Where is the 9 realms? So far, all the memories of Yabai and Hela are in the earth and the 9 realms. If you can't think about the day of swallowing the stars and run to the earth to lose your temper, Yabai has no chance to recover. Therefore, the Swallowing Star must die. As for what to do with the rune after killing Star Swallowing, Yabai has already thought about it. Dangerous guys like magic runes, of course, should be killed together. The inability of the 5 gods to deal with the runes does not mean that Yabai does not have this ability. He has even killed the 5 great gods. Is he still afraid of a trivial rune? Can't the rune be more terrifying than the 5 gods combined? After seeing Yabai's confidence, Tungxing sighed. He knows Yabai's heart is determined, so he can only accept reality. As for death, Swallowing Star really hadn't been afraid of it. If you die, you don't have to starve anymore. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. As for the magic runes, since Yabai has so much confidence, let Yabai solve it. Anyway, he decided to let go. Well, then you do it, kill me, from now on, the universe is yours alone. As for this ultimate wiper, I will give it to you, hoping to help you. Tungxing threw the ultimate eraser in his hand towards Yabai, and Yabai grabbed it. Then he looked at Tungxing with a puzzled look. Yabai really couldn't understand, why would Star Swallow give such a big killer to himself? In fact, it is not surprising that Tungxing did such a thing. Death is just a kind of relief in the eyes of Swallowing Star. He can finally get rid of the difficult mission of the rune. In the future, there is no need to go crazy looking for planets to swallow because of hunger. In a sense, Tungxing even thanked Yabai for appearing. It was Yabai who ended his endless pain. As for giving the ultimate eraser to Yabai, it was just for Yabai to better destroy the runes. Although Yabai's strength is very strong, but the rune is not so easy to be killed. If the runes were destroyed so easily, there would be no need for the 5 gods to seal the runes. Isn't it bad to kill directly? Although Yabai didn't understand the idea of swallowing stars, it did not prevent Yabai from having a good impression of swallowing stars. Even Yabai had an idea of wanting to let go of the star swallowing at a certain moment. But soon, this idea was obliterated by Yabai. The two sides are mortal enemies, and this will not be changed. Under Tungxing's calm gaze, Yabai killed him easily. This is because Yabai's strength is very strong. Killing the 5 gods does not require much effort. On the other hand, Swallowing Star is now desperate to die. After the death of Swallowing Star, a crystal fell into Yabai's hands. This is the authority held by the Swallowing Star, which represents the universe itself. If Yabai crushed this crystal at this time, the entire universe would collapse and fall into destruction irreversibly. Yabai did not choose to fuse this crystal, but put it away. In addition to the death authority given to Hela, the other 4 authority were all taken into the system space by Yabai. Yes, Yabai does not intend to merge by himself, nor does he intend to allow others to merge. Although the 5 gods can be easily defeated by Yabai, the 5 gods are not weak, but exist on the top of the universe. For such a character, one Hela is enough, and there is no need for others. After Yabai killed Star Devouring, it also meant that the war was completely over. In the end, Yabai killed the 5 creation gods in front of all the ancient gods. And the ancient gods who had only been onlookers from a distance before, at this time also came forward one after another, looking at Yabai eagerly. Looking at this posture, it was like a dog praying to the owner for a bone last time. The main reason why the ancient gods are so enthusiastic is that the authority in Yabai's hands is too fragrant. If you can get one of these, you can immediately become a god of the universe. At that time, the entire universe will be in their palms, and they can play whatever they want. Do whatever you want, no exaggeration at all. However, facing the ardent eyes of those ancient gods, Yabai didn't have any extra actions. Instead, I looked at these indifferently, my former comrades in arms. For the time being, they were comrades in arms. Although these ancient gods were too weak, they didn't help much at all. But it can be regarded as helping Yabai attract the attention of the 5 great gods, and there is still a bit of credit. So Yabai didn't plan to unload the mill and kill the donkey, and didn't have the idea of doing something with these ancient gods. It's just that Yabai didn't think about the ancient gods, but that doesn't mean that the ancient gods didn't think about him. Many ancient gods looked at Yabai blankly, hoping that he could share those powers. It's just that Yabai never talked about it, which made the ancient gods a little confused. In the end, someone couldn't bear it and opened the mouth to break the matter. The first to speak was Sissos among the 4 ancient gods. Master Yabai, now that the 5 gods are dead, should we discuss the distribution of the spoils? Hissus said to Yabai charmingly. After listening to Hissus, Yabai frowned, somewhat inexplicably. What spoils? Who will distribute the spoils with you? When we worked together before, we didn't say that we would share the spoils. Yabai looked at Sissos in front of him, and replied somewhat silently. The foundation of the original cooperation was the hatred of the 5 gods. The conditions for cooperation are only Yabai taking the lead and working on the 5 gods. As for the distribution of trophies, I haven't even mentioned it. Yabai never said that after he got the spoils, he had to share it with these ancient gods. The ancient gods have never mentioned this. Now that Yabai has gained something, he comes up to distribute it. Isn't this a hooligan? Yabai, who is a big hooligan himself, naturally cannot suffer this loss. And Sissos, after hearing Yabai's words, his face became ugly. Yabai poured a basin of cold water on the heat in his heart, which was completely extinguished. They also recalled that when they first cooperated, the 2 sides did not say that they wanted to distribute the occupying goods. In fact, the ancient gods never even thought about the 25 things of loot. In the eyes of the ancient gods, it was fortunate to be able to defeat the 5 great gods. As for the killing of the 5 great gods, it was even more impossible. Based on this, no one thought that there would be such a thing as loot. As a result, Yabai holds the 4 powers alone, but it has nothing to do with them, which is embarrassing. However, Sissos refused to give up. This is authority, something that is enough to make people become a god of the universe. Who wants to abandon such a treasure? Master Yabai, we are allies and comrades who have fought together. The death of the 5 great gods, we also made a contribution and shed a lot of blood. Today's trophies should have our share. Sissos said to Yabai, his tone no longer as respectful as he was at the beginning. The awe in his heart for Yabai has already been completely dissipated under the benefit of him. He was thinking now how to get more benefits out of Yabai's hands. Wealth moved people's hearts. Before power, the most precious treasure in the universe, Hissus had forgotten everything about fear and worries. After listening to Hissus, Yabai's expression became colder. You are teaching me to do things? Are you? Yabai looked at Hissus directly and said coldly. If it hadn't been for these ancient gods that did play a role before, Yabai would like to raise all these ancient gods. And the biggest role these ancient gods played was to hold down the 5 gods, so that Yabai was not in a state of being besieged from the beginning. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. As for killing the 5 gods, Yabai did it all by himself. What does it have to do with these ancient gods? Besides, Yabai wouldn't let it out easily for such a precious thing as authority. It is a trouble for Yabai to allow some ancient gods with wrong minds to gain authority. Yabai hates trouble the most. After hearing Yabai's interrogation, Hissus also shed a cold sweat. He then remembered Yabai's horror again, knowing that the man in front of him could easily kill him. However, under the instigation of greed, he still refused to give up. That's authority. If you can get it, you can walk sideways in the universe in the future. So after gritting his teeth, Hissus continued. Those authority, we have also contributed, and now we deserve our share. Although Yabai-sama, you are very powerful, but you can't do things so excessively. These words of Hissus really exhausted all his courage before speaking. As soon as his words were spoken, they were approved by other ancient gods. They think so too. When they were besieging the 5 great gods, they also played a role. Now that they have gained something, Yabai will also have a copy for them. However, after Yabai looked around the ancient god, his eyes became colder and colder. These things, I really don't know how many caddies I have, and I actually play hooligans with him. These powers are all Yabai's desperate efforts, knocked out of the bodies of the 5 great gods. Why should they be shared? Moreover, Yabai only shares it with whoever Yabai wants to get authority. I want to ask Yabai, that is living in a dream. I can give it to you, but you can't ask for it. This is Yabai's mentality nowadays. After experiencing this series of things, Yabai has also developed his own domineering. This kind of domineering is based on strength. Yabai has the ability to realize his domineering, so he can naturally dominate. Don't wait for Yabai to warn these ancient gods. Don't fantasize about things that are impossible to get. I heard a discordant voice. Don't you see it? That guy doesn't plan to share the benefits with you at all. It's so pitiful. I risked my life to be an enemy of the 5 gods, but ended up making wedding dresses for others. If I were you, even if I tried my life again, I would have to ask him for the benefits that should have belonged to me. The one who spoke was someone who had never seen him before. But from the constantly collapsing universe around this man, Yabai guessed his identity. The rune, the guy who had been sealed in his universe by the swallowing star, ran out. And since the rune, I have found Yabai, planning to trouble Yabai. Those words before him were clearly instigating the relationship between Yabai and the ancient gods. Sure enough, after the voice of the rune fell, the eyes of the other ancient gods also changed when they looked at Yabai. Become greedy, even eager to try. Obviously, some ancient gods really want to give it a try to see if they can take a little advantage from Yabai. There is a guy who likes to play with people's hearts. Yabai commented on the runes in his heart. He had seen a few of these things before. The most representative one is probably Ultron. The original Ultron incited public opinion and caused heavy damage to the superhero, but it has not been able to slow down. It also allowed Yabai to completely break with the humans on the Earth, sinking a corner of the Eagle-Jong country to the bottom of the sea. The way of the runes, like Ultron at the beginning, was to use the greed of the ancient gods to incite hostility towards Yabai. After all, the ancient gods hate not that Yabai has obtained the authority of the universe, but that after Yabai has obtained the authority of the universe, they do not share a share for themselves. Thinking of this, Yabai's eyes were completely indifferent. If those ancient gods were really dazzled by greed, he wouldn't mind letting these ancient gods know what it means to respect the strong. Moreover, there are magic runes. This guy has been provoking the relationship between Yabai and the ancient gods, and the hostility has been verlocating at the ancient gods who have been obviously provoked to anger, and the runes watching the play. At the corner of Yabai's mouth, a mocking smile appeared. As far as the brains of these ancient gods are concerned, it is no wonder that the 5 great gods disdain to kill them. Such a brainless cannon fodder, killing really dirty his hands. But since these ancient gods wanted to fight against themselves, Yabai didn't plan to be merciful. Yabai has never had the habit of showing mercy to his enemies. Beside Yabai, Hela also looked at the ancient gods and the runes coldly. Hela's life is much longer than Yabai. Before Yabai was born, Hela was actually the great demon king of Asgard. Therefore, Hela knows the darkness of the human heart very well, knowing that these ancient gods were already angry after Yabai did not hand over their authority. But the problem is that these powers were defeated by Yabai with his life. What does it have to do with these ancient gods? He dared to lick his face and ask him for benefits, which is really shameless. When you see a good thing, you want to take a share. Is it true that Yabai is their father? In fact, Hela's heart also gave birth to killing intent to these ancient gods. Because Yabai did the right thing, and those authority were not something that the ancient gods should be worried about. And, even if Yabai really did something wrong, what? Hela is not a reasonable person at all. As long as it is for Yabai, even if it is to slaughter the entire universe, Hela won't frown. There is no doubt that Hela is standing next to Yabai. If those ancient gods dare to attack Yabai, Hela will undoubtedly remove these ancient gods without mercy. Some ant-like insects dare to be greedy for the real strong, and they are simply looking for death. Master Yabai, the authority is shared by all of us. If you want to swallow it alone, this is a bit unreasonable. Beside Hissus, an ancient god like a big snake spoke to Yabai. He is also one of the 4 ancient gods, and he had besieged Yabai with Sissos. At this time, under the instigation of greed, he also stood up and put pressure on Yabai. Didn't you see that even the passers-by, referring to the rune, can't stand it? Are you still thinking about the benefits? Well, the characters of the ancient gods are so simple and unpretentious, they actually regarded the runes as passers-by. I didn't realize it at all, that the runes were used as knives there. Of course, it may also be realized but not willing to admit it. Instead, he will use his plan and choose to put pressure on Yabai. Greed not only makes people crazy, but also makes people lose their minds. The only ancient god who can see the situation clearly is Gaia. The legendary goddess of the earth on the earth is also rare among the ancient gods and clever. The point is that Gaia clearly knows that Yabai's strength is not something they can provoke. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. People have even killed the 5 great gods, even if they really don't give you authority. What can you do? If you really want to make trouble, Yabai will waste a lot of effort and kill you old gods. Isn't it more fragrant? Therefore, Gaia is very wise. When the other ancient gods are gathered together and plan to put pressure on Yabai to distribute authority, Gaia directly felt that his body was injured and needed to be recuperated, so he turned and left. She didn't want to stay any longer, as she expected, she should start fighting soon. At that time, she didn't know what the result would be, but the ancient gods obviously couldn't please. For Gaia who had left, Yabai gave her a surprised look. It seems that among the ancient gods, not all are fools, but most of them are fools, there is no doubt about this. For these ancient gods, Yabai didn't even bother to take care of them. Instead, he looked directly at the rune on the side, and that was the character Yabai really wanted to deal with. I hate the guys who play with people the most, because they are very troublesome. And, if you hide and don't mess up, I can actually let you go. I can kill even the 5 great gods. Who gave you the courage to make you arrogant in front of me? Yabai looked directly at the rune and said to him disdainfully. Among the people present, only the runes were worthy of being Yabai's opponent. As for the ancient gods, Yabai didn't even care, but gave Hela a look and asked her to deal with it. With Hela's current strength, it is not too easy to clean up these ancient gods. Hela didn't refuse either. It just so happened that she also wanted to experiment how much her own strength is now. How much energy can the power of death and 6 infinite gems burst out? As for Yabai, he went directly to the front of the rune and looked directly at him. Do you know why the 5 great gods chose to seal me? Because they can't kill me, so how confident do you think you can kill me? Of course, you can also try to seal me, if you can do it. The rune said to Yabai dismissively, without paying attention to Yabai's threat. Who is he? He is a magic rune, how could he be frightened by Yabai's words? And, even if Yabai can kill the 5 gods, can he still kill him? This is something that the 5 great gods can't do. That's right, the runes are also immortal, and like Yabai, there is nothing even the 5 gods can do with him. Only by choosing a seal can he be stopped. The difference is that the magic rune does not have the same ability as Yabai, which can be strengthened by resurrection after death. Otherwise, the 5 gods couldn't wait for Yabai to kill them, and the runes would have killed them long ago. However, Yabai was not angry after listening to the words of the rune, and even wanted to laugh a little. Another guy who thinks he can't die. Yabai had the same idea before, and felt that with his own ability, even the 5 great gods could not kill him. However, Swallowing Star taught Yabai a lesson. The ultimate wiper almost completely wiped out Yabai. After that, Yabai realized that he was far from invincible. Although there is no stronger existence in the universe, what about outside the universe? You know, the Marvel world has countless parallel universes. It is nothing to be the king and hegemony in a universe, it is powerful if you can belong to the strong in all parallel universes. Obviously, Yabai does not have this strength yet. Although he can directly crush the 5 gods, he is indeed not a strong one in the multiple parallel universes. As far as the known life court is concerned, Yabai is definitely not a rival. Not to mention the higher level OAA, Transcendence, and other bigwigs. Looking at the rune confidently believed that he could never kill him, Yabai didn't explain anything, but slowly took out the ultimate eraser. The smile of the originally contented rune froze suddenly, apparently recognizing the thing in Yabai's hand. Then he turned around and ran without looking back. Of course the rune recognized this thing, but he had been imprisoned by star swallowing for countless years. For the means of swallowing stars, the runes are well known. I also know how terrifying the ultimate wiper is. Not to mention his immortal body, even the entire universe, in front of the ultimate eraser, is just a word that can be altered at will. So without any hesitation, the rune turned around and ran without any muddle. At the same time, the heart of the rune was also swearing at Tun seeing. Damn it, if you die, can't you destroy the ultimate eraser before you die? It was actually given to Yabai, which was clearly aimed at him. Regarding Yabai's strength, although the runes are not clear, they can be guessed somewhat. To ask whether the runes have the ability to defeat Yabai, the runes themselves don't think they have any. But in the same way, the rune can't help Yabai, and Yabai also can't help the rune. The rune will not be killed easily. This is also the main reason why the rune dared to provoke Yabai just after getting out of trouble. Na Chang thought that Yabai had escaped directly from the terrifying weapon of the ultimate eraser. If the rune knew that Yabai had this thing, he would provoke Yabai if he was stupid. Find a place to hide, and then come out to make trouble when there is a chance. Isn't he fragrant? Looking at the rune that flees, Yabai didn't let him go, but chased him up. Now that they were all delivered, Yabai had no choice but to laugh. Anyway, this guy is a scourge in itself, and of course it is best to get rid of it directly. And if the runes are allowed to move outside, even Yabai can't guarantee that this guy will do some shocking things. Looking at the direction where the rune was fleeing, Yabai directly chased him. Only those ancient gods looked at each other, a little at a loss. The Lord had left, and the runes that stood up to speak for them also ran away. Now there are only a few ancient gods left, and Hela who is looking at them coldly. The ancient gods also noticed Hela, and they also had some different thoughts in their eyes. They can't convince Yabai, but if they can convince Hela, the effect should be similar. Therefore, these ancient gods set their sights on Hela. I plan to talk to Hela well and let her persuade Yabai. In fact, it is threatening Hela and putting pressure on Hela. After all, Hela does not have the sturdy record of Yabai, and can bring tremendous pressure to the ancient gods. Kfta. Moreover, Yabai is only alone, except for Hela. There is no other bondage. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. But Hela has 9 realms, and Asgard. So from this point of view, Hela is also a better target than Yabai. Of course, the ancient gods were greedy, but there was some reason in the end. He didn't dare to do anything to Hela, but rather tactfully let Hela think about Asgard. Although their ancient gods are stupid, they are not so stupid yet. Knowing that based on the relationship between Yabai and Hela, if they really started on Hela, Yabai would not let them go anyway. As for Hela, when listening to the threats of these ancient gods, a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. These stupid guys have not seen the situation clearly until now. Do they really think that Hela is still the same Hela before? So facing the threats and aggressiveness of those ancient gods, Hela also lost patience. The sword of the night sky appeared in Hela's hands, and it was obvious that she had a murderous intent on these ancient gods. Since these guys hit Asgard's attention, Hela didn't plan to let them live. Just take advantage of this battle to establish his reputation and test his strength by the way. Thinking of this, Hela didn't hesitate anymore, holding 2 swords of the night sky in her hand, directly killing the nearest ancient god. Faced with Hela who was suddenly troubled, the ancient gods were of course a little dumbfounded. They never thought that Hela actually dared to take the initiative to attack them. After all, Hela's strength, they all know. In their opinion, Hela is just an ant except for the infinite gems, and it is not a concern. But now Hela didn't even use the infinite gems, so he dared to attack the ancient gods, simply insulting himself. But soon, the ancient gods discovered that they were wrong, and they were wrong. The ancient god who was the first to stare at Hela had a huge body comparable to a planet. Even when he was facing eternity before, he was able to deal with eternity twice. Therefore, in his heart, he naturally looked down upon Hela. But soon, his face changed suddenly. The sword of the night sky in Hela's hand was full of black energy at this time. This is the authority of death, attached to the sword of the night sky. As Hela waved, a series of arc blades with death authority cut towards the huge body of the ancient god. In a short period of time, a lot of wounds were left on this unlucky ancient god. The most frightening thing is that these wounds are not only unable to heal, but are also getting worse. Even if Hela does nothing now, this ancient god can't live anymore, he is dead. When the other ancient gods saw this scene, they were first in disbelief. When did Hela's strength become so strong? Then he suddenly realized that Hela was no longer the Hela he used to be. She now has merged with the authority of death and has become a new cosmic god. It is almost equivalent to Hela who died in the hands of Yabai before. This kind of existence, even without infinite gems, is enough to easily clean up their ancient gods. After realizing this, the mentality of the ancient gods changed. The previous greed, at this time, seemed to have been splashed with cold water, instantly becoming cold. The ancient gods began to realize that they didn't seem to be qualified to make conditions with Yabai and Hela at all. Only when the strengths are equal, it is necessary to talk about the conditions. When the strengths are not equal, you can do what people say. The ancient gods, under the cover of greed, completely forgot about this. And Hela used the death of an ancient god to remind other ancient gods of this matter. But now that I think about it, it's too late. Hela didn't intend to let these ancient gods go, since they were all torn, of course they were all killed. Otherwise, after these ancient gods returned, they would be a threat to Asgard. Never mind that the ancient gods did not have the slightest resistance to Yabai and Hela's hands. But in fact, they are almost the most powerful group of existences in the universe except for the 5 great gods. Even those cosmic powerhouses as high as Heavenly Sovereign, in front of the ancient gods, are just a group of juniors. Such a guy with strength and hatred, Hela naturally can't let them or leave. The massacre of the ancient gods has just begun. Under Hela's offensive, that poor ancient god was completely dead. He thought he was strong, but in fact, in front of Hela, he didn't even have the right to fight back. Let alone fight back, he doesn't even have the ability to escape. The whole battle was like a crush, and Hela crushed the ancient god. As for the other ancient gods, they haven't recovered from the shock at this time. When they came back to their senses, the hapless old god who was the first to be targeted by Hela was completely cold. The authority of death is useless to Yabai, but to these ancient gods, it is absolutely deadly. In fact, among the 5 gods, besides annihilation, it is indeed the greatest threat to death. After grasping the authority of death, Hela can even easily kill any creature in the universe through authority. Even these ancient gods, who are known to be immortal, can be easily destroyed in Hela's eyes. So, these ancient gods, who gave them the courage to come to Hela trouble? After annihilating an ancient god, Hela turned his body and looked at the other ancient gods. The killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. Obviously, Hela intends to kill all these ancient gods. As for the ancient gods, after seeing Hela's killing intent, they also realized Hela's thoughts. If they said before, they might laugh disdainfully at Hela's thoughts. But now, Hela has proven her strength, and the unlucky ancient god who was easily killed is the best proof. Hela wants to kill them all, and Hela does have this ability. After realizing this, the ancient gods were a little panicked. How about the end of this matter? Anyway, we were fighting together before. You won't want to, you really want to kill us all. Hisa stood up and asked Hela. He had completely dispelled the desire for authority in his heart, and that was not something he should be spied on at all. Yabai didn't give it to them, they couldn't grab it, let alone say it. Obviously, Hisus did not have this consciousness before. After hearing Hiso's words, Hela also recognized the man. It was this ancient god who took the lead in provoking the contradiction, and in Hela's heart, Sisos must die. Without even thinking of explaining, Hela shot Hisus directly. As for the other ancient gods, they were completely ignored by Hela. Hisus was also taken aback when he looked at Hela, who rushed up directly. He began to realize that Hela really wanted him to die. Knowing that he would never survive Hela's killing intent, Sisos began to ask other ancient gods for help. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. My fellows, you have seen it. This guy doesn't intend to let us go. If we don't unite, we will all be killed by this guy. Our only way to survive now is to take her and use her to persecute Yabai. The two sides will never violate each other. This is our only way to survive. Although Hisus is usually stupid, his IQ is definitely online when he is alive. He clearly knew that he couldn't unite with the words of other ancient gods at this time. It would only be easily killed by Hela. And, even if he escaped from Hela's hands by chance, what? When Yabai returns, they too will die. Now that you have torn your skin, everything must be planned according to the worst-case scenario. Therefore, the only way for many ancient gods to survive is to take Hela. Then use Hela to blackmail Yabai so that Yabai can make a promise that he will never hurt the ancient gods. It is even possible to obtain other authority, which can be said to be a bicycle turning into a motorcycle. As for failure, it's just a death. Anyway, I can't live anymore, so why not blog? When the other ancient gods heard the words of Sisos, they were also a little bit ready to move. They can think of the ending, and guess that Yabai will not let them go. And shooting Hela might really be their only chance to survive. As for Hela, after hearing the words of Sisos, he noticed the thoughts of the ancient gods. But Hela didn't take it seriously, and even wanted to laugh a little. Hisos was right. Hela not only wanted to kill him, but Hela wanted to kill these ancient gods. And even if Hela didn't kill these ancient gods, after Yabai came back, these ancient gods could not escape death. So in theory, the only way for these ancient gods to survive is to take Hela. However, this is simply impossible. Find flowers 0. After gaining the authority of death and adding 6 infinite gems, how can these ancient gods stand against Hela? Facing Sisos, who released a large amount of scarlet energy and intended to counterattack, Hela's eyes remained unchanged, directly urging Death's authority to be severely cut down. The next moment, a large amount of scarlet energy was directly cut off, and a huge wound appeared on Sisatha's body. There was no blood flowing out of the wound, because the blood near the wound was all annihilated. Hiso's complexion instantly became difficult to look at. He didn't expect that he would be hit hard when he fought against Hela. Obviously, Hela's strength far exceeded Hisos' estimates. What's more terrifying is that Hela hasn't used infinite gems until now. Once Hela combines the infinite gem with the authority of death, she will become the most terrifying existence in the universe except Yabai. Thinking of this, Hisus felt regretful in his heart. He was really blinded by greed at first, and he dared to hit Yabai's idea. If he had been more sensible at the time, perhaps this desperate situation would not have happened now. Or, he could be the same as Gaia, and if he left early, he wouldn't end up where he is now. It can only be said that everything is self-inflicted. If he hadn't spied on things that didn't belong to him, how could he face the tragedy today? Hela is naturally merciless, and the sword of the night sky in his hand is constantly cutting towards the ancient gods. The ancient gods also fought back, and various energy attacks fell on Hela's body. However, the current Hela is no longer what it used to be. The attacks of the ancient gods couldn't even break Hela's defense. Coupled with the use of infinite gems by Hela, it was a total killing. Those ancient gods were vulnerable to Hela and were easily killed. Soon, this Hela's massacre of the ancient gods came to an end. Only Hela was unharmed, and a large group of corpses of ancient gods were scattered around her body. Without letting go, Hela wiped out all the ancient gods. From then on, the figure of the ancient gods will completely disappear from the universe. The only survivor was Gaia, who left early. She was the only ancient god who escaped. Only when Hela slaughtered those ancient gods, Yabai had also caught up with the runes. In terms of absolute strength, the rune is inferior to Yabai. After all, Yabai is a character who can kill even the 5 great gods. Faced with this situation, the runes were naturally helpless. He only hated the guy swallowing star for too much, he actually gave such a big killer to Yabai when he was dying. The thought of the ultimate eraser in Yabai's hands made the rune feel frustrated. And the point is that Yabai's strength is much stronger than that of the rune. Yabai can completely paralyze the rune first, and then use the ultimate wiper to kill it. After realizing this, the rune had no idea of opposing Yabai. Looking at Yabai standing in front of him, the rune's face was a little ugly. But I still endured the hostility in my heart, and decided to see if I could have a good talk. We shouldn't be enemies. After all, I am just like you. I hope the 5 gods will die quickly. I also appreciate the things you do. In a sense, we are allies, can't we live in peace? When saying this, the rune selectively ignored the things that he had just incited the hatred of the ancient gods. Of course, the rune himself knew it, and he said so much was completely useless. Whether Yabai is willing to let him go depends entirely on what Yabai thinks. If Yabai feels that he is worthwhile, then maybe he will be let go. Otherwise, those who are waiting for the rune are best to be sealed again, most likely to be killed directly. No way, the current situation is that Yabai is relatively strong. If the rune has the power to suppress Yabai now, he will not easily let go of Yabai either. It's a pity that his strength is really not enough for Yabai. Even, the magic rune is prepared in his heart, as long as Yabai can let him go, he can even surrender. After all, compared with life, what is temporary dignity? Save your life first, and then think about how to turn over again. It's just that Yabai couldn't let go of such a scourge as a rune. Yabai's attitude towards enemies has always been to kill them all. Otherwise, Yabai wouldn't kill Star Swallow before, just because they are enemies. Besides, the 5 great gods are now dead in the hands of Yabai, and Yabai has no opponents in the universe. In this case, Yabai naturally looks down on the runes. Killing the rune has only benefits, no harm. All fools know how to choose, read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. So for the sophistry and explanation of the rune, Yabai didn't even pay attention to it, and rushed directly towards the rune. He intends to control the rune first, and then use the ultimate eraser to completely end this guy. The rune was also frightened by Yabai's actions. He realized that Yabai was going to destroy his determination. In desperation, the rune had to cheer up and confront Yabai. If he doesn't resist, he will be killed by Yabai soon, and there is no possibility of his life. It's just that Yabai's strength is too strong, and the magic rune suffers a big loss when he fights against it. Facing the magic rune, Yabai didn't say anything, but his backhand was a super heat ray. The terrifying scorching rays rushed directly at the runes, shocking the runes. The rune can completely perceive how terrifying the power of this super heat ray is. Did not choose to resist, but wisely avoided. Facts have proved that the choice of the rune is correct. The super heat rays that can be burned for a long time are not at all blocked by the rune. It's just that this kind of attack is just Yabai's conventional method. The real storm is yet to come. Before the rune that had just escaped the superheat ray had time to breathe a sigh of relief, his whole body time was directly frozen. Yabai itself has the ability to master the timeline, and even more so after evolving once. Although he is different from eternity and is not the incarnation of time, he has the same eternal ability to control time. Therefore, Yabai directly freezes the time next to the rune and freezes the rune at this moment. Then, Yabai seized the opportunity and rushed towards the rune quickly. The rune clearly knew that once he was given close by Yabai, he would not have a chance. So at this time, the runes continued to struggle. One thing to say, the strength of the rune is still terrifying. Since his birth, he has the ability to collapse the universe. At this moment, the time that freezes the rune is also constantly beginning to collapse under the power of the rune. Everything in the world can be destroyed in front of the rune, even the time and space in general. As for the universe itself, the rune doesn't need to do anything. As long as he stands in the universe will start to collapse on its own. Soon, the magic rune would freeze the time around him to break free, but unfortunately, Yabai had already come to him. Facing the rune that had just escaped, Yabai hit the rune's face with a punch. The magical rune quickly resisted, and at the same time a terrible divine power exploded, hoping to use it to repel Yabai. The result was that Yabai's punch could not directly hit the head of the rune, but it hit his arm. The terrifying energy emitted by the rune also knocked Yabai back, giving the rune a short gap time. Then, the rune sensed that his arms were directly broken by Yabai because his arms had blocked Yabai's punch. Visible to the naked eye, many terrible cracks appeared on the arm of the rune. As for Yabai, although he was temporarily forced to retreat by the rune, Yabai himself did not suffer any loss. The supernatural power of the rune is terrible. It can be said that it can break all matter, even the universe itself. But when facing Yabai, these supernatural powers seemed a bit too weak. Yabai even allowed these divine powers to bombard himself, but he couldn't hurt Yabai at all. His body can now resist the Big Bang without any injuries. Yabai is now completely immune to any physical attack. Wanting to hurt Yabai is now possible only with powerful magic methods. By the way, Yabai's magic resistance is not high, but that is only relatively speaking. Compared with ordinary people, Yabai's magic resistance can be regarded as magic immunity. According to Yabai's inference, if you want to hurt him, the Scarlet Witch, which was at its heyday, was the least powerful. In other words, there must be a magician that restarts the universe with one thought to break through Yabai's magical defense. It can be seen how powerful Yabai's body is now. In other words, Yabai today is almost completely flawless. Yabai is still very happy that his strength has become stronger. But this was also in Yabai's expectation, and it wasn't a surprise. On the contrary, it was a magic rune, and the bursting strength of this guy made Yabai a little surprised. With the strength of the previous rune, Yabai can be sure that the strength of this guy is completely above annihilation. It's no wonder that the 5 gods are so jealous of this guy like rune. Strength surpasses the 5 gods, and has immortality, plus a special damage bonus to the universe. It can be said that as soon as the rune was born, it was the greatest threat to the entire universe and to the 5 great gods. It's just a pity that the luck of the runes is really bad. When he was just born, he was sealed by the 5 gods. After finally getting out of trouble, I met Yabai again, this terrifying existence that completely surpassed him. It can only be said that this guy, Rune, is an old hapless guy. Feeling the injury of his body, the face of the Rune became difficult to look. Although he knew Yabai's strength was very strong, but so strong, it still exceeded his expectations. It was just an attack and wounded him. When did such a 25 monster pop up in the universe? What's more, the most terrorizing Rune is that Yabai still has the ultimate wiper who can completely kill him. This made the Rune truly feel the deadly threat. Looking at Yabai, who was staring at him, the Rune's heart was completely panicked. He began to think of a way. How can he persuade Yabai to let him go? Why do we have to be enemies? Can't we cooperate? I know your strength is very strong, and I also admit that you have the power to kill me. But you may not know that outside the universe, there is also the universe, and there are even more powerful experts. And when you killed the 5 great gods before, you already attracted the attention of those strong. If I guess it is right, the strong will come soon, and then they will attack you. You let me go, I can form an alliance with you, and we fight against the strong outside the universe. How about? In order to express my sincerity, I can tell you a very important piece of news. The Court of Life is coming. In order to dispel Yabai's killing intent on him, the Rune can only reveal some information that he knows. This is to show his value in front of Yabai. Moreover, in order to increase the credibility of his own words, he put forward an example. That is the Life Court and the enemy Yabai will face in the future. These words are not uttered by gods, but real facts. After all, it is related to your own life and safety. The magic rune should not fool Yabai, otherwise Yabai will definitely be able to see it. Then it will be him who will be unlucky. Facing the magic rune, Yabai did pause his actions and began to think. Yabai knows that the words of the rune are correct. There is a universe beyond the universe. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Above the 5 gods, there are many, countless powerful men. Those strong are also opponents Yabai must face in the future. For example, the Court of Life mentioned by the rune is in existence above the 5 gods. There are many parallel universes in the Marvel universe, which Yabai has confirmed. In every parallel universe, there are 5 great gods. In other words, it's not just this universe, there are 5 great gods. However, the Life Court is completely different. There are countless parallel universes in the Marvel universe, and countless 5 gods. However, there is always only one Life Court. It is conceivable that the gap between the 5 gods and the Court of Life is. Yabai directly killed the 5 gods, which seems to be a very good record. But if the Life Tribunal is willing, it can completely wipe out the 5 gods in half of the parallel universe in an instant. This kind of absolute gap, even Yabai had to face it. If the Court of Life really comes down, Yabai will absolutely be unstoppable with his current strength. And this is also the purpose of the rune, who wants to form an alliance with Yabai through the pressure of the Life Court. When the time comes, the two will join forces to fight the Court of Life. Although the two teamed up, they had no chance of winning in the Court of Life. But anyway, multiple helpers are always a good thing, right? Even Shenzhou himself felt that Yabai would definitely not reject his proposal. But in fact, Yabai didn't even think about joining forces with Shenzhou. There is no doubt that the rune cannot be trusted. Yabai can't trust the rune. This is a guy who hasn't been offline. Now he promised to become an ally with him, and when he really had to face a strong enemy, the rune would definitely change hands and sell him. Moreover, why does Shenzhou think that he is qualified to join hands with Yabai? Seriously, Yabai really looked down on the power of the runes. Such a guy is a little stronger than the 5 gods. Where does the confidence come from saying that he wants to fight the Court of Life? This also made the runes lose their value in Yabai's heart. By the time the Life Court completely comes, Yabai may already have the strength to fight the Life Court. In this case, it is the same if there is no rune. The other is that Yabai is completely unable to fight the Life Court. In this case, the rune Chaoyang is useless. As a result, Yabai didn't pay attention to the runes at all. That guy, if he dies, he will die. It's nothing to be a pity. Under the gaze of the rune's expectation, Yabai shot him again. This directly stunned the rune. Under what circumstances, in the current situation of the enemy, shouldn't you draw me in and let us fight the Court of Life together? There is no doubt that Yabai's actions have already expressed Yabai's thoughts. He disdains to become an ally with the rune. Originally, he was full of hope, thinking that Yabai would let go of his magic rune, but at this time he also recognized the reality. Then, he started desperately. No way, the rune has been subdued, and even willing to become Yabai's younger brother. But Yabai still didn't want to let him go. In this case, all the runes could do was desperately. As for fighting against Yabai or even killing Yabai, the rune had never thought about it at all. Desperate is just desperate to find a way to survive. But in the face of the difference in strength, where is the magic rune that can be smoothed out desperately? No accident happened, Yabai paralyzed the rune. At this time, the magical rune and the power in the body were completely sealed by Yabai, and he couldn't even self-detonate. As for the body of the rune, it was completely destroyed by Yabai and lost all athletic ability. Looking at the rune lying in the universe unable to move and losing its energy, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of Yabai's mouth. Goodbye. With that, Yabai pressed the ultimate eraser and completely erased the rune. After solving the rune, Yabai didn't stay in this place too much, but went straight back to Hela's side. At the same time, Hela has also dealt with all the ancient gods. At this point, this vigorous battle has completely come to an end. There is no doubt that the final victors of this battle are Yabai and Hela. The 5 great gods have completely passed away, and the ancient gods have been killed by Hela. It was equal to Yabai and Hela who survived the battlefield in the end. Naturally, the winners are the 2 of them. Yabai has once again evolved, not to mention, he has also obtained 4 kinds of cosmic authority. Of course, Yabai does not intend to merge these powers. Although these powers can allow a person to take off completely in a short period of time, the side effects are also great. Once the authority is integrated, it is basically connected to the universe. Now that Yabai has transcended the universe, it is naturally impossible to do this kind of reversing thing. As for Hela, there is no such concern. Because Hela's strength is inherently weak, this authority is an opportunity for Hela. Secondly, Hela still has infinite gems in his hands, which can completely transcend the universe. There is no saying that he is limited by the universe. Yabai also intends to store these powers, so he doesn't use it, and he can't make it cheaper for others. The result is that the high-level combat power in this universe is almost cut off. The ancient gods died completely, the heavenly gods group was annihilated by Yabai, and all the 5 great gods died. Yabai and Hela today can't even find a threat. Undoubtedly, this is definitely the best news for Yabai and Hela. In other words, Yabai and Hela don't have much ambition, otherwise they can completely unify the universe and make Asgard the only civilization in the universe. Anyway, no one is the opponent of Yabai and Hela. However, neither Yabai nor Hela chose to do this. Now Asgard is pretty good. Don't worry about being invaded, just keep your own life. As for expansion, it is purely asking for trouble. In the presence of Yabai and Hela, does that civilization in the universe dare not open its eyes and trouble Asgard? Let's go back, Asgard still has a lot of things to deal with. Hela came to Yabai and said to Yabai. Yabai nodded. Although the battle ended quickly, it took too much energy for Yabai. Moreover, the course of the war was very tortuous, and Yabai was almost in desperation many times. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. To be honest, Yabai feels very lucky to be able to pass the risk. If you do it again, Yabai has no confidence, and he can beat the 5 gods again. The strength of the 5 great gods is indeed very strong, and Yabai has been forced into desperation several times. If it weren't for Yabai's stronger strength, maybe the current Yabai has been sealed by the 5 gods, or destroyed by the ultimate wiper. After spending so much energy and fighting such a difficult battle, Yabai naturally needs to relax. Otherwise, if the nerves are always in a tight state, it will be too tired. Of course, Yabai did not completely relax, he still remembers the life court affairs. Yabai believes that the court of life will come soon. Before the court of life comes, Yabai must get along and fight against the court of life. Otherwise, his ending is estimated to be very bad. The existence of the court of life is indeed a big mountain that Yabai is currently facing. Even Yabai, who had just killed the 5 gods, was not sure to overturn the mountain. However, Yabai also knows that many things are not useful if you are anxious. It's like a math problem. You can't do it or you can't do it. It's useless to worry about it. The life court is similar to the existence of mathematical problems. If you can't beat it, you can't beat it, and it's useless if you are anxious. It is better to enjoy life first, eat and drink, and enjoy it as soon as possible, lest you have no enjoyment when you die. Shortly after Yabai and Hela left, a life wearing a black robe with an unusually large head came to this battlefield. Looking at the corpses of the ancient gods and the 5 great gods in the universe, the eyes of this life also showed shock. Unexpectedly, this war will actually be the result. The former overlord stepped down from the altar, and the new overlord ushered in his own era. However, all of this has nothing to do with me. All I have to do is to record what happened. The life said to himself, then took out a notebook and began to record it in unknown words. If Yabai is still here, you can recognize that the guy who is recording is the Observer civilization in the Marvel universe. The Observer civilization is very low-key in the universe, and few people have heard of their name. But this does not mean that their strength is very weak. In fact, their strength is very terrifying. It can even be called the second race in the universe, second only to the transcendent Protoss. The Celestial Group, the Eternal Race, is the younger brother of a group of younger brothers in front of the Observer civilization. They already existed since the birth of the Marvel universe. It took more than 1 billion years to develop their civilized technology to an extreme point. Then, they began to transform the life intensity of civilized individuals. By now, almost everyone can travel across the universe, observers of the universe. The ancient gods are not even as powerful as a civilized observer. It is conceivable how terrifying the power of such a powerful race. That is, the observers compare the Buddhism, they only record all kinds of good things happening in the universe, and will not take the initiative to intervene in the affairs between the various civilizations of the universe. Belonging to pure audiences, whoever is righteous and evil, they don't bother to take care of it. The reason for this kind of Buddhist thinking is that the observer civilizations have suffered similar losses before. An observer of the observer civilization once helped a civilization, but indirectly led to the destruction of that civilization. After that, the observers made up their minds, they are just observers, and they should not intervene in anything. After recording the victory and defeat of the war, the observer turned his gaze to the direction where Yabai and Hela were leaving. The new king of the universe has been born, but the test will follow. The cord of life is coming to this universe. I wonder if this new king can get along with a solution. The observer muttered to himself, looking forward to what is about to happen. Yabai naturally doesn't know about the observer's civilization. At this time, he has returned to Asgard with Hela. Then, they saw that many corpses of the celestial group were piled up outside the town of Asgard. These celestial gods were all hacked to death by Thor with a storm battle axe. As for their purpose in coming to Asgard, naturally they came for destruction. In order to be on the safe side, the 5 great gods did not just send a group of celestial gods. Afterwards, many members of the celestial group came one after another. Of course, the fate of those celestial teams was chopped off by Thor as firewood. This is also normal. The really powerful ones in the celestial group were all killed by Yabai. Now what is left is some old, weak, sick, and disabled. These celestial gods are naturally unlikely to pose any threat to Thor. However, it has to be said that Hela is farsighted. Without Hela's instructions, and the power of Odin handed to Thor, Asgard might really not be able to withstand it. After all, although the celestial group was in Yabai's eyes, it was a group of stinky fish and prawns. But in the eyes of most beings in the universe, the celestial group is the most terrifying existence in the universe. The largest violent institution in the universe is not just talking about it. Of course, this largest violent organization has completely become history under the violence of Yabai. When Hela returned to Asgard, he naturally received a warm welcome. Thor, who had become the new God King, came to welcome Hela himself. Thor's posture is very low, he knows his position as God King, but Hela gave it to him. So when facing Hela and Yabai, his attitude is very respectful. In fact, Hela's reputation in Asgard is still above Thor. As long as Hela is willing, she can become the king of Asgard at any time. After all, Hela has done a lot for Asgard, and the people of Asgard are very satisfied with her, the king of God. Today's Asgard is not only the undoubted overlord of the 9 realms, but also completely put an end to the twilight of the gods. Of course, Thor's reputation in Asgard is not low. Through those gods, Thor has successfully established his prestige. In addition, his position as the king of gods is bestowed by Hela. By now, Thor is already what a god king should have in the hearts of the people of Asgard. Anyway, the people of Asgard have very low requirements on the king of gods. They only need to be strong enough to ensure that they are not bullied by others. And Thor and Hela undoubtedly achieved this first point. As for who is most satisfied with Asgard's status quo, it is undoubtedly Phrygia. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Her pair of children have become excellent kings. At the same time, Asgard is thriving and its national strength is flourishing. If Odin could see this scene, I believe he would be very pleased. Speaking of Odin, Phrygia sighed inwardly. If Odin hadn't been so stubborn, he wouldn't end up being killed by Hela. But the same, if Odin is not stubborn, is he still Odin? After staying in Asgard for a while, Yabai returned to Earth with Hela, and did not choose to live in seclusion, but lived in the original seaside manor. This was Yabai's assets, but he gave up later. But even if Yabai gave up here, no one came to occupy it. Even the government and SHIELD government of the Eagle Soup Nation specially sent people to stay here all year round, just to prevent tramps with short eyes from breaking into this manor. Now, Yabai has no previous hostility towards humans. The more experienced, the mentality will be calm. Now that Yabai can kill even strong men like the 5 great gods, wouldn't he still have trouble with small humans? As for the future development of mankind, Yabai didn't bother to intervene. As long as you don't trouble Yabai, Yabai is also happy to see humans thriving. After resting for a night in the manor by the sea, Yabai began to take Hela, Kfta, to go outside. Speaking of it, since the last Ultron incident, Yabai had a fight with humans, and it has been a long time since Yabai went shopping outside. So that when I think of it now, Yabai is a little nostalgic. Just do what you say. Yabai also drove a sports car directly, driving Hela to the busiest street in Big Apple City. Going shopping nowadays is nothing more than what Yabai did in order to retrieve the memories he once had. Shopping itself is not important, what is important is to regain the feeling of shopping with Hela. Hela has absolutely no opinion on this, and she is also happy to accompany Yabai to go through some things. Memories, this is actually the case. 2 people experience good things together, and after a few years, it will be a good memory. It may be that Yabai disappeared from the eyes of the public for too long. It may also be that the human government deliberately concealed Yabai's information. As a result, today's Yabai, even if he is walking on the street, no one recognizes him. Even if some people think Yabai is familiar, they will regard Yabai as a celebrity who often appears on TV. They will not remember how big things Yabai has done on Earth. What makes Yabai feel very interesting is that the books he wrote at the beginning are still on sale today. and it seems that even if more than 10 years have passed, his books are still very good. This makes Yabai have a knowing smile. In order to make a living, Yabai chose to be a copywriter. At that time Yabai was still known as the most talented young genius writer. Now that I see the books I wrote, Yabai feels nostalgic. But I just missed it for a while. In fact, Yabai himself knew that he couldn't go back to the ordinary life of the past. When Yabai took Hela's hand and wandered aimlessly down the street, trouble found him again. A girl with a very delicate and lovely face took the initiative to come to Yabai and looked at him pitifully. "Sir, can you help me? I'm being chased by bad guys. If you don't help me, I might be going to die." The girl looked at Yabai pitifully and pleaded. There was still a strong fear in her eyes that had not faded, and it could be seen that something really happened. Facing such a lovely girl's request for help, Yabai would naturally not remain indifferent. So Yabai said slowly, "Go away, call the police if you have a problem, don't bother me." Yabai's attitude is merciless, he is not licking a dog, it is impossible for you to look good and I will help you. Moreover, Yabai himself is also a little sympathetic guy. He has destroyed the world, and still feels compassion towards a young girl. Besides, Yabai was in a good mood, holding hands with Hela, and feeling the beauty of the world together. Suddenly, the atmosphere was interrupted. Yabai didn't kill the girl directly. It was all good-tempered. That suddenly disturbed Yabai's girl named Daisy John. The current identity is a hacker of the Rising Tide organization, and he usually pursues his own life experience through hackers. In the future, she will become a Shockwave girl, take over the position of Nick Fury, and become the new director of SHIELD. At the same time, she is also a stranger, with a powerful ability to create shockwaves. At its peak, her shockwaves can even shatter the earth. However, these have nothing to do with Yabai. What makes him very upset now is that this guy seems to rely on Yabai. Yabai's attitude has been clearly expressed. If Daisy John is a little bit self-aware, she knows that Yabai does not want to care about her mess. In fact, Yabai didn't bother to care about these little things. Yabai nowadays wants nothing more than to quietly review his trajectory in this world. The terrible enemy life court will come soon, and Yabai has not much time to waste. After finally taking out something, naturally I didn't want to waste it on her. "Sir, please help me, there will be bad guys chasing me again. If they catch me, I will be dead." Daisy John asked Yabai pitifully. The gesture of folded hands, coupled with her pitiful expression, can be regarded as pitiful to me. It's just a pity that Yabai would not have been so naive long ago, to overflow some unnecessary sympathy. In Yabai's eyes, human beings and those superheroes are no different from other lives. He was an existence that even the 5 great gods had killed, so how could he care about such low-level contradictions? If you have any questions, go to the police. What do you rely on me for? Say it one last time, don't bother me. Yabai warned Daisy indifferently, and then took Hela's hand and left directly. He didn't want him to be caught in fearless trouble during his hard time. As for Daisy John, when she saw Yabai ignored her at all, she gritted her teeth and followed silently. Yabai and Hela are not ordinary people at first glance, they are definitely some big people. Following Yabai and Hela, you can at least guarantee your own life safety. As for whether this will cause trouble for Yabai and Hela, it shouldn't be. Daisy didn't want to implicate Yabai and Hela, it's just that she had no choice now. She has been tracing her own life experience, but according to clues, she accidentally found an alien race lurking on the Earth, an alien race. Originally, Daisy intended to secretly inform the police about the existence of the Inhumans, but was discovered by the Inhumans. In order to keep the secret, the Inhuman race launched a hunt for her. She fled to the street and then met Yabai. If it's another traverser or superhero who sees an innocent girl being hunted down, maybe they will help. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. It may even develop a relationship because of this. But unfortunately, Yabai has no mercy at all. For Daisy, Yabai didn't even bother to take care of it. There are so many good-looking women in the world. If Yabai wanted to, he would be the same as Tony. Compared to those women, is Hela not fragrant? Hela can meet all Yabai's requirements, isn't it enough? Moreover, let alone Yabai has no sympathy. If he is sympathetic, he will not destroy the celestial god group and so many eternal races. Yabai has no psychological burden at all for a woman who is not saved by death. As for Daisy who followed up secretly, Yabai didn't care about it at all, so just follow along. As long as you don't come up to trouble Yabai, just follow her. But Yabai doesn't matter, some people are completely anxious. This person is Nick Fury. The news of Yabai's return to Earth did not deliberately conceal it, so Nick Fury naturally learned soon. After hearing that it was Yabai, Nick Fury immediately took precautions in accordance with the highest specifications. Of course, not for precautions. If Yabai really wants to do something, Nick Fury can't help it. What he really guarded against was to avoid disturbing Yabai with some short-sighted goods. If Yabai is annoyed again, it will be a tragedy. If Yabai sinks a corner of the country into the sea, who will Nick Fury cry for? So when he saw Daisy following Yabai all the time, Nick Fury was completely angry. Damn it, do you know what kind of existence you provoke? Find flowers 0. It doesn't matter if Daisy is dead, if Yabai is irritated and he accidentally lifts the Earth, what should I do? Attention, the Avengers, there is an emergency. Now you put aside all the work in your hands and do your best to ensure that the schedule of the god of the world will not be disturbed. Especially this girl, she must be stopped, she can't be allowed to get close to the target anymore. Nick Fury made a decisive decision and directly gave orders to the Avengers. The fight against criminals can be slowed down, and the biggest crisis is dealt with first. Anyway, the super criminals have been fighting for so long, hasn't there been no progress? It is better to help the planet avoid an extinction crisis as much as possible first. Nick Fury's order was issued very quickly, and the Avengers quickly launched operations. The first to be dispatched was Spider-Man, which was active in the Big Apple area. The Spider-Man at this time, with the growth over the years, has already changed a lot. Now he is no longer a hairy boy, but a real superhero. After getting the order of Nick Fury, Peter Parker did not delay and rushed directly to where Yabai was. Then, without all passers-by paying attention, he stopped Daisy who had been following Yabai. Yabai knew about all this, but he didn't care about it. He doesn't care how much Nick Fury is afraid of him, anyway, as long as Nick Fury doesn't bother him. I didn't care about the unlucky girl who was stopped by Spider-Man. Yabai took Hela and went shopping unhurriedly. As for Daisy, she was already frightened. She was taken into an alley with fear written on her face. Of course, she thought she was controlled by the alien race, and she was about to kill her mouth soon. She also tried to resist, but Peter Parker caught her arm and made her immobile, unable to break free at all. This situation made Daisy almost desperate. She almost thought that she was going to die. However, Peter Parker didn't do anything to her, but after seeing that Yabai didn't respond, he sighed with great relief. The people don't know Yabai's power. Isn't it clear about his Spider-Man? Only. Although several years have passed since the original war, everyone who participated in it is vividly visible. Under the attack of Thanos' army, the Earth was fragile and vulnerable. Spider-Man also participated in that battle, but let alone an enemy of Thanos, he had not even been able to fight Ebony Maw. He was severely injured by Ebony Throat and lost his fighting ability. Later, he was rescued by Asgard's army. At the same time, that battle also allowed Spider-Man to witness Yabai's strength with his own eyes. The easy killing of Thanos left a deep impression on Peter Parker. Coupled with the previous conflict between Yabai and humans, Yabai has become Spider-Man's biggest opponent. But Spider-Man also knew that his goal was obviously ridiculous. He regards Yabai as his opponent, but Yabai may not care about him at all. While Spider-Man was thinking about it, Daisy was already trying to escape. However, she hadn't had the awakening ability yet, and she couldn't get rid of the opponent of Spider-Man at all. Instead, her struggle brought Spider-Man back to life. Seeing the horrified look in Daisy's eyes, Peter Parker knew that this girl regarded herself as a bad person. So Spider-Man explained to Daisy, "Don't be nervous, I'm not a bad guy, I'm Peter Parker, how about you?" Peter Parker introduced himself that his popularity is still very high, and Spider-Man is an idol in the minds of many young people. As for Daisy, he naturally knows him, although he is not a fan of Spider-Man. After carefully observing Peter Parker, Daisy finally let go of her worries. Since it is Spider-Man, there is no need to lie to yourself. But at the same time, Daisy became curious in her heart. Who was that person just now? You seem to be afraid of him. Daisy asked Peter Parker. She always felt that Peter Parker's attitude towards Yabai was a bit weird. It's like, the mouse sees the cat, and the prey sees its natural enemies. And, it's the same as when a mortal saw God. There is a deep awe in the respect, such an expression, Daisy has only seen it in devout believers. After listening to Daisy's question, Peter Parker didn't think much about it, and just answered it directly. But a big man, a big man. I am really afraid of him, not just me, the whole Earth is not afraid of him. You should have heard of his name, after all, he was once so famous. Peter Parker explained to Daisy that it was no secret. In fact, there are many people on the Earth who know Yabai's identity, and there is more than one Peter Parker. It's just that Yabai hasn't been active on the Earth for too long, so that many people forget what he looks like. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Of course, everyone knows what Yabai did. Daisy nodded when she heard the words, seemingly understandable. She also vaguely thought about where she had seen Yabai, but she forgot where she was. On the other side, on the street, some people already recognize Yabai, but no one dared to come and talk to Yabai. Instead they hid away one by one. You know, Yabai is a downright cruel person. Such a bad-tempered guy, who wants to approach him easily. Even those people, looking at Yabai, are awed with curiosity. Yabai also noticed the situation on the street and frowned. But I didn't say much, I just didn't have the mood to continue shopping. So Yabai took Hela, and the two returned to the sports car, planning to return to the manor. But not long before Yabai drove, a terrible attack hit Yabai's car. The rocket rushed towards Yabai's sports car with tail flames. Such a little attack naturally wouldn't make Yabai feel threatened, but it made Yabai's expression completely serious. Even Yabai would be angry if he was attacked for no reason. Although these attacks would not harm Yabai at all, but when they are attacked, they must fight back. Yabai still knows that. So he directly locked up the mob who fired rockets at him and chased him up. As for that rocket, Hela had already used the space gem to transmit it away. As for where it would explode, Hela didn't know. Hela also followed Yabai out of the sports car and chased in the direction of the mob. With the strength of Yabai and Hela, the entire universe has no opponents. It is naturally easy to catch up with these thugs. Soon, Yabai found the person who fired the rocket at him, a white young man with a beard. What surprised Yabai was that there was a special power in this guy's body. Although this force is very weak, it cannot threaten Yabai at all. Who are you? Who sent you here? Yabai blocked the thug's path, and then asked indifferently. There was a killing intent in his tone, and he obviously didn't intend to let this mob go. And this mob was shocked when he saw Yabai suddenly appear, but soon calmed down. It turns out to be a mutant, so if you know it, get out of the way, or I'll take your skin off. The guy who was blocked by Yabai said to Yabai very hard. Yabai frowned and looked at the man in front of him. It seems that you don't plan to cooperate, then go to death. Yabai said mercilessly, and at the same time, a cloud of black magical energy appeared in his hand. The soul-searching skills learned from the Encyclopedia of Black Magic can definitely exert the greatest value at this moment. Soon, in the screams of the mob, Yabai finally figured out the ins and outs of the matter. Speaking of it, Yabai is a disaster without delusion. This guy who fired rockets at Yabai was actually an alien who had been chasing Daisy. After seeing the exchange between Yabai and Daisy, they mistakenly thought that they were in the same group. Worried that Daisy would leak organizational information to Yabai, she planned to kill Yabai. It's just a pity that his luck is not very good. Not only him, but the entire Inhuman race had very bad luck. If Yabai gets angry, it will kill him if he doesn't enter. Very good, Inhuman, isn't it? Yabai said coldly that he didn't plan to leave it alone. Whatever you say, you have to make the Inhumans pay the price. The leader of the Inhuman race was afraid that he would never think of it in his dreams, but his own clever actions caused an unreasonable disaster for the Inhuman race. But who can blame this? In the final analysis, isn't it because the alien race is too bloated? Without asking the cause of the matter, he planned to kill. Such an overbearing organization is not innocent when it dies.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.